locked on to the live stream of the final round of matches in the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship being held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We coming to you live from the Park Hill playing field. And I'm Roxel John. With me I have Osnet Kato. Good morning, Osnet.
Yes, good morning to you, Roxel, and all our viewers, locally, regionally, internationally. We're looking forward to a day of cricket. But unfortunately, we have some rather unfortunate news, as they would say.
Right, so as most of the Caribbean would realize, it's the period of the year where we do get a lot of the tropical waves, and St. Vincent Grenadines, Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, we've been in that area over the last 4 or 5 days, and we have had some remnants of one of those waves that should be passing by us during the course of today, and we may have a couple more showers during the course of today into the next couple of days. But at this time, we did see some progress. Most of the covers were removed, and with just a little drizzle that's coming here now, the strip itself has been covered once more. But the ground staff is doing some work, and if the weather forecast is okay and is right, we may do have some play during the course of this afternoon. That's our hope here at Park Hill, wasn't it?
Yes, I think the good news for us also is that the general area from which the rain normally comes from, which is to our east, is quite clear. One of the clouds hanging around, but as you mentioned before, with a bit of luck, we should be able to get some play perhaps this afternoon. Depending on whether we get some sun. I think the important thing is for a bit of sun to come out to really perhaps dry out the outfield as well. The pitch itself looked to be in very good condition. Just some areas around the wicket, like the bowlers run up on these areas, the ground staff are currently working on. But as long as the rain stays away, I believe we'll be able to get some play at some point today.
Right, and we were just told by the umpires that there's an inspection at 10:45, which is not too long from now, actually, in about 20 minutes. So that is even a better news, because if we do have an opportunity to have an inspection that early, that means that the conditions, the basic conditions which are required for play to happen, are not bad.
Yes, definitely. So that's good news coming out from the umpires. As we mentioned before, the groundsmen are working very hard. Working on both the bowlers' run-ups, as we see. There's a spot also to the left of the pitch from the area that we are at that they are also working on, which seems to have been a little bit soggy as well. So hopefully we keep our fingers crossed that there'll be some good cricket today.
And we want to remind our viewers that this is the final round of matches, and at Park Hill we have Guyana playing the Jamaica unit, and they are going to be facing off for the 3rd place in this year's tournament at the Arnesville playing field starting today. The Leewards would come up against Barbados in that championship game, and yesterday the 5th place matchup between the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago got underway.
Yes, so good round of fixtures there. I'm sure a lot of viewers looking forward to the Barbados Leewards game. Based on what we've seen throughout the tournament, we can safely conclude that perhaps they have been the most consistent of the teams so far in the tournament. Jamaica perhaps would feel a little bit hard done by. A couple of sessions that they perhaps lost, and in a tournament like this you can't really have those bad sessions. So they perhaps would have been looking forward to maybe pip the Leeward Islands to face Barbados in the finals, but unfortunately that didn't materialize. Guyana, they started well, but they never really kicked on from the victory that they had here at the Park Hill playing field against Trinidad and Tobago. They have played, well, this is their 3rd game at this venue, so they should be used to the conditions here and perhaps put up a good showing in this particular game. Right,
so at the end of the rounds before we got to this playoff stage, Barbados would have ended with 45.4 points. The Leeward Islands, for me, was quite impressive. Not what we are accustomed to over the recent past of Leewards, and to see them come out and actually challenging for championship honours this year was extremely pleasing. They were 2nd on 31.6 points. Jamaica, we'll see them in action here, 26 points. Guyana, 24.8 points. The Windwards, 15.6 points. And Trinidad and Tobago, 13.4 points after the first set of matches before we got to this stage, the playoff stage.
Yes, I think the disappointment will be in that list would be Trinidad and Tobago. Over the years, we've known them to produce good cricketers at all age group levels, and to see them in this tournament was a bit disappointing. I think their batting has been really the issue. I think the highest total they would have made in the tournament would have been 180 something, I think. That was made against Barbados in the previous round. That's really not good enough at this particular level. Their batting is really not as competent as we have gotten used to. Windward Islands as well, a bit disappointing, being the home team, as they would say. They didn't really come to the party as such. So those are two teams that perhaps we really need to go back to the drawing boards and hopefully in the next tournament improve on their performances.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially in context of Trinidad, albeit that I know a number of their players are pretty young, on the 17s, and they are coming through the system, but I think the Camel's back was broken basically here at Park Hill when they lost to the Leeward Islands within a day and a half. And so that they did not recover from. That took a really serious toll on their performances thereafter.
Yes, definitely. From our knowledge, we know quite a few of their players came to the under-17 tournament, which we recently had. That is also the case for a number of the other teams as well, so it's really no excuse as such. But as you mentioned, it's a good learning experience for most of these youngsters, and hopefully be able to work hard at their game and improve in future tournaments.
All right, so at Park Hill, where the third place playoff in the 2022 Cricket West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament between Jamaica and the Guyana, we are delayed because of rains around St. Vincent and Grenadines. Very, very heavy rains. You're driving up this side, and you must probably wondering if the roads are washing away with the amount of water on the roads. But we have some clear skies in the east, as Kato said earlier, and that is a good sign for us at Park Hill. Also good sign is that the umpires have said that there's an inspection at 10:45, so probably not too long from after that we possibly may be able to bring you some positive word in terms of the start of playoffs net.
Yes, definitely, and that's something we are looking forward to. So until such a time, perhaps in the next 20 minutes or so, we'll be able to come back and give you an update on what is happening here at the Park Hill playing field.
Good morning again. It's just about 11:25 here at the Park Hill playing field where we were to start the playoff game against Trinidad, not Trinidad, Jamaica and Guyana, north and south of the Caribbean chain, basically coming together in this third place playoff. The umpires, umpire Troy Tudor from Barbados and umpire Bernard Joseph out of Antigua, they are the ones presiding over this encounter. They just had another inspection, OSNAT, and the news is that lunch will be taken at 11:30, and that means that there is definitely a possibility of play sometime this afternoon.
Well, definitely. We've seen an improvement in the weather conditions. We're actually seeing the sun trying to peek its way out, which is definitely a drastic improvement to the conditions we saw earlier today. Groundsmen just putting in their final touches, and as you mentioned, the lunch will be taken early, and hopefully we'll get some play after lunch.
The surface looks excellent. That sheen, it's not easy for us to say sheen that's synonymous to what we used to see at Savannah Park.
Yes, definitely. The wicket looks in good condition. It was just some spots around the pitch, to the right of the pitch, sorry, that were the areas of concern, and the groundsmen have adequately dealt with that based on what the umpires are saying to us. So it's good to have some cricket sometime after lunch.
The outfield is very important as well in this sport, and not in probably the condition that we expect it to be based on the amount of rain we got here during the wee hours this morning into probably 8, 9 o'clock this morning. But the players are on the field. They are doing some warm-ups in the case of the Guyana unit, some cricketing warm-ups, catching and that kind of stuff, while the Jamaicans are playing what I think is their favorite sport as they warm up football. And so really good signs, because the surface is good and the outfield just need a little bit touching up at the edges, but the majority of it in good condition to start the game.
Yes, definitely. It will not be the quickest of outfields based on the overnight rain that we have had, but I believe it's in reasonable condition to actually start the game. As you mentioned, the Jamaica team playing football, something that we have seen coming to the sport more and more these days. Cricketers warming up in the form of football. We don't always see footballers warming up in the form of cricket, but that's just how it is these days.
Well, yeah, the different muscles that are going to be used for the sport, and generally all of the legs, all of the upper body is used in cricket, and so just a different idea to take away probably the focus from the total cricketing aspect and get what you need to do, get done as a physical trainer, etc., in a different form, probably a form that eases the minds a bit of the players. So the news here at Park Hill, where we'll bring to you the third place playoff between Guyana and Jamaica, is that we are taking an early lunch at 11:30, and when we come back after lunch and interval, just about 12:20 or so, we will probably have another update for you. Yeah, that's me here. That's the block here. Well, you just heard the chant of Team Guyana as they have won the toss here in the third place playoff. Yes, the third place playoff of the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. We're just about to get ready to have the first ball bowled on day one. Yes, we are late, but definitely we are very happy that we can still bring you some cricket here from the Park Hill playing field. With me, Osnet Kato.
Yes, good afternoon to our viewers once again. Good news this time. We have a very good weather conditions at this time. Very much improved conditions as it relates to cricket. We have the sun peeking out, not necessarily hot, but it's good weather for cricket. And I'm sure the fast bowlers here for Guyana would enjoy this particular weather.
Well, the Guyanese, they won the toss and they inserted the Jamaicans to take first strike. We see Weir and Roy about to make their way to the middle. We're going to attempt to get 78 overs today. 2 sessions, 12:30 to 3:05 will be session 1. Tea will be taken from 3:05 to 3:25, and then session 2, the evening session, 3:25 to 6 p.m. with the hope of getting 78 overs, Osnet.
Yes, some very long sessions there. Hopefully we'll have some spinners on. And we know Guyana is blessed with a lot of spinners as well. So I'm sure the over rate will be reasonably good. And we should be able to get in those overs, providing that the bad weather stays away and we're able to get a full afternoon of cricket.
Isaiah Thorne, he is going to open the attack. The last time I saw him here at the Park Hill playing field, he generated a lot of pace, and obviously with the experience of playing for the West Indies on the 19, he would like to be on the money this morning or this afternoon to try to make good of this decision to field first for the Guyanese.
Yes, definitely. He has been one of the standout fast bowlers in the tournament. I believe the game against Leeward Islands, he was able to get a 6 wickets haul. So he has some success here at the Park Hill playing field, where perhaps the wicket is not really totally conducive to fast bowling, but he has been able to extract a bit of pace and bounce from the wicket. As he comes in with his first delivery this time, his delivery there, a bit of bounce outside the off stump, where they're just watching it go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, so yes, Weir's on strike, and definitely the stockier of the two batsmen, heavily built, strong gentlemen, and that was a no ball.
Not the ideal start for Guyana, but I'm sure at some point in time he will get it right. I was watching an interview he did some time ago as well. He was speaking about his experiences playing for the West Indies against England, some tour they did some time ago. Seemed to have a good head on his shoulders.
It comes from the road end, this time passing umpire Tudor to Weir. Another shot and rise, and delivery is dropped! He's dropped at the first slip. It goes into the boundary. Action very early here at the Park Hill playing field. Trying to take his bat away there was Weir, but that was another good delivery, an excellent start from Thorne.
Well, all year, Rockstar, we were speaking about the sheen on the wicket, and I think we have a bit of bounce in this wicket based on the 2 deliveries we have seen so far, where they're perhaps trying to leave this one alone, but the lift that it got, he perhaps didn't take away his batting time, and it took an outside edge and flew over the man at slip. Really had no chance there, and the first boundary there for Jamaica, 4 without loss.
This is 5 without loss has been corrected now. Thorne comes again to Weir. This one is another good delivery, left. I make it on height here, on the length of the delivery. Thorne had a scream of anguish, possibly thinking that could have been touching the off stump. Remember, we're coming from the square leg basically here, so we're not directly behind the stumps. But this is a start that the Guyanese would have wanted.
Definitely. When you have an opening bowler with that bit of pace, it's important that he gets his line right. And with the length that he is bowling so far, I think Weir has tried to left as much as possible, left these deliveries as much as possible, which is good from his vantage point. And I'm hoping that he will continue to do so.
Where is going to face up again, 2 slips, well, it looks like 3 now on a gully, and this one is on the stump and rising, hitting the upper portion of the bat, closer to the handle. Where behind it, he walks back. He is now making sure that he's composed. He's going to have to dig deep to get out of this first early burst here from Thorn.
Yes, definitely. And as we mentioned before, the wicket seemed to be offering a little bit of extra bounce, something that we have not seen here in the previous matches. So it's important that we're here just trying to figure out what the wicket is offering at this point in time.
Thorn again. This one is short, rising. He takes his bat away. He looks at it carefully this time into the gloves of Caesar. Caesar has been okay at the back there as the wicket keeper for the Guyanese team. From the games you've seen and the matches and teams you've seen, the outstanding wicket keepers, Osnet?
Yes, definitely up there. I think he's the opening batsman as well. Scored a 50 in the first game, and a couple of useful contributions preceding that. So, looks good behind the stump.
Thorn to where? This one is beating him outside the off stump. Another beauty and a much more consistent than the very last few games that I saw Thorn. This is the area he needs to be bowling, and he needs to be attacking that batsman as much as he possibly can in those areas, that areas of uncertainty.
Yes, that ball a little bit closer to him. The deliveries before, he had the opportunity to pick up the line early and perhaps left them outside on line and both length as well. But this one is a bit closer to him, and he was compelled to play that one. And Tom, as we've seen before, he's getting the ball to move away a bit from the right-handed batsman and beating the outside edge on that occasion.
Coming to the end of his over is Thorn. He comes up again to where? This one is a wide outside the off, so I'm just moving in front of a first slip there was Caesar to collect. End of over number 1, an over, eventful over as well, because with the second delivery I make it, he had the edge taken of Ware's bat, but the first slip could not control and could not complete the catch. Guyana, they started by winning the toss. They could have had a wicket, but Jamaica still there after the first over 5 without loss.
Yeah, good start there by Thorn, the big fast bowler, just giving the captain the type of start he was perhaps looking for. Maybe not a wicket as such, but he looked threatening in that over. Where, on the other hand, he played some deliveries that perhaps he could have left on line and length also. But it's a good start, and I'm hoping, and I'm sure the captain will be hoping that Vincent would follow up that good over from Thorn.
Sean Roy is now going to take strike number 9 on his back. Sean is from the St. Elizabeth area in Jamaica, and he goes to the technical high school, St. Elizabeth Technical High, and he is now going to face up to Vincent. This is a good delivery by Vincent on the spot again. One of those who are nippy, skiddy off of the surface, and this surface would definitely offer him some assistance if he puts them in the right areas.
But not as much pace as Thorn, but he's able to, with that slinging action, he's able to get the ball to move away from the right-handers as well. And with both right-handers at the wicket, I'm sure he'll be a handful with this new ball.
Let's say good morning to the people down there in Guyana, to Mary, Linden, Burbeast, Demerara, Georgetown, Mahaika, Unity Village especially, people who I know quite well.
You have Guyanese connection.
Yeah, that's my second home, so to speak. I gotta say good morning to all of you in the Essequibo River area. Have you ever gone to the Kaisho Falls?
No, Roxanne, I'm sorry, I've never really traveled to Guyana.
Well, the next half of your life is gone. They say if you haven't been to St. Vincent, half would be gone, but you're Vincentian, so that's fine. Vincent, this time to Roy, and this is outside the off stump again. He leaves it confidently. Now looking at where he may have thought about playing a stroke, but he made the right decision. Roy from St. Elizabeth. Let's say good morning to the people in Jamaica, up in there in Clarendon, Westmoreland, Montego Bay, Kingston, yeah, Portmore, Manchester. Also, some places I've been while traveling. Lovely, lovely Caribbean people, Osnet.
Most of those places, Rockstar, they would have heard in songs as we watch Vincent. Another delivery outside the off stump. Not to be overly critical of him, but so far he has.
This afternoon as Weir comes back into strike. Weir's from Clarendon, and that's in the central part of Jamaica. He goes to Weir Technical High, and he plays with the Clarendon Parish team in the Jamaica Senior Competition. So shouting up all those who are part and parcel of his development. Torn drives. Well, that's a full pitch delivery. He drives. That's where. That's a lovely shot. That's a pleasant shot. Not where Torn would have liked, but he drove as any opening batsman would like to drive at deliveries like those.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Ware. A delivery perhaps a bit fuller than what we've seen in the previous over. So he was comfortable coming onto the front foot there, and he seemed to be a man who would basically hit the ball very hard based on his composure, his structure, his body structure. And I'm sure Tom will not be totally disappointed with that. It's good to have the batsman driving. He has 3 slips and a gully. So just a little bit of movement he needs, and I'm sure he'll be able to get the outside edge.
This one is a Yorker. Good comeback here from Torn, but we are equal to the task. We are 81 runs in the tournament so far, so one of those who've been contributing pretty good to the Jamaicans' cause.
Yes, but still I'm sure they'll not be totally satisfied with those returns. As you mentioned before, Roy with 66 and Ware with 88 runs. Those are not really figures that I'm sure before they left Jamaica they will not be looking forward to. So still have this game, they can actually contribute and make a meaningful contribution to the team's overall success.
A lot of the batsmen getting starts and not going on, a lot of 20s, 30s, and occupation decrease for long periods as well, which is good. We want to make sure that they can do that. We also have to recognize that a lot of these youngsters are still on the 17s, would have played for their under 17s unit just over a month ago in Trinidad. And here in St. Vincent right now for the under 19 tournament. So Stone again had an opportunity missed in at the first slip. This one is cut through the gully's hands. Did he get up to it? I'm not sure. But the man at third man comes up and does the fielding, and Weir looks the part when he's attacking.
Yes, I think that's a chance, perhaps a half chance there. The fielder there at gully jumping, but maybe just burst through his hands. It was a full-blooded cut shot there from Weir. And with the pace of Torn, you know, it will fly through that particular region. So another half chance, we could perhaps say. Second time we've seen the edge of Weir's bat, not really going directly to a fielder as such.
So let's see what Roy does. Man from St. Elizabeth. Stone comes up again, 10 without loss, Jamaica. This one is so well played through the mid-wicket area, off the pads, neatly, gets one, turns for two. That's what they're going to be. Roy gets off the mark with a really pleasant stroke.
Yes, just missing his line there, Thorn, that delivery on the line of the leg stump. And Roy there just caressing it nicely through mid-wicket, and he gets himself a couple. So I think what we've seen so far from Thorn is a bit of erratic bowling in terms of not really finding the right line and length. He's been a bit all over the place, as they would say, in terms of length as well as line.
Let's see if he gets back where he should be as he passes umpire. That is true though. This is on the money this time, and getting back into his crease. Deep there is Roy and plays it in front of him. He rehearses his stroke. A thin lad, short lad as well, but definitely must have the quality to be in the position of opening the batting here for Jamaica.
Opening the batting is always a difficult task, no matter what level we are playing at. It's at that point where the bowler is at its freshest and the ball is new, doing a little bit. So it's important that you're compact as an opening batsman.
This one, he attempted, well, he has two minds looking to pull, but the ball would have been through him. He might have been in some difficulty there. And I think he made the right decision in the end.
Bit of uncertainty there with that shorter delivery. I'm sure Thorn will take a note of that, especially for the next over bowling against Roy, because for that delivery he did not look comfortable at all. He was trying to pull, but perhaps the pace and bounce of Thorn really making it uncomfortable there for him.
Right, so the score here at the Park Hill playing field, Jamaica inserted after the Guyanese. They won the toss. Jamaica 12 without loss, Ware on 9 and Roy on 2. Vincent is going to continue.
I think it's important here for the opening bowlers to actually get all the breakthroughs, considering the pitch that we have seen so far. I think it has a bit of bounce in it, and we have seen some movement for both of the fast bowlers as well. As we know, the Guyanese, they are packed with spin bowlers as well, but they will need something to come and bowl at in terms of the fast bowlers getting some early inroads into the Jamaica's batting lineup. Sorry.
Vincent has only 2 wickets so far in the tournament. Been thereabout, and as you so correctly assessed in the first over, needs to make the batsman play. Let's see what he does now as he comes up, passing umpire Joseph to Ware. This one is wide outside the off stump, and content to just leave it as you would prescribe for an opening batsman at this stage of this type of match. Osnet.
Yes, as an opener, you need to know where your off stump is. I'm not really opening batting a lot, especially at this level. That's had a few good years at secondary school level, but you need to be mindful of where your off stump is. Pick up the line of the ball early and be able to know which deliveries you're going to play at. You don't want to play at deliveries that you're not supposed to play at, or you should not really be playing at, and then you get in outside edge. We have 3 slips a gully, so it's important that you pick up the line of the ball early.
This one again is outside the off stump and not troubling Ware at all, and it even fell just ahead of wicketkeeper Caesar. So Vincent struggling here to make use of the new ball, as we would say. You definitely want to make sure that the batters are playing just on the top of that off stump, so to speak.
Yes, definitely, especially after winning the toss and inserting the opposition in. You have to try as much as possible to make all the inroads, and you're not going to make all the inroads by bowling that wide-ish line outside the off stump.
Yet another wide of the off stump, and identical to the 2 previous deliveries, just allowing it to go into the gloves of Caesar with 3 slips a gully, a point, a man at a extra cover, mid on, mid off, and man down here on the final boundary. That's what been offered to Vincent. So he has the support from his captain and from his fielders. He now needs to put the ball in the right spots. Beautiful afternoon here as the sun continues to beat down at the Park Hill playing field. That's a better delivery. That's a little closer. He was in that spot where Ware had to make a decision, and he made it pretty late in terms of leaving. But again, Vincent getting a little closer to the spots where he needs to be.
Yes, definitely. That was a much better delivery. Still, Ware was able to just allow it at the last minute to go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. I think something we have seen also is the fall off in pace in terms of the two bowlers that we have seen so far. Vincent's delivery is being taken perhaps down to his. We'll come back to that after this ball. Sorry.
This one seems to have come back and a touch into where he had to come down on it very hard. And yes, you're right. Is that good to complement each other, or should they be of similar pace? What do you think?
Not necessarily. We have seen opening combinations, even at the international level, where bowlers have different attributes. So what Vincent has to be mindful of is what he's good at. And based on what we've seen so far from him, he's good at getting the ball on a fullish length, getting it to move away from the right-handed batsman. So it's just a matter of the line that he chooses to start these deliveries, and he will be effective just as much as Thorn will.
Totally agree, and this is a better delivery, again a little closer, but the tall, strong Ware again leaves it outside the off stump. The over comes to, and then another maiden delivered down there by Vincent. Guyana, yeah, we've done so many of these games. Guyana, they won the toss here at the Park Hill playing field, and they inserted Jamaica. Jamaica had a scare early in the piece, probably the second delivery, but since then they've moved on to 12 without loss. Ware 9 and Roy 2.
Not the most penetrative over there from Vincent, but it's a good over nevertheless. Where also he has made a good start in terms of picking up the lines of these deliveries, and he's prepared to leave these deliveries outside the off stump. Sometimes what we've seen so far from some opening batsmen in the tournament, they are willing to perhaps play at deliveries outside the off stump they're not really supposed to be playing at so early in the innings. So it's good to see Ware being able to be aware of that and just allowing these deliveries to go by and trying to build a partnership here for Jamaica.
A little bit more attacking here is the captain, Rampasad of Guyana. He has a short leg. As Thorn comes up, he's looking for his 8th wicket for the tournament. This one is a beat him outside your off stump. Again, probably listening to your advice there, Osnet, previously. He did the short delivery he gave to Roy in his last ball of his previous over. Did trouble him. This was a good delivery off a good length, and he had to be in two minds.
Yes, definitely. Good captaincy as well. I think Mohabir is the captain for Guyana. Yes. The last delivery of the previous over from Thorn was a troubling one for Roy. So we're now seeing a man at short leg, which I think is a very good move by the captain.
Yeah, so Mahabir captain, I think Rampasad is his advice. Thorn is now going a wide outside the off stump, and shouldering arms here is Roy. He is quite confident and has no problems in leaving those outside the off stump. And still 3 slips on a gully waiting. And Thorn would want to go back to the lines and the lengths he bowled in the first over. And this has been my only concern with him. He's not been consistent enough for the pace he has on the lengths he should be.
Yes, definitely. And that is reflected in his numbers. You mentioned a while ago, 7 wickets in the tournament. I think he got 6 of those in one innings against Leeward Islands. So it tells me that he has not been as consistent in terms of getting wickets for his captain, and that perhaps is a disappointment for him and the captain and the Guyana team on a whole.
This is called wide, as it was pitched outside the off stump and went even wider. Looks like Caesar went as far as almost third slip to collect. He did that comfortably, and so the Guyanese total goes up to 13. What will we be looking at during this game? Would we be happy with a first innings lead and secure the third place spot, or you want to definitely push for outright victory to have a commanding control on this position?
Given the time that we have lost, I think first innings will be very important, but given the nature of the tournament so far in terms of the batting, it wouldn't be surprised to see we have an outright victory at some point in time, especially these two teams. They've been really inconsistent in their batting. So there's still a lot of time in the match. I know we have some forecast for rain tomorrow and Saturday as well. Hopefully that stays away and we'll be able to get as much overs in as possible. And I'm sure we'll be able to get a result.
All right, well, let's see who's going to be on top at the end of the day. That was a good delivery again by Thorn, and I think well played in the end by Roy. He's getting the measure of Thorn, I believe. Let's see if he continues to do that. The West Indies on the 19 fast bowler. Passes umpire Tudor. He's not comfortable with his run-up, so he's gonna turn back. Was not you? You said you did play some cricket. Tell the listeners about your pursuits. You're a batsman, a bowler. Where would you like to feel if you were out here in the Guyana unit today?
Certainly not at short leg, Roxelle. But I've played some cricket at secondary school level as well as first division level. Had quite a little bit of success. Nothing to really write home about.
Well, it's all about contributing to the development in one way or the other. We all have to make sure that we are participating so that those who can go a little further could have that opportunity. We do have some selectees in that big 26 that was named by Dyke Cato and the company and his group just the other day. They're going to be starting some training, I believe, on Sunday for the Windies tournament, the senior tournament. But we are talking about under 19 cricket here, West Indies under 19 players, those who are budding West Indies senior team players in the next few years or so. Thorn is definitely one of them with some work. Comes up now to Roy, again aborts his run.
I think something too as well, Roxelle, we have to mention to our viewers is that a lot of these players who have played for the West Indies before in terms of that the under 19 level, in terms of the World Cup, and I think they did a tour of England or last year, I think. They really need to come into this tournament and set themselves apart, dominate as you mentioned before, and we have not seen that from some of these players, which is disappointing.
Oh, beautiful drive through the covers. It's going to come close to the boundary, into the boundary now for 4. Roy has demonstrated that he has class as well, and that was a really well played show.
Yes, a fuller delivery there. I think Thorn perhaps getting an issue with his run-up. We have seen him aborting his run a couple of occasions, and that perhaps is playing on his mind in terms of this consistency in delivering the right lengths so far. But that was a wonderful shot there. I know he had been served up with some short deliveries, but he was prepared to come forward there on that occasion and stroked it nicely to cover, get himself his first boundary.
What we've seen from these batters is that once they're in the area and in their slot, they're confident and they really play them well. And Roy has gone up to 6. The score is 16 without loss. Jamaica. Where is non 9? He's watching from the non-strikers end. 17. I'm corrected. And this one takes a pad. There's an appeal and he's gone. He's out, LBW. This is a good return here by Thorn. Not much foot movement there by Roy. And it seems to have got onto him a little quicker. Roy, after that beautiful shot, has to leave. He has been LBW Thorn for 6.
Yeah, looking back at that, I think Thorn was so overly confident that he did not even look back at the umpire in that occasion. I think that was a delivery, perhaps just a little bit of movement away, pitching on mid-on leg stump and hitting him on the top of our stump. I think that was a very good delivery there. As we mentioned before, he gets a bit of movement away from the right-handers. After such a wonderful shot, I'm sure Roy will be very disappointed with that dismissal. So it's 17 for 1. Jamaica, after being inserted by Guyana in this third place playoff at the beautiful Parkhill playing field. 5 overs completed, so the scoring rate is not really that bad. It's around 3 runs per over, especially at this ground we have seen. Especially at this ground where the scoring rates have been rather lethargic, as we would say, very slow. But 3 runs per over so far the Jamaicans are going at. It's been a good start by both opening bowlers. I'm sure Vincent would be very keen also in terms of providing a breakthrough for his captain as well.
Well, the leading run scorer in the tournament now comes to the wicket. Jamaican, obviously by birth, number 22 on his back, Jordan Johnson. So far, prior to today, he would have accumulated 186 runs in the tournament. And so we'll see what he has to offer. Vincent, however, comes up to where? And this one is outside the off stump again, just a little closer from where he operated previously. And Osnet, and again, I would definitely prefer to see him making the batsman play than obviously having so many deliveries left outside the off stump.
Yes, definitely, and I'm sure this movement will not last for any long period of time. So he has to make full use of this newish ball that we are seeing here now. And so far, he has not been able to make where players as much as he would have liked. And I'm sure his bowling coach would have liked as well.
This one is again outside the off stump. Where just plants that front foot down down the line of the off stump. He knows that this is going to be moving away with the movement that Vincent is getting. Looks as if we're looking at a replay of deliveries, because basically the same thing is happening as the sunshine comes out and blesses Park Hill. We must give the ground staff some kudos for the excellent work done to enable us to have a play so early today.
Definitely. I'm living like 10 minutes away, and I would have been a little bit late this morning considering the weather that we have had. And I was thinking perhaps we would have had play maybe as where they uncharacteristically so far, just making a big slash outside the off stump. A delivery that was similar to the one before and the one before that as well. So just a lapse in concentration there, which is something that we've seen ever too often in this tournament, where batsmen, after perhaps being tied down for a little period of time, they are willing to express themselves in ways that are not really needed.
Well, Ramlal from Trinidad will tell you otherwise. He bat for 300 balls. But it's Vincent again, to Weir. Weir's on 9. The Jamaicans are 17 for 1. And this one is outside the off stump. This time he goes back to that characteristically defensive ploy of just leaving it outside the off stump. And the slips have not come into play since the very first over, I make it, where we had a few over. Well, the first over where there was a chance off Weir, and then a one through the hands of the man at Gully. It was a very difficult chance as well. And so Thorne has picked up his 8th wicket. Vincent looking for his 3rd. He shorter of the 2 opening bowlers. This one is a full tour, a yorker into the area there, and had to come down on it hard was Weir. Now this is better. He has to be attacking the stumps, Vincent, and on those 2 occasions when he actually got it there, the batsman had to answer some serious questions.
Yeah, a bit closer that time. A good delivery, yorker length, where though seem to be picking up the line and the lengths very good so far. I think what is good for Guyana as well, we have Thorne feeling at mid-off, so it's good for him to pass on whatever experience and knowledge that he has to Vincent, given his affiliation with the West Indies under-19 team.
Well, the man from Kingston comes in to strike. Jordan Johnson is played for the West Indies under-19, faces Vincent. And this one is down the leg side. There's an loud appeal. Umpire Joseph says not out. And that would have been a serious blow if Johnson would have gone so early, but not in the affirmative. Comes from umpire Johnson. The over comes to an end, 17 for 1 Jamaica.
I think that one perhaps just clipping his leg, his pads. Vincent there perhaps not adjusting to the left-hander coming in at this point in time. That was the length that he was bowling. The line that he was bowling to the right-hander so far. Or the left-hander now, it would be a little bit more difficult.
Right, so Thorne is going to continue to his attack. He's going to come up to Weir once more. This one is coming off of the tie pad, I make it, or let's see what the umpire signal. They get 1, they're looking for a 2nd. Inadvertently, they decide to go in for the 2nd. Yes, a leg buys the call. And so the Jamaicans move to 19 for 1. Thorne, after the first over, has been spraying it about a bit. And so he's on 20. Well, the score is 20, I'm being told. Okay. And so we have that correction made. 20 for 1. Thorne to Weir again. Weir's on 9. And definitely would want to continue doing some good work. Gets a full toss and didn't make use of it. Moving into him as well. Swing in the air. And probably not watching it on to the bat as we would prescribe as coaches. Cosnet.
Yes, and perhaps trying to hit that one a bit too hard. His eyes perhaps lit up when you saw that full toss. But as you mentioned, perhaps just swinging in a little bit. And just taking the inside edge onto his pad.
On again to the man from Clarendon. Plays some senior cricket up there in Jamaica. This one here pulls and doesn't get it as well as he would like to get it. It goes over the head of the man at mid-off. Rushing onto him, so he wasn't in full control, but still there.
Yes, quite fortunate there for Ware. A delivery a bit short of a length. And with the pace of Thorn and the little bit of extra bunks we've seen so far with the new ball, was always going to be difficult to play that horizontal bat shot. Fortunately for Ware, he just evaded the man at mid-off. He gets one more to move on to 10. The total is now 21 for 1. Or 11, sorry. He moves on to 11. It's 21 for 1.
Yes, the batsman gone is Roy. He was LBW Thorn, and Thorn is now going to offer up to Johnson. Johnson would have gotten a 96 in one of the earlier games. And he has played for all representative teams for Jamaica on the 15, on the 17, on the 19, and he's played in the under 15 and under 17 teams for the West Indies as well, prior to him actually making the under 19. So he has had a lot of experience. And the experience would come into free here now, Osnet.
Yes, definitely. And as we mentioned a while ago, it's important that these players who have had that type of experience, they come and show their class and dominate these tournaments. Right, and as you mentioned, he's the leading run scorer as well, so that's good to see. Perhaps we'd like to add to that tally as well. And no better condition and no better time to do it than here in the third place playoff against the bitter rivals for a number of years, Guyana.
Definitely, and the Jamaicans were in some cricket since about April, and they had a camp after the exams in June. This one is playing at outside your stump, not a good-looking stroke, and he decides to recompose himself, thinking about it probably. He's from the Wolmer's Boys School. You would know that school from athletics for sure. One of the prolific schools as it relates to athletic success in Jamaica. And he's having a few words with umpire Johnson. Plays for the Lucas Cricket Club, same club from the great Chris Gale.
Well, if he can be perhaps 80% successful as Chris Gale has been, I'm sure he'll be quite satisfied with his career. But from his perspective, we'll be looking to perhaps overtake that type of success from Gale. As we see a poor attempt there by the man at mid-off. It was a delivery just choked up, back up the wicket, and the man there at mid-off diving over it. I think that is Yearwood. Yes, and so Johnson is off the mark. It's always good to just get that one. No.
His body language doesn't look as positive as it should. I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to be happy with something out there. He did have a word with umpire Bernard Joseph, but his body language looks a little less attractive than it should. He doesn't look as motivated as he should. You know, you go out there at number 3, sitting in here at number 3, you want to get out there. You don't want a batsman to get out, but you want to get out there. And probably the body language not telling me the right thing here. I could be wrong.
Yes, as you mentioned before, sometimes you see a player, and like for example Kevin Peterson, the way he strides to the wicket, you know that he's here for the long run. He's here to dominate. Back in the Vivian Richards and those other players, but as you mentioned, we're not seeing. Maybe that's the type of player he is. That's the type of personality he possesses. As Vincent comes in, this one stroked out to the man at mid-off. There's no run. It's important to note as well. I think he's batting outside, quite a distance outside of his crease, especially to Vincent. He doesn't have the pace that Thorn has, so Vincent himself have to be mindful of that change.
All right, so that last delivery did have a sweet sound from the middle of the bat. Vincent comes up now to Johnson again. He drives back on the offside, gets a single. Again, picking his fielder and knowing his fielder quite well. Thorn, not the fastest of movers in the field. And so the score moves on to 23. Johnson pushes up to 2. And his total, you would definitely be looking to get a big total here. So you could end the tournament with what? 250, 300 runs. That might be a pleasing return, you think?
Yes, definitely. That's perhaps the region that he's looking at this point in time, given how he has gone so far in the tournament. In terms of Vincent, those two deliveries are two very good deliveries, full, coming back into the left-hander. So perhaps looking for the LBW bowl option in that case. Can he adjust to the right-hander? Let's see. Another good full-length delivery. The second time we've seen him try that Yorker to wear. He's a tall player, so maybe he's thinking that he might not get down as quickly as he should. But good bowling there from Vincent, a better over so far. An improvement on what we've seen based on his previous overs.
Yes, I concur. He's having the batsman play and he's bowling some really difficult areas where the batsmen have to dig them out or definitely have to play. And this is what we've been asking for since his introduction. He comes now from the center end. And this one where goes aerial over mid-on. He's going to get 1-2 bounces into the boundary. Where moves to 15 and the Jamaicans to 27. You did say he looks like a batsman who would definitely hit the ball hard once he goes on the attack. That he did there, and he just took 2 bounces to bring up his second boundary.
Yeah, positive shot there by Ware. He's been willing to let a lot of deliveries go outside the off stump, but this time this delivery on the line of the middle stump, a bit full as well, and he was able to just hit it over the top, 1 bounce into the fence. A good shot there. I'm sure that will give Vincent something else to think about, and the captain as well for Guyana.
So some serious byplay here. Coach from the Jamaican team asking where to bat through, while the Guyanese are saying where is wary. So interesting stuff here. Vincent comes up to where. He did a good delivery. This is a good delivery. This is where he needs to be. But Ware was excellent and up to the task behind it with that full vertical bat. This is good cricket.
Yes, definitely the area we have been speaking about so far for Vincent. Delivery not too full, but on a good length, and with his movement away, it always presents a good opportunity for taking the outside edge. But Ware was up to the task there on that particular occasion. Played it well.
All of Clarendon maybe glued to their TV, their phones, their laptops, their tablets, as the boy is on strike, and this one he's trying to punch to the point area. Not much movement of the feet, but definitely good. Seems to have good eye-hand coordination.
Yes, a bit more positive intent there in that over from Ware. I'm not too sure if his coach will be quite pleased with that. But he's been willing to play a few more shots, something that he has not really shown us in his previous overs. But Guyana, after inserting Jamaica to bat, Jamaica 27 for 1.
We need to note that the umpires have instructed that there will be 2 water breaks per session. The sessions are long, so I think he said that, did they say that they're 50 minutes apart? So let's see how that would go. And Torn continues. Came into this game with 7 scalps. He's added 1 more. He's looking for yet another. And Johnson is on strike.
It's good to see 2 players who have played at the highest level at this early age go against each other as such. Thorn, the theory fast bowler, and as you mentioned, Johnson, he has been one of the batsmen of the tournament so far.
This one he tries to pull, the ball was through him, and would not have been in control, and to be honest, that only 2 things could have happened there. That could have been hitting the hill that was broken down to make this park, or into someone's hands.
Definitely was really in no condition position there, to play that particular shot. And if you look at the field as well, we have a man at deep fine leg, and we also have a man out at deep square leg. So it's perhaps set for that type of length from time to time. Perhaps Thorn just need to be smart in terms of using the short delivery here.
Comes again to Johnson. This one is outside the off stump and going further away. Johnson decides to leave. Not yet settled at the crease. He has played a few good shots, from the middle at the zone, but looks to be agitated. Looks like he wants to get a go. He wants to feel something and see something going to the boundary. Take some time to get in. And no cricketer likes to be sitting by the wayside, so to speak, waiting for cricket to start. He's out there now and he has to battle. So there's another good delivery outside the off stump, asking Johnson if you're going to play. Two slips are waiting in a gully. And as you said, for the short delivery, there's a short leg and the man at fine leg and a square leg on the boundary as well. So the plan seemed to be quite solid here for the Guyanese as it relates to Thorne bowling to Johnson.
Yes, I think something that Jamaica have to be mindful of as well, the spells. I think Thorne is coming to the end of his spell. This is 5th over, and based on the playing conditions, a maximum of 6 overs. So that's something they need to be mindful of as well. They don't want to gift him any more wickets at this point in time. They've played him well up to this point.
Another one outside the off stump, and that thing you just spoke of, the rules and the regulations for this tournament as it relates to fast bowlers, have been an area of contention, so to speak, amongst my commentating colleagues. Ken Roy Martin for sure doesn't agree with it. What's your take? Youngsters limited to 6 and then have to be rested for an hour.
Yeah, I think at this age, maybe their bodies are not as developed as perhaps the senior level. So that's something that the organizers, perhaps as this one is pulled, perhaps not timed as well as he would have liked, just trickled out to the man at deep square leg. So that's something perhaps the organizers would have taken into consideration in terms of trying to preserve their bodies as such. You don't want to have your young fast bowlers bowling 15, 20 overs, especially at this level or at this early stage in their development.
So let me ask you a question as you follow that up. Would you select someone like Thorne in your national team?
Senior team,
yes.
Yes, you could select him for perhaps just to get the experience of being around senior guys and trying to learn as much as possible.
So if he's good enough, would he bowl more than he would be allowed to bowl more than 6 overs?
Definitely. That's an area of contention, as you mentioned before.
Thorne into this one, short delivery where tries to pull over the square leg area, doesn't make contact, and it looks like another over comes to an end. All valuable contributions, because yes, we do have to take consideration the youngsters as they develop. They don't eat the blue food like you guys do, where you understand, and so they're probably not as structurally developed and as strong as people of yesteryear, so to speak. But the science of the sport comes into play here, and you definitely have to make use of that information, which is valuable.
I think something as well we have noticed in this tournament, Roxelle, looking at the Barbadian team, for example, and the fast bowler Lane, they have used him quite differently to most of the other teams that we have seen. They've been able to give him 3 over, 4 over spells and then bring him back a bit later on. So he's relatively fresh most of the time, and we've seen that manifesting in his performances throughout the tournament, where he has been able to bowl at very good pace, whether 1st, 2nd or 3rd spell. So I think he has been one of the fast bowlers of the tournament, and I think that's something other teams could have picked up in terms of trying to beat the system, as they would say, in terms of not giving 6 over spells, but perhaps 3 overs, 4 over spells. Short spells. Coming
close to his spell is this is Vincent on the stumps here now, and driving down to mid-on is Johnson. He moves back. Now you can see that level of positivity. It looks as if he's not troubled. It looks as if people with that little chip on the shoulder. I'm here to stay. I've scored the most runs in the tournament. I'm going to continue to do that, and that is the body language being sent here now. You're going to have to bowl all day to get me out. And Vincent is going to try once more as he comes into Jordan. Walks down, oh my word, almost to the middle of the wicket, and he smacks that through mid-wicket for 4. That's an audacious stroke.
Definitely. You mentioned the lack of pace from Vincent so far, and that is manifested in that particular shot where Johnson was able to just walk at him. We're playing a 3-day tournament, but that was a 1-day T20 type of shot. Good shot, well timed, and he gets 4 more. The score moves on to 32 for the loss of 1 wicket, Jamaica.
Well, his confidence there seemed to be getting him in some trouble, because umpire Trudeau is now asking him to be careful as he goes down the middle of the wicket at the protective area, and his coaching and management staff are asking him to bat long and bat for long periods. He now settles. He moves on to 7. Jamaica on 32 for 1 as Vincent comes again. This one he goes, this one in front of square. It's going to run close to the boundary. It's a little heavy down there. They get 1, they get 2. It's going to hold up now. Are they going to come back for 3? This might be difficult with Weir. So 2 more to Johnson and playing almost nonchalantly into that leg side area.
I think that's the right word there, Roxelle. Nonchalantly, basically toying, as they would say, with Vincent. As we mentioned, he doesn't have the pace to really trouble him. And you could see that he's a class apart in terms of his experience playing for West Indies under 19, under 15 as well. It's just a matter of him now batting and showing that in terms of runs and output. Not only showing these glimpses, but batting along innings and producing the runs.
So from the body language we're seeing, how do we challenge someone who's gone through the entire system? Under 15, under 17, under 19. When it comes to probably matches where he feels that he's on top of the game and there's nothing really should be troubling here. We'll hear from you in a bit as Vincent comes up again to Johnson. This one, he leaves outside the off stump. Tell us about that, Osnet.
Well, as a batsman, as you know, your job is to score runs. It doesn't matter what level you're playing, your job is to go out there and score runs. Even if you look at international teams like India, England players, they go and play in their domestic tournament where perhaps you would say they're overly qualified for, but they still go and put up the numbers. So it's important that Johnson here score runs, and at the end of the day, you can't score runs in the pavilion, or you don't want people saying, looking at you and saying, yeah, you look good for 5-10 minutes, but at the end of the day, what is your output?
Well, a man has been posted on a deep square leg boundary as Vincent tries again. This one is short, and taking up the challenge there was Johnson. He wasn't stable at the wicket, was moving and falling all the way almost outside the off stump. He did, well, leg stump that is, well, off stump. Just remembering he's a left-hander, and there's a lot of chatter. So some serious byplay out there. Johnson looking like he wants to get on with it. He wants to play some 50 over T20 cricket, while the Guyanese will be really pleased if they can price him out at this stage.
Yes, an effort ball there from Vincent. I think that one was perhaps about 4 or 5 miles quicker than what we've seen so far. It's going to be interesting to see how he follows up on that delivery.
When the man from Wolmer Boys goes into this one, drives over mid-on, he's going to get one, comes back for a second, looks to see if it gets into the boundary. As we said, the edges of the boundary area would be a little heavy, and 2 more, and again, another confident, positive stroke from Johnson.
Yes, well played there, as we mentioned before. The delivery before that one, that was an effort delivery from Vincent. This one a bit fuller, and Johnson there just on driving this one uppishly, and he gets 2. What we have seen so far is the outfield is not the quickest, especially on that particular end, the eastern end. There's still a bit of sluggishness in terms of the outfield as the players will take a drinks break. Yes, time has flown by. Some very interesting cricket so far, Roxelle.
Yes, and I think it's still a little even, because at this stage you always tell your players when you're batting, add 2 wickets to that, and you see how different the score looks like. The Guyanese would have loved to take that early opportunity. They didn't, but Thorne came back and had Roy LBW for 6. And so at this first juncture where we have a drinks break, Guyana, they won the toss and inserted the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans have progressed to 36 for 1. Johnson, the top scorer in the tournament so far, he is there on 11. Weir is on 15. We take a break. So welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. We just had a drinks break, Osnet, and an opportunity for both batsmen and fielders to reassess what they're going to offer for this next 50 minutes or so.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how Jamaica plays it from here. Guyana, on the other hand, I think this will be a sixth over. So after this, I believe we'll see some spin. Should be a critical part of the game as well.
This is a way on. This is a critical part of the game, as you said. We're on, just pushing out there, but beating my pace. And once again, as I've always said, once Thorn attacks the stumps, he gets just reward.
Yes, I think most of his dismissals so far in the tournament has been LBW and bold, which tells you that whenever he goes full, because of his pace, he has caused a lot of problems for the batsmen. Where they're perhaps still drinking some water, he never really settled back into what was coming to him. And as you mentioned before, you're always susceptible, especially following a break. And unfortunately for Ware and Jamaica, they lose their second wicket. It's now 36 for the loss of 2.
All right, so two of the more prolific batsmen of the tournament are at the crease now. Johnson is joined by Weatherbourne. He had an even 100, I make it, in the tournament, and would have had a few other useful scores, 55 on his back. And so this is going to be a very, very important partnership for the Jamaicans.
Yes, definitely. These are guys who have scored runs throughout the tournament. So Jamaica will be depending heavily on this partnership here so far. As we mentioned before, this is Thorn's last over. So it's important that they think about perhaps seeing him off and seeing who the first change bowlers are going to be. That delivery, I think, would have nipped back a bit. Most of his delivery so far has been moving away from the right-handers, but looking back at that delivery, I think that would have nipped back and really caught Ware by surprise there, and he lost his off stump.
So another left-hander comes into strike, Weatherbourne. They would know each other quite well because they both play for the Lucas Cricket Club. Weatherbourne goes to the Kingston College, and originally from St. Catherine, but now resides in the Kingston area, from the Old Harbour area in St. Catherine, Weatherbourne. And this one he gets, delivery that moved and nipped back after it passed the stumps. Caesar had some difficulty collecting, and they have gone through for a bye. So tail still up here is Thorn. He has another, 4 deliveries to try and get another scalp before he can bowl. He has to get a rest again.
Yeah, as you mentioned, perhaps that delivery moving after it passed the batsman, something that we are used to seeing in England and those other places. Caesar there perhaps not really picking up the line of that delivery originally, and with the extra movement just causing a little bit of discomfort there for him. Hopefully he's not damaged in any way. Sometimes those things can damage your thumb and those sort of things, which would be a real freakish injury at this point in time. So 2 left-handers, so Thorn perhaps played a bit against both of these players before, so he would have some information in his head as to how he should be bowling.
This one is just chopping and just a touch short, and finally completing the collection is Caesar. He now remarks where he should be, and does that now. He walks back, and 2 gentlemen from the Lucas Cricket Club up there in Kingston, Jamaica. So this club seems to be producing some good youngsters. Johnson on strike, and shout out all the cricket-loving fans in Kingston, Jamaica. This one is a good delivery, and they're looking for a quick single. This could have been dangerous. This should have been a better effort. Who was that?
Yearwood again, I think.
Yearwood, is it?
He has not had the best day in the field so far, Roxelle. Remember, earlier he would have dived over delivery, just trickling down to mid-off there. And that occasion, he had the opportunity there to perhaps get the big scalp in the form of Johnson. He had a good bounce as well,
exactly.
I must say. And
everything was it worked well for him there, other than his collection.
A suicidal single attempted there by Johnson. As I mentioned before, his batting has been rather nonchalant so far, and on that occasion, perhaps overly confident in terms of getting a single where it really didn't exist.
This is a good delivery, hitting the bat hard, and had to come down on it very decisively there. Was Weatherbourne. I actually thought I saw the bat push back a little there, because the Thorn really put a little bit into that one, and he's now getting himself composed again, Weatherbourne. This is good delivery. This is a good bowling to the new batsman, and he needs to again attack that area.
Yes, I think that's Very good bowling there, making a new batsman play. And we've been speaking about that all morning in terms of getting the batsman to play as much as possible.
This one just outside the off stump and jumping as he leaves it there is Weatherborn. He shows us some signs as if it nipped back inwards as well, but he left it on length. I don't know, I'm still impressed on the lengths that these batsmen are leaving these deliveries, because we have not seen many dismissals in terms of them leaving and balls nipping back and leaving them in no man's land.
Yes, perhaps that one just coming back with the arm. Remember he switched to around the wicket, so he's always going to get the ball to come back into the left-hander. And with the ball there, perhaps leaving it on line and a bit of length as well. So he's still there, thankfully, for Jamaica, and he'll be looking to build a partnership here with Johnson. Guyana, after insulting the opposition in, they will be reasonably satisfied so far with the returns. Perhaps another wicket here, especially one of these two. They will be very happy, and that will perhaps justify their decision even more.
Yes, I totally agree. And Vincent, I make it into his final over before he has to be taken off. He comes up now to Johnson. Johnson just leaves, watches that one outside the off stump. That's not going to trouble him. He's far too experienced for this. He's seen a lot of this cricket and has played at the highest level for the age groups. Walks away and contemplates what might be offered next. Where do I go with my next stroke once it's in my area? And as we see that, Vice Captain Rampazar was actually pushing back the mid-on. Eventually decides to change. Mahabia is having some word with Torn, who is at short extra cover. So let's see what the plan is here now. Vincent from the Pearl Best centre end comes up now to Johnson. Johnson drives through the extra cover region into the boundary. That's a classical left-handed shot. That's a good shot. That is class.
Yes, magnificent shot there by Johnson. Just coming on to the front foot. The ball perhaps not doing a lot, especially at this stage. And he just stroked it nicely through the extra cover boundary for 4. Well timed, well played. Vincent there perhaps looking for a bit of swing, which we haven't seen a lot of since the perhaps third or fourth over. And that delivery there, Johnson batting quite a way outside his crease as well. We have mentioned that before. And seemed to be a very organized player. And was able to just stroke it through the extra cover region for 4.
This one he does similar in terms of driving it to the extra cover position. This time it's straight to the man Torn. Torn is having some word with him. He is throwing the ball back now to Caesar as he got up to the stumps. Some byplay again by the players, and I guess by the players who have been playing together for the West Indies on the 19s, know each other quite well. But Johnson growing in confidence. It goes without saying that he is a talented player. This one here, oh my word, plays it late, backward of score. That man at the point area for 4. This is another exceptional shot. He's definitely in control. He moves to 20.
Yes, Vincent there perhaps pulling his length back a bit from the previous deliveries where they were a bit full. Johnson here was quite prepared to just lay back and play that one late, backward of point, and he gets himself another boundary. He has looked good so far. He moves on to 20. The score is now 46 for the loss of 2.
Well, all of Wilmer boys, all of Lucas Cricket Club would be happy with what we've seen so far, especially in the latter part of his innings since he's been there. Johnson looks as if he wants to score a big one today. He reorganizes himself as Vincent comes this time, passes umpire Joseph. And it's a good delivery. This is a better delivery. Short of a length and having Johnson dropping that bottom hand very quickly. And he was equal to the task in the end.
Yes, a better length there from Vincent. I know we've spoken about his lengths that he has bowled so far and his lines. That delivery just a little bit on and about the off stump coming back in. And Johnson had no choice really than to just deflect it out to the man at point. And he gets no run for that.
Not a good delivery. Again, probably get the measure of where you need to bowl to Johnson. Again, just back of a length and hitting the surface hard and going back and getting behind it is Johnson. He is content with where he's at. Jamaica 46 for 2 gone. Roy LBW Torn for 6 and Ware bowled Torn for 15.
Yeah, so I think what we've seen so far is the opening spell from both fast bowlers. We mentioned the pace of Torn and also the guile and the swing of Vincent. Torn getting both breakthroughs so far. Vincent will be very disappointed that perhaps he was not able to contribute in terms of the wickets column, but he was reasonably economical, 6 overs, none for 22. So I believe we're going to see a change of bowling here now for Guyana. It's going to be Ramnat, right arm medium. Yes, Rampatab Ramnat. Believe he would have scored 100 in the tournament as well. So trying to contribute this time with the ball.
This is an interesting move because I can't remember if he has had an opportunity to bowl, and so this is his first stint with the ball. Probably since he's been in St. Vincent, some talent has come to the fore.
Yes, I've seen. I think it is the first game for Guyana. I don't think he would have bowled in that particular game, so perhaps the captain just wants an extra medium pacer.
Definitely slower than all of the other two, but this one was on the stumps, and he has scored 175 runs in the tournament, but he's looking to contribute, as you said, in a different facet of the game for the Guyanese unit.
Yes, because normally, the Guyana would go straight to spin, so it's interesting that the captain here taking the gamble as such, perhaps trying to buy a wicket.
Ramnat this time to Wedderburn. He drives straight back to Ramnat, who attempts to run out Johnson and keeping Johnson on his toes there at the non-striker end. They have some words as they pass by, and seems the words seem to be quite pleasant because umpire Trudeau is smiling away. Good cricket, good byplay, good challenge as they challenge each other.
Maybe just asking him how was his lunch.
I doubt that. I doubt that. He's probably saying, if I was in that position, I hope you walk out a little further next time. Ramnat to Wedderburn. This one is slow outside the off stump. Some pace of already slow delivery, and he has to just push it into the man at point. And probably seeing something here, the Guyanese, that these batsmen love the pace on the ball, and now with the I thought I was actually going to say with Caesar up to the stumps, but he's not. They have not been playing Ramnat convincingly as yet. He's been on the stumps though, which is important, which he has to do with his pace. This one is he's caught! We just said it. Pace off the ball, and it looks as if it undid Wedderburn as inadvertently he tried to turn it onto the onside. Guess what? It looks like second slip came up with a catch.
Just a while ago, Roxelle was speaking in terms of not seeing. I think we're seeing a signal from the umpire. Yes, I believe just confirming to us that the mode of dismissal was caught at slip, I believe. So yes, Roxanne, as we were mentioning before, we have not seen Rampersad in the bowling figure so far in the tournament, and maybe the captain, maybe this morning he had a good opening spell in training, never know. And I was just mentioning a while ago also that perhaps he's there to just buy a wicket. It was a big wicket there, where the ball, he has had a reasonable tournament so far, reaching 3 figures as well. So good breakthrough there for Guyana. They continue to chip away at the Jamaicans, and they are now 46 for the loss of 3.
Yes, So Bedford has come to the wicket. We must say that there was some swing there for Ramnot. So definitely undoing Weatherburn with a very good delivery. And we must say that the slipper also has to be commended, because you know sometimes you look at the batsman and then yes, his movement playing onto the onside, and it eventually came back to him on the offside. Completing the catch, 46 for 3. You will be happy having insulted your opponent's Osnet.
Definitely. I think perhaps the move from Thorn, who were perhaps bowling about 5 to 10 miles quicker than Rampasad, really taking a bit of adjustment here for the Jamaican batsmen. And on that occasion, where the ball perhaps trying to bowl that one to the leg side, as you mentioned, perhaps that delivery just holding its own, we're not directly behind the bowlers. We're from side, we're looking from a side-on view. But it appears to be a little bit of movement there for Rampasad and taking the outside edge. And as you mentioned, a very good catch there at slip. The ball was dying on him as well. So good work there in the slip cordon.
So Guyana on top here. They've decided to insert the Jamaicans. They've taken 3 wickets. As Beckford gets one outside the awesome full pitch, and this one is being called wide by umpire Trudeau. Jamaica moves to 47. So we have another pair at the wicket who would know each other quite well. They both go to the Wolmer's Boys School. This is Justin Beckles joining Beckford, that is, Beckford joining Jordan Johnson. Beckford on strike. He's from Portmore, eastern part of Jamaica, and also plays at the Lucas Cricket Club. Comes up now to Beckford. This is a full delivery. Looks like it's swinging in the air. He's doing something with the ball, and he's challenging and troubling the batsman. Very good over by Ramnot, and probably what the doctor ordered for Guyana.
Yes, they never very successful over there for Ramnot. I'm not seen much of him throughout the tournament, but in that over he really caused some problems there for the Jamaican batsman. Beckford there almost just falling over on that last delivery. You just have to get adjusted to the pace at which Ramnot is bowling. He's not the quickest, but he's bowling on the stumps. So you always have to play as a batsman, and I'm sure the captain will not be reluctant to give him another over, at least.
Definitely he will be bowling another few overs at this stage, because he's taken a very good wicket, and he is going to continue to trouble these batsmen. As we see the first sign of spin, I make it. That's the first sign of spin as Rampasad would take up the attack for Guyana.
Yes, the vice captain. I think in the game against Trinidad, he would have gotten a 5-wicket haul as well in the first innings. So he would know these conditions very well. In fact, this is Guyana's 3rd game here, so they should be able to know the conditions better than most of the other teams in the tournament. Maybe that's why we saw Ramnot in that previous over being given a go.
Well, you're correct. Rampasad is up there in the wicket-taking tally. He's just under the leader, who is on 15 wickets, I make it. Rampasad has 10 wickets in the tournament so far, and he is going to look to add to that. He's going to offer up now to Johnson. He's been there a bit, and he's going to have to take some responsibility now on his shoulders to take the Jamaican team to a score of respectability.
It will be interesting to see how Johnson goes against the spinners. We have seen him so far against the medium pacers. They're willing to walk at them as well as bat outside of his crease. Now this would be a different kettle of fish. So it will be interesting to see how he plays the spinners of Guyana.
This one he plays behind point, and that's going to go into the boundary now for 4. And just his mannerism told you he's going to be positive once he's loose. It was short outside the awesome and punished as a good batsman would do.
Yes, definitely. It was a little bit short and wide, turning away, and gave him some room there. And we've seen so far he's very good on the cut and the drive. So he was able to put that one easily past the man there at point Daniel for another boundary. So not a very good start there by the vice captain, Rampasad.
Well, the 50 comes up for Jamaica, 51 for 3. Rampasad to Johnson again. This one is pitched up. He drives neatly down to the man coming off the long off boundary. Gets a single, charges through. And again, quite confident and competent is Johnson as he continues to bat. He moves to 25.
It's also a very interesting field, Roxell. the first over for the spinner against Johnson. We're seeing a long on and long off. Do you think perhaps the captain is a bit too defensive, or given the positive nature of Johnson so far, it was warranted to have these two men back on the boundary?
The packet was quite small. I would agree with the captain because I want to challenge him to go over these batsmen. We've seen him being positive, and so the kind of mannerism he brings to the wicket is that I could clear these deep fielders. So I don't have a problem with that. Let him try to change to clear them based on what we've seen him do at the wicket.
Definitely. I think also from a Guyana's perspective, they definitely have to get him out. They're not going to be able to stop him from scoring based on what we've seen so far.
All right, and Beckford has been solid as well so far. He's had 2 deliveries from the spinner in the Rampasad. 27 on his back, looks like a neat player, settles into his stance. The off spinner again, driven to mid-off, picked up well there, was torn, but his return was a ray, and so there are 2 good runs coming in there as Dindal almost effected a run out. Beckford must have been a little worried there, Kato.
Yes, a bit close in the end, but I think it's a comfortable single altogether. Torn there, perhaps a wayward throw. And back to the bowler and gave them the opportunity to take a second.
Rampasad to Beckford, and this is a good delivery right on about the off stump and coming into the right hander. He comes up solidly, and as you guys would say, the MCC manual would tell you long forward. That's a defensive stroke with the head over the ball, etc. The Jamaicans, they're trying to weather some storm here. We did have a lot of rain, and it was raining a bit here in the Jamaican innings. They're going to have to dig deep to get out of the spot they're in. 54 for 3 after being inserted by Guyana.
Yes, a mixed over there from Rampasad, starting out with a short wide delivery where Johnson was able to cut him away nicely for 4, but he bounced back quite well in that over, especially against the right-hander, and I'm sure Guyana will be looking for him for a long spell from him, especially from that end, and trying to get some wickets there and put more pressure on the Jamaicans. As we see Ramnath, as we would have predicted, into his second over.
This is going to be interesting. This is the battle I want to see. Ramnath and Johnson. With the swinging ball, Ramnath comes in. He aborts his run as there was still some instructions being given. In the field, he has a man on the backward square leg boundary. He has a long off and 2 slips. This is sliding into the pads and neatly tucked away behind square. He gets 1, 2 comfortably. And he probably would need to start that delivery swinging in just about off stump for Johnson.
Yes, Johnson, he has looked confident so far, but you don't want to be overly confident, especially against Ramnath. We mentioned that him not being perhaps a frontline bowler for Guyana in the tournament so far, but he has managed to get a breakthrough for his captain in the last over. Johnson here will be just looking to give him the respect he deserves, but at the end of the day, look out for the bad deliveries as well.
The man from Kingston drives into the covers and walked into that one again, meeting him on the move, so to speak, and trying to negate whatever movement that Ramnath was trying to get.
I think perhaps something that the Guyanese can consider is the wicket keeper keeping up. You're seeing Ramnath not being express pace so far, and Johnson, as we mentioned before, he's prepared to bat outside of his crease as well as walk down the wicket as well. So by coming up to the wicket, Caesar, I think he'll put a bit more pressure on Johnson, especially against Ramnath.
Let's see what he does in this over. Passes umpire through to that's Ramnath, and this one is outside the off stump. He drives to the extra cover position. Again, walking into his stroke and looking like a really exciting prospect here for Jamaica and West Indies cricket. Looks as if he's just playing and toying with the ball. But definitely still have to be in control, and that is what he's been doing so far. He's on 27, Jamaica 56 for 3. This one, he punches, trying to beat the man at point. Again on the offside. We've seen 4 different strokes so far in this over from Johnson. All played well, but all to the fielders.
Yes, I think from a Ramnot perspective, it's good that he's making the batsman play as much as possible. Given the nature of the wicket, it's not a quick wicket, so the fact that he's bowling straight on this wicket is good for Guyana's progress. I guess he's just hoping that Johnson mistimes one at some point in time.
That one he doesn't miss time. It goes into the hut at a wideish mid-on position. I was spanked with disdain. I was just about to say that all of Jamaica would be happy if he gets a 50 today. He's very close to that as he moves on to 33. That one was short. Enough time and smacked away with disdain.
Yes, you mentioned disdain here. Disdain is perhaps an understatement to that shot. He seemed to be a very good time off the ball. We have seen him drive the ball so far, cut the ball, and now we have seen a pull shot. So full repertoire of shots being displayed here by Johnson here at the Park Hill playing field.
Well, another left-hander former on the 19 player for St. Vincent is wanting and wishing that he can bat all day, but I don't think the Guyanese will be happy with that. He's looked the part, especially when his timing, as you said. He moves up with that single to 34, and Jamaica inserted. They are 63 for 3.
Yes, a successful over there for Jamaica. Ramnot there trying his best. As we mentioned before, Johnson has looked very composed so far, confident since he has come to the wicket, and he has shown a lot of positive intent. And he was not prepared to let that short delivery from Ramnot at perhaps 59 miles per hour get away.
So Rampasad will try again. This time he's going to bowl to Johnson. Johnson has definitely entertained so far from the time he got to the wicket. This one is beaten and just dropped in front of the man there, Ramnot. That is the first sign of him being in some trouble. Just back of a length and moving away from the left-hander and dropping just in front of the man at slip. Rampasad again. This one he drives. He's going to walk a single down to long off. And that length, just a back of a length, seemed to be the area that gives Johnson that touch of a trouble, if you want to say at all.
I think that has been the first stroke we have seen so far since he has come to the wicket. And Rampasad, he gets the ball to turn as well. So it's important that he finds the right length to bowl to Johnson. You don't want to be too full, you don't want to be too short. But based on what we have seen so far, when he was short, he was cut away for 4, and then the previous delivery, he was driven nicely down to long off for a single. So the length is very important here for Rampasad.
Off spinner comes up again to Beckford. This one, he's beaten outside the off stump. A quicker delivery through the air. He decided to play back, and it was through him before he knew it. Rampasad seems to be getting into his work.
Yes, definitely. He has shown so far why he's up there in terms of one of the leading bowlers in the tournament in terms of wickets. That delivery perhaps just holding its own outside the off stump. As Beckford drives this one nicely through extra cover, should be able to get 2. Very close to the boundary, I believe it's 4, yes. A very good timing there from Beckford. The best we've seen from him so far in this particular innings.
Yes, excellent timing there, and good sportsmanship as well. Right torn there to signal that the ball has crossed the boundary. It's very difficult to see even from the umpires end there down that hill. So the score moves on to 68, Beckford to 6, and that was again another over pitch delivery that they drove, and he drove well. This one is flighted some more, comes and meet it. He met it there, so to speak, and plays it down to mid-on. Long on coming from the boundary. He moves to 7. 69 the score. What is pleasant, I must say, as it relates to the batsmen from Jamaica, they are prepared to use their feet. Not only to the pace bowlers, but to the spinners. And we don't see this very often in young cricketers. Yes, definitely. That's refreshing to see. We have not seen a lot of that throughout the tournament, which is why we have seen whenever the spinners have come on, the run rate have actually plummeted. And
a lot of batsmen perhaps playing a bit from the crease, but what it does in terms of using your feet, it offsets the line and the lengths that the spin bowlers are able to bowl. So that's good to see from the Jamaican batsmen. They're scoring at a very good scoring rate as well, 4.29 at this point in time, which is not something we have seen a lot of, especially here at the Park Hill playing field in the tournament so far.
So the captain Mahabir has had enough of Ramnot.
I think he has done his job, Roxelle.
I would have probably given him another over. You would bowlers like those, you would expect a bad delivery, and so the 6 would be something that you would expect. Short delivery after be bowling so well. But the Sandia, he is now going to meet Beckford, and he does so with a good delivery on about the off stump, and having Beckford pushing back deep into his crease and playing it from that position, a straight bat. Sandy again tossing the ball from hand to hand, coming from the road end. And this one is outside the off stump, and he punches into the man coming off of the deep cover area, gets a single. Moves on to 8, Beckford, and the score 70 for 3, Jamaica. Progressing well, although they've been losing some wickets.
Very much so, and this partnership would be important one for Jamaica. As long as Johnson stays there, the scoring rate will be up, as we can see so far in terms of its positive intent. Guyana, they will revert to their spinners now at this point in time. So we'll see quite a bit of spin from now until the end of the day's play. Maybe Thorn might have a second spell at some point in time, but they will depend heavily on the spinners now moving forward.
Sandia to Johnson. He punches this one in behind point. That is going to go close to the boundary. Challenging the fielder there. He gets 2 comfortably. He pushes on to 37. 72. 72 for 3. Another good shot again there by Johnson. I must say that he has to be a good player because John is part of his surname. Just saying. Just saying, by the way. Sandia into Johnson again, flighted outside the off. Some good delivery, decisive play it back on the offside. And on another occasion, he might be looking to go over the extra cover area, but he settles again as he awaits Sandia. This one is just shorter and a little bit more flight. Good delivery to him. He had to come down hard on it as he went deep into his crease. Spinners in there. Into his work here is Sandia. One outside the awesome this time. A bit of variety there from Sandia. And 1 or 2 that ask questions of Johnson. But again, quite solid is the left-hander from Jamaica.
Yes, a good start by Sandia, as we mentioned, a good over, but not overly threatening in any way. I think so far the disappointing thing for Guyana would be that they have not been able to exert any sort of pressure or continued pressure on Johnson especially. He's been able to score very freely so far since coming to the wicket. So he, at no point he feels under pressure to score. So that is not always the best way to go in terms of from the fielding side perspective. Now with their spinners, they'll be trying to at least exert some sort of control over the game and get the scoring rate back down from about 4, which is where it's currently at.
Healthy scoring rate, 72 for 3, Jamaica. Johnson 37, Beckford 8. And it's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon here at Park Hill. Glorious sunshine. We can see in that V area that allows us to see the ocean or the waters moving down in there beautifully. Blue, crystal blue if you want to call it. I don't know if crystal is blue, but just saying. As Rampasat again, this time to Beckford. And just a short of a length and coming back into the right-hander. He comes back and plays it solidly, gets on top of it.
I think the weather over the last few months has been very bipolar, as they would say.
Well, we want the water, we need the water, the vegetation need it, the farmers need it. And they do need the sunshine as well. There's a good delivery on the spot there, Rampasad, showing what he's worth of. He's made of, his worth so far has been valuable to the Guyanese cause with the ball. And asking questions of Beckford here. high back lift, and this one is going to be struck neatly. Oh my word, he picked that full toss very quickly and over mid-off for 6. Another positive stroke from the Jamaicans.
Yes, a very good hit there from Beckford. He was able to use his feet, get to the pitch of that one and hit it, stroked it nicely over mid-off, perhaps effortlessly as well. He didn't really put a lot of power or force into that one. He was just able to time that ball nicely for 6. A big boundary down that side. So perhaps that those ackee and saltfish and all those Jamaican meats that these men partake of, just showing coming to fore there in that particular shot.
Mid-off goes to long off immediately as Beckford has showed that he's no rabbit with dispatching bad balls. This one is taking the pad, coming into him, shortish and rising as well. This time getting some more bunks than we've seen before. Here Ramnot. I've seen a few of the others operating here. Coming to mind is Amory, who got a lot of bunks and turn here. Ramnot would like to replicate that. This is outside the awesome this time. And yes, Rampasad, that is. Rampasad into Beckford.
I think he's a tall player as well. He should be able to extract some bounce.
Yes. So Rampasad passes umpire Joseph. This one is a good delivery, flighted well, and coming back into the right hander. He's been on the money, and with the exception of that bad delivery, another good over.
Yes, another good over for Jamaica. As we mentioned before, both players are very positive in what they're doing, so that has put a lot of pressure on the Guyanese fielders and the Guyanese bowlers as well. We've seen the field perhaps a bit spread a bit more than you would really come to expect, especially at this stage. Having a team 78 for 3, we are seeing a long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. So perhaps at some point in time the captain might want to think about his field setting. But I don't blame him, as you mentioned before, in terms of the way the Jamaican batsmen are scoring so far in terms of free scoring. You don't want to leak too many boundaries and have them accumulate these runs too quickly.
Right, so Sandia continues, this time to Johnson. This is a good delivery, which he turns neatly. Playing the deliveries off the surface quite well. Good high-hand coordination and seem to be a really compact player, Johnson.
Yes, very impressive so far. He seems to know what he's about, knows his strengths, his weaknesses as well. And he's been able to manipulate the bowling so far, have them bowl where he wants them to actually bowl. And of course, we have seen his power, we have seen his class in the form of his boundaries that he has hit so far as well.
77 for 3, Jamaica, as Sandia offers up to Bedford. He comes long forward and just allows it to bubble off onto the offside. Just getting some moisture away from his hands as he dusts his hands there. Sandia, he comes now into Beckford. So he's driven neatly, doing good work as he comes across there. Sandia gets some support from his teammate. He's in the extra cover position. And this is going to be an important partnership for Jamaica. They need to bat for another hour or two here for Jamaica, take them out of the woods, so to speak. And this one is outside the off, some pitching and moving away. Sandia not offering anything to be hit so far in this over. This one now is a good delivery, but a competent stroke. He went back deep in his crease and smacked it into the cover area.
In terms of the field, Roxelle, what do you think about the field at this point in time?
I think it's
especially to the right-hander.
This one is into the man at extra cover. I would prefer to see the man at the sweeper position as opposed to the man at the deep square leg. Based on what we've seen offered up, for Sandy, he is not straight onto the legs or middle. He's been consistent, so that is the only change I would like to see. I don't think he's attacking the stumps as much as he should to get the slip. Osnat, your views.
Yeah, I was thinking him being the left arm spinner, moving the ball away from the right hander. Perhaps he could bring up the mid on, as you mentioned before, and have the man trying to play across the line. The long off can stay because we saw in the last over he was able to use his feet and hit it over long off. But I was thinking perhaps the mid on tempt him to go perhaps across the line a bit more. But as we've been saying so far, the positive nature of these two batsmen have really put a lot of pressure on the captain himself in terms of his field placing. As we see Rampersad starting a new over.
Well, he's been a little attacking now. He has a silly mid off and a silly point, if you want to call it that, as Rampersad comes up now to Johnson. Johnson is beaten outside the off stump as he attempted to play one that is a little too close to him, backing away. And that again in another fall stroke. Again being aggressive in his intent. Rampersad will be buoyed by that, and so he comes again, kicks his heels. This one is hitting the pad just about the off stump, no stroke offered. Must have been outside the off stump. Umpire Bedford does not agree with the appeal of Rampersad.
I think it's a good feel for Rampersad. At the end of the day, he's your premier spin bowler, so he must have some sort of cushion in terms of creating wicket-taking opportunities as this.
Well, this is going to run into the cover boundary for 4. He dove into the mud there. Was Ramsamy. And a gallant effort. You must compliment the effort, because he obviously did not want to get it into the boundary. But that area is soggy, and you can see that he is all full of mud now, and so he has to be replaced as he go and gets a change of clothing. But that was driven into the man at Silly Point and ricocheted almost to the boundary for 4.
I think for once the Silly Point might be thinking to himself he would have liked to hit him somewhere more beefier, where it might have not gone as far as it did. But he was aiming over extra cover there, Johnson. A very good shot, playing with the spin. And just shows the power of Johnson there. Even though it has ricocheted off the man at silly mid-off, it was still able to make its way out to the cover boundary.
Johnson nears his 50. He's on 42. He has more than half of the total of Trinidad of the Jamaicans. Jamaica 81 for 3, and they are progress 83. 83. Okay. 83, and this one he hits in front of point. Gonna get one. Looking for a second. Yes, he's gonna get that now as the fielder who came on as a substitute for Ramsamy does the fielding. So he moves down to 40. Yeah, sorry?
The fielder, Balgobin.
Okay. Moves to 44. And Jamaica 85. Progressing really, really well. They'll be happy with the position in terms of runs. Might have been a little concerning number of wickets they've lost, Osnat.
Yes, and as we mentioned before, this partnership is very important for the Jamaica team. And Rampersad shouldn't be discouraged in any way. I still think that he has a chance, especially against Johnson. He's willing to play shots. He just has to get the ball on the right length. And with his turn moving away from the left-hander, I'm sure he'll offer opportunities at some point in time.
And what is important, we want to say definitely that we have, outside those 2 deliveries where he tried to cut one or punch one that was a little too close to him, most of the other deliveries have been played on his merit. They're going in the right direction, not across the line, etc. from Johnson. He's nearing a 50, and he's the part here for the Jamaicans.
Definitely, and as we mentioned before, he looked ominous from the time he stepped into the wicket. He has been able to just play with the bowling or toy with the bowling to some extent, put away a lot of bad deliveries and not so bad deliveries. And as we mentioned, he has played most of these deliveries on their merit, and he has looked a class above the other batsmen we have seen, at least in this inning so far.
Well, his Lucas Cricket Club partner, Beckford, comes into strike. He's on 14. And he would continue to try to push his team's total even further. Sandia would have other ideas, comes up now, and with a full pitch delivery driven neatly down to long off. Beckford using his feet pleasantly as well. He moves to 15. And Jamaica moves on to 86. 86 for 3.
After a pretty uncertain start, we have seen Beckford grow into this innings. He's now a bit more confident. We saw him use his feet in against Rampasad, hit him for 6 as well. And now we're seeing some good manipulation of the field in terms of just punching that one down to long off and getting himself a single. And I think that's what Jamaica needs to do at this point in time. Just because the field is set so deep, all they need to do is just walk the ball into the gaps, and they should be able to continue to maintain their scoring rate.
Sandia to Johnson. This one is a short of length coming back into the left-hander. He's behind it, deep in his crease. He has an orange rubber, as we would call it, on his bat, and he bats songs as it is well oiled. Sandia again to Johnson. This one is outside the off stump. He tries to place it, play it in front of point as he went again deep into his crease, using the depth of the crease well as well. Sandia to Johnson. This one is outside the off stump. This time he's not tempted to play as he eyes where his off stump is. Good lines, good lengths, good testing lengths here from Sandia. Oh, this is a good delivery. Rushing Johnson a bit here as it came into him, and on the back foot he went. But again, looking at the ball onto the bat quite well. Johnson, Jamaica, 86 for 3.
Yes, as we see the players again having another drinks break. Jamaica 86 for 3 after being insulted by Guyana here in the Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament. Remember, this is a third place playoff, so it's a very good competition contest so far with bat against ball. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you in 5 minutes.
So we want to welcome you back at the Parker Playing Field. We are blessed. We're definitely blessed to be having the opportunity to bring you cricket, because the word from the other grounds where the championship game and the 5th place game are supposed to be played at Arnesville and Cumberland, and not yet being able to commence. But here is Ram Prasad continuing his battle with Bedford and Johnson. Johnson's on strike. If you missed the early goings, Jamaica, they were inserted by a Guyana, and they were wobbling a bit at about 30 odd for 3, 40 odd for 3. But Johnson has been really batting well, and again Bedford as well, as you just saw there, using his feet well and getting the pitch of the ball. They've taken the Jamaicans up to 86 for 3. Johnson is then 44, Bedford is 15. Isaiah Thorne, he picked up 2 wickets earlier today for Guyana. This is Ram Prasad again, just outside the off stump, and leaving it to go by is Bedford. Osnet did say he has grown in confidence since he's come to the wicket. The man from Portmore, as he now gets this one, as moving a bit, spinning away, and he managed to get that past the bowler in his follow through, down too long off. Looking a little bit more positive since the resumption, Osnet.
Yes, we have said before that he has grown into his innings, a bit iffy at the start, but he has been able to just walk his way into his own groove. That delivery there, just punching it upishly. Ram Prasad there, perhaps for a moment thought it was coming straight at him.
This one is not coming straight to anyone. It goes bisecting the man at extra cover and cover close to the boundary, gets 2. Has 2 more to Johnson, who has been extremely impressive. He moves to 46, and Jamaicans to 89. They're continuing to pepper that extra cover area. Here is Johnson.
Yes, a very good shot there. Just punching that one off the back foot. Ram Prasad perhaps dragging that delivery down a bit. The fingers getting a little bit tired. But this captain will be hoping that he can bowl a very long spell here, as we mentioned before. And first over after the break, it's now 89 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, well, they have Ram Sami, they do have Mahabir, who turns his arms around as well. So still a few other individuals they could call on, the Guyanese. Ram Sami is back on. He has a change of kit, but he's limping. Probably had his spike stuck in the damp area behind the rope. Hope he's okay. And that's why you have to have 6 and 7 different kits, Osnet.
Yes, definitely. Shows the importance of having more than one kit. Perhaps not mindful that beyond the boundary, that area is soggy, as they would say, based on the overnight rains we had and the rains that we had this morning as well.
Sandia comes up now to Beckford. This one is out just about the middle stump and punched back past the bowler. You can gather as he was almost bumping into Johnson. Sandia has been quite steady so far this innings. Jamaica moves to 90.
Another good looking punch there, right, Bedford. He has looked good in this inning so far. Seemed to be a very good time of the ball as well, and plays the spin very well.
Yes, Sandia still searching for his first wicket in this tournament for Guyana. Jeremy Sandia. He is going to plug away, and he would love to get the scalp of Johnson. This one is flighted, and Johnson not getting as much as he would like on it, but it trickles down halfway to the boundary, halfway to the long on boundary. And as we talk about trickle, his score moves up to 47. He's not been trickling, but that's probably what he would have done there to move up to 47. Again, this one just a touch shorter than Beckford would have wanted. He got there early and did not get as much as he wanted on it. It goes out to the man at cover. Sandy again to Beckford. This one is a quicker delivery outside the off stump. They would have liked that to be on stump. And picking up the line and length quickly was Beckford. Settles again. And he drives into the man at a short mid-wicket position. Can't score. Total stays on 91 for 3. A solid partnership developing here for the Jamaicans.
Yeah, another steady over from Sandia. He has been very economical so far, completing 4 overs for 7 runs. So he has been able to perhaps stem the flow of runs in terms of the pace at which the Jamaicans are scoring. But this overall scoring rate for Jamaica is still very good, just around 4 runs per over. So there's no need for them to really panic in terms of trying to score quickly. Just a matter now in terms of making this partnership count. They've been able to weather the storm so far. A partnership of 45, really getting Jamaica back in the game after losing those 3 early wickets. As Rampersad starts from the northern end again. This delivery is just pushed out to the man at cover. There's no run. So as we mentioned, perhaps Rampersad will be bowling a very long spell here from that particular end. He's been their most successful bowler in the tournament. I'm sure the captain will be willing to give him the luxury of those overs. As another delivery just pushed out to the man at long on. Perhaps looking for 2 here. No, it would have been suicidal. As we mentioned, it's a long way out there to long on Roxell. So there was Johnson, perhaps thinking about a second, just pushing it out to that man.
Yeah, the dimensions of this park or playing field, if you want to put it that way, that area exactly where he's coming from is the biggest. And so if they had pushed earlier, they may have had the opportunity for 2.
There was Beckford again, using his feet, something that we have seen quite a bit of in this particular innings. I don't think Rampersad will be too perturbed by that. The off-spinner coming back into the right-hander. The man at silly mid-on is always in the game. He'll be looking to just bowl on a good line and a good length. As Beckford again just punches this one nicely down to the man at long on this time. Another single is added to his total. He moves on to 18. It's now 93 for 3. Jamaica, after being inserted by Guyana, lost a couple of early wickets, but his partnership going well now. Another good delivery there, flatter this time. Rampersad really not really trying to give the ball a lot of air. Maybe just trying to be as economical as he perhaps can for his captain. Johnson, he's on 48. He's played well so far. This delivery is a full toss and he's hitting this one straight out to the man at mid-wicket. Yes! A soft dismissal there. I was just mentioning a while ago that Rampersad not giving the ball a lot of air, especially against Johnson this time. He tried doing that, ended up being a full toss. Johnson there, his eyes lit up, perhaps aiming at one of those coconut trees to the eastern side of the ground. Isaiah Thorne, I think, out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, taking a very comfortable catch in the end. And a very dejected Johnson, he goes for 48. Jamaica, they have 94 for the loss of 3, Roxell.
Well, the only man on the onside, and he didn't have to move an inch. It was chest height right into those big hands, because Thorne do have some big hands. And it was a delivery that he definitely was looking to get his 50 off of, but he picked out the wrong man at the wrong time. And unfortunately, after playing really pleasantly, Johnson had to go.
Yes, a very disappointing end to what was a very interesting knock. I'm sure all of our spectators and other patrons here at the ground would have enjoyed that knock. It was a positive innings, an innings that showed a lot of class, a lot of promise. But unfortunately for Jamaica, it was cut short, a bit short there. Rampersad, not his best delivery in this tournament, but he will definitely take that wicket. It was a big wicket of the man who was looking so ominous for large periods of that particular innings. So it's 93 for the loss of 4. The new batsman is Walker. He will not be. Is he on strike?
Well, also, just before that, I was awaiting to comment that I seem, well, it was my opinion that both Beckford and Johnson complemented each other well. Beckford was playing the ball on the ground and picking up the singles, while obviously we saw Johnson hitting the big ones and getting the boundaries, and they seem to have grown into a nice little partnership that has been broken, and the Guyanese will be happy with that at this stage.
Definitely, that partnership was looking worrying for the Guyanese fielders. Their shoulders were beginning to drop a bit. As we mentioned before, the partnership was a free-scoring partnership, as we would say. Beckford, as we mentioned before, being able to just punch the ball along the ground, get the singles, not being afraid to use his feet as well. And Johnson, as we know, he has been positive from the offset. So that was a very good wicket there to get for Guyana. As Walker comes in for his first delivery. A quicker one there by Sandy. Good thinking. Well played in the end by Walker.
Yeah, Sandra Walker, the captain. He has captained all of the U teams for Jamaica on the 15, on the 17, and now they on the 19 captain here.
Oh, that's a good delivery there. I'm wondering if it was an edge. We'll wait to see the umpire's signal. Don't think we'll see a signal from the umpire. So definitely an edge there. That delivery perhaps a bit of tone and bounce there. Not a lot of that we have seen throughout the day. Caesar there perhaps not really getting used to that bounce. And Walker, he's off the mark. Fortunately,
Sandia would be ruining that one as he bowls a quicker one on the stumps, and Beckford had to come back there, still looking for his first wicket in the tournament, and he would probably be telling Caesar at the end of the day, listen, you gave away the scalp I should have had.
It was a difficult chance there for the wicket keeper. Ball there torn in a bit. Another good delivery there. So what we've seen is that when he has slowed up the deliveries, he's extracting a bit of tone and a bit of bounce as well. He's a tall man as well. So good end to the over, and Jamaica, they are 95 for 4.
Yeah, Osnat, this is what the spinners need to do. They need to let the ball do the work through the air and off the surface, and that happens most often when it's a little slower, and you obviously impart that turn onto the ball from your fingers if you're a wrist spinner, a finger spinner, and a wrist spinner, etc. And that is what he has done in that over. That was an excellent over. I think it was the best over he has sent down since he has been employed by the Guyanese captain.
Yes, I think this spinner so far has been guilty of perhaps bowling a bit too quickly, a bit too flat. But mind you, as we mentioned before, the partnership before, in terms of Johnson and Beckford, they played them very well, as it must be said. But as you mentioned before, just slowing up the ball, trying to give it an opportunity to turn. As we know, this wicket is conducive to spin bowling. And throughout that partnership, we have not seen a lot of deliveries turn, especially past the bat. But the last couple of deliveries there from Sandy are just bouncing and turning a bit. So that would be good signs for him moving forward. And hopefully he'll use that as a template for his bowling for the remainder of the innings.
That's Rampasad again. He's coming past umpire Joseph. He's offered 2 to Captain Walker. This one, he goes deep into his crease and punches into the covers area. Again, the bat, song from the bat is solid. Walker from South Central Jamaica goes to the Manchester High School, and plays with the Manchester Parish team there in the national competition. So the man from Manchester is now facing a man from down in Berbice, Guyana. Rampasad.
Yes, and as we mentioned, Rampasad perhaps bowling a little bit too quickly. Just need to find his groove once again. He had a wicket in his last over, which would have been good for him in terms of encouragement. Just need to perhaps bowl a little bit slower. Encourage both of these right-handers to just get a bit forward. He has the man there at short leg, just waiting for any deflections. A lot of flat delivery there from Rampasad. A good over, not overly threatening, And at the end of it, Jamaica-Day are 95 for the loss of 4.
So another rebuilding process required here for Jamaica, because although there was a very good partnership of 40 odd between Johnson and Beckford, it was broken, and they obviously would not want to have the loss of a wicket or two at this stage, because you're now going to be looking down the barrel of what, 95 for 6 or 95 for 5. And that would pull the Guyanese right back into the game where they wanted. They were on top earlier. The Jamaicans fought, and now they're going to have to dig deep and fight some more.
Yes, definitely. Just the Guyana team just need to continue to chip away at the wickets and make sure that the scoring rate, I believe, with Johnson no longer at the crease, I believe the scoring rate will automatically be lower in a sense. He was the positive light in that innings. These two right-handers just trying to rebuild, similar build. Both of them tall right-handers. So Sandia would be hoping that he can, as Beckford uses his feet again and just strokes that one down to long on. Thorne there doing a bit of work.
Yeah, Beckford seemed to be quite prolific when it comes to the full pitch deliveries, and he walks into them and plays very well all along the ground on either side of the wicket.
Yes, he has been prepared to use his feet, both against Rampasad and now Sandia, which is good to see as another single is taken here. The ball a little bit of turn, but it's slow turn as we have become used to at this particular wicket. So far, Axel, what has been your impression of the wicket itself?
I think it's been a good cricket surface throughout the tournament. Obviously, there's some wear and tear because we've been here for what? Almost... as this one is driven back past the bowler in the air, somewhat down to the long off boundary. And again, it's Beckford, is it? Yes, using his feet and plumbing it, this one down, punishing it as it goes down to the long off boundary.
Yes, another use of the feet there from Beckford. As we mentioned before, he's quite nimble on his feet. And he used his feet, they got that delivery on the full and was able to place it to the right of the man there at long off. Another glorious boundary for Beckford.
So 101, and he drives again, another full pitch delivery. He is stepping into these and just opening the face of the bat and guiding it into the areas he wants it. He moves to 24, Beckford. Walker, the captain, is there on 2, and it's 101. The Jamaicans 100 came up. We'll get some details on this as again smoothly and pleasantly drives, this time to long on, moves to 25, and Jamaica 102. 102 for 4, 102 for 4 as the men, one from Manchester and one from Portmore, doing the do here for Jamaica.
Yes, very good batting there by Beckford, just manipulating the field, showing good competency against the spinners, being able to use his feet. He's also a very tall man as well, so his reach is very long, just reaching forward there to that last delivery and just stroking it nicely down to a long on region and getting another single. So he'll be looking to build a partnership here with his captain, as we mentioned before, perhaps improving on the previous partnership of 47 between himself and Johnson. As we see Rampasad getting ready to start another over. He's now into his 7th, is it 7th or 8th, 7th over? 8th over actually. And he'll be bowling to Beckford.
With 35 minutes, well, let's take a break there. Beckford drives this one wide off the man who's coming off of the long off boundary. He does really good work. He charged that one down and restricted them to 1. Beckford moves to 26 and the score 103 with just 35 minutes remaining prior to the tea interval. Both teams will be looking to make the best of it. The two batters here for Jamaica will want to make sure that they're there at tea, while the Guyanese will be looking to prize out another 2 wickets.
Definitely, as we mentioned before, just before a break or after break is very important, both for the fielding side and the batting side. We saw earlier Ware just losing his wicket right after a jinx break, as Walker just comes back and walks this one nicely down to square leg for another single. So his personal tally moves on to 3. It's now 104 for the loss of 4. Rampasad, he has been steady so far. 7.2 overs 1 for 31. But he has not really looked overly threatening with his bowling. He was able to prize out the important wicket, as this one is outside the off stump there. Beckford just driving loosely.
Looks like a chance again.
Yes, based on the fielders inside of the circle, their response. Caesar, they're not really having the best of days behind the stumps. And earlier you would have rated him as one of your wicket keepers of the tournament. Perhaps you put the Mickey out on him, as they would say.
Commentators curse.
Yes.
Commentators curse. But yeah, I believe that they've missed a few opportunities today, and a couple that should have been taken. At this level, you'd expect them to at least make an attempt.
This one is driven again. The bowler just going to his left and stopping that one. Oh, at the end of the 28 over is 104 for 4.
What I do see and observe from the Jamaicans is that they are, as you've been saying, nimble on their feet. They've been able to manipulate the ball into the areas that they want to. A couple of the dismissals we saw, with the exception of the LBW and the bowl from Thorn, the next two were opportunities that were given to the Guyanese. I want to make it. But they look like a compact team in terms of their batting unit. They know what they're about. They know what their roles are. They definitely know what their strengths are and where around the wicket they can play. This one is driven into the covers. Beckford again, full toss as is almost. But straight to the man. That's Ram Sami. I know you're seeing 20 on his back, but he has to be using someone else's shirt because of that dive he did earlier. And this one is a good delivery on about the off stump, just by eluding the man at the silly mid off. Beckford again. He has been batting quite well for the Jamaicans. This one he goes. This is an excellent stroke. This is an inside out shot, so to speak, over extra cover. That goes into the boundary. That is Walker, is it? Walker, yes. Walker now coming to the party. They're similar height, similar stature, and style almost similar at the wicket from our vantage point. But that's a pleasant stroke, Osnet.
Yes, it was. Just playing that one with the anticipated turn over extra cover for a well-deserved boundary there for Walker. I think it's his first. As you mentioned before, both players similar stature, similar build, and they'll be looking to just continue with this partnership for as long as possible.
Sandia to Walker, captain of the Jamaica unit. He comes forward and confidently gets behind it with that vertical back slanted downwards, as you would teach the youngsters. Cannot be disturbed. Let's see what Sandia offers this time. A quicker one. He goes deep into his crease, gets behind it, and a good cricket here, a challenging cricket, but the Jamaicans again having to dig deep out of a small spot of bother at this stage.
Yes, Sandia there perhaps getting a little bit frustrated as we saw him trying a quicker delivery there in that last delivery. Maybe just in response to the shot that was played earlier in the over. I think he needs to find that right pace to actually bowl that. We have seen him on a couple of occasions bowling a little bit slower and was able to extract a bit of tone and bounce from the wicket itself. He also created a chance there that Caesar was not able to take cleanly. So from his perspective, he just needs to be a bit more patient. You get the feeling that he's trying too hard to really get a wicket. He just needs to build a bit of pressure on these two Jamaican batsmen, and I'm sure he'll get his rewards at some point in time.
Ram Sami to Beckford. Rampasad to Beckford. This one he is undone a little by the movement there, the turn, as he finally gets a portion of the bat. It goes down to where third man would have been. He gets 2. He moves to 28. He moves to 28, and Jamaica 110. That was a good delivery by Rampasad, but once more being able to counteract that turn was Beckford. This one he goes deep and drives back, punches back to the key to Rampasad.
A small moral victory there for Rampasad in terms of the first delivery there. Beckford using his feet, he was able to drag his length back, but it was well played in the end from Beckford.
This one he drives and beats the outstretched hand of Rampasad. It goes down to mid-off, gets a single. He moves to 28. He's been driving pleasantly, been attractive in those strokes. It's Nelson now on the board for Jamaica, 111 for 4. The flighted delivery coming long forward is Sandra Walker. He is compact in his defense as well. And from what I've seen so far, I really like what I'm seeing with the Jamaican batsmen, quite similar to what was offered by the Leeward Islands batsmen, who've been quite solid and compact, and when they do have the opportunity, they attacked, and guess what, they're in the finals. I haven't had an opportunity to see the Barbadian batters, so you'll probably guide me on that. Rampasad into Walker. He was thinking about moving down into that one, but with the turn he had to step back and finally played it just from his crease. The over comes to an end, 111 for 4, Jamaica.
Yes, another steady over there from Rampasad. Not overly threatening as we mentioned before. Both players, both right-handers here, just playing him on merit, trying to walk the ball into the gaps and build a partnership. You inquired about the Barbadian batting. I think something that we have seen from the top sides in the tournament is their intent in terms of positive intent. That's something that is unique. That is also applicable to the Barbadian batting lineup as well. A lot of positive players in terms of Mr. Brown. There's Dawn, Joshua Dawn as well. I think he will have scored 100 in the tournament. The captain. So a very good batting unit as we see Thorn coming back for a second spell. Just before tea, I think that's a good move.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent move. Change it up a bit, have the batsman thinking about something different and a different pace of the wicket. And Thorn could definitely express himself here. And he would what? He would about half an hour, just about 25 minutes before tea. Yeah, he can come back after tea and also bowl a few more to complete his second quarter of 6 overs. So Thorn, this time to Beckford, and it's a good start for him on about the middle and off, and Beckford is behind it solidly, watchfully at this stage.
I think this will be a good challenge for the two batsmen. They've started against spin so far, and it will now be interesting to see how they go against the pace of Thorn.
On the 19, West Indies fast bowler into Bedford, who plays it neatly into the onside, gets a single, calls as he makes contact. He moves into the 30s. He's on 30, 112 for 4 Jamaica. And their running between the wickets have also been very pleasant.
Yes, positivity comes in a lot of forms, Roxelle, not only in terms of your stroke play, but running between the wicket, just your general demeanour at the wicket. And that is what we have seen from the Jamaican batsmen so far, especially the last 2 partnerships.
And this one is outside, going down the leg side, and with some pace as well, and bounce. So working up some steam here again is Isaiah Thorn. He'll be looking for his 10th scalp, I make it. He came into the game with 7 wickets, has picked up 2 so far. From the road end, and as I said, it turned out to be an excellent day here for cricket at the Park Hill playing field. Comes up now to Walker. Walker is getting one that is pitched outside the off stump and decides to leave alone. Once more, we're gonna probably would prefer to see Thorn a little bit more closer to the stumps there, Osnet.
Yes, definitely. So far, he has bowled both sides of the wicket in this particular over. Perhaps just getting back into his groove. It's not easy to start a new spell, especially at this point in the day. But what we have seen so far is that whenever he has tried to go full, he has looked at a completely different bowler. So I'm sure at some point he will be testing that particular length.
This is a strike in the pad as he tries to turn it on the onside. Going deep, beaten leg stump for sure. Umpire Trudeau just walks away. He now looks at his watch. He's probably saying, I have about 20 minutes before I can enjoy some snacks at tea. And they have been excellent up here at Park Hill for sure. Not to say the other places have not been good, but we have been pleased with what we've been offered at Park Hill. So kudos to those who have been providing for us here at Park Hill.
Definitely.
Isaiah Thorne again to Walker. Walker gets a short delivery. He takes evasive action, moves away, and that's the end of the over. Again, getting him back into his groove, Thorne, and it will be exciting to see the next few overs before the tea interval.
Yes, it's a critical stage, as we mentioned before. Guyana will be looking to at least get another wicket or two before the tea break. Barbados, on the other hand, will be hopeful that this partnership can continue for as long as possible and beyond tea, and hopefully be able to put up a good first innings total here at the Park Hill playing field.
Well, at the crease for Jamaica, the captain, Sandra Walker, he came into this game with a total of 95 runs, and his partner, Justin Beckford, he would have scored 78 runs before this matchup. So they're both trying to add to that total and try to push their team a little further. Rampasad with a good delivery as he continues to plug away here for Guyana. Coming long forward is Beckford. The man from Portmore has been doing a good job here since the loss of his partner in Johnson. This one he pulls down to the behind square. Man Yearwood comes off the boundary, and just a shortish of a length, but getting back quickly there was Beckford.
Yes, a delivery just dragged down a bit there from Rampasad. We've seen that quite a few times so far in this particular innings from him. Well played again in the end by Beckford. He has looked good since he has been at the wicket. Very confident and comfortable with the bowling offered up so far.
This one is a good delivery, just pitching and turning away from the right-hander in Walker. He watched it carefully as it goes into the glove of Caesar. Rampasad once more. This is a good stroke. He swept it well, and again down to Yearwood, who seemed to have been improving in his fielding as the day goes by. And one more, however, to Sanjay Walker. He moves to 8.
I think he will be happy that Johnson perhaps didn't punish them as much as he would have liked. Remember, he had an opportunity for a run out earlier in the innings.
So just again outside the off stump, opportunities going up begging, and those you need to take in order to make sure that you keep the ascendancy in this lovely game that we play. Rampasad to Beckford. He's on 31, and he is coming into his wicket and turning this one down behind square once more. The over comes to an end, and as we move closer to the tea break, Jamaica progress to 115. They have lost 4 wickets in the process. Roy was LBW torn for 6. Ware was bowled torn for 15. Wedderburn caught of Ramnot. He did not score. And we had Johnson, who did the bulk of the scoring so far for the Jamaicans. He was caught on the mid-wicket boundary of Rampasad for 48. Jamaica 1-1-4-4-4. At the wicket, Walker, Captain Walker, Sandra Walker on 8, and Beckford, Justin Beckford, he is on 31.
Yes, another good over there for Jamaica. 3 runs coming from it. Just being able to walk the singles as we mentioned before. Something to note, the scoring rate is now 3.59, which is down on what it was perhaps when Johnson was at the crease. I can recall it being 4.29 at one point in time. So just as we predicted, the removal of Johnson would have been critical to that drop-off in the scoring rate.
So Thorne setting his field. He has, I'll give you that in a bit, as he comes up now to Beckford, and he's solid behind a good delivery, well pitched up, and in a correct manner, head over the ball as he makes contact with the bat, as the ball makes contact with the bat. He now does some gardening. There's 2 slips, a man on the 3rd man boundary, a man at point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, a man at mid-wicket, And the man at a wide fine leg, you probably want to say a backward square, half a dozen of one, six of the other. Wasn't it?
Yes. He's really perhaps trying to cover as much of the angles out there as possible.
Thorn is driven into the covers by Beckford. They get one. They're looking for a second. Well, Beckford was. His captain was not. And Beckford moves to 32. He has been good in those driving areas and square of the wicket. The score moves to 115. 11544. 116. 116. So didn't score that last one. Doing some work on the ball here now is Yearwood. Gives it up now to Thorn. Hair plaited. Comes up now. Passes umpire Trudeau to Walker. It's a good delivery in the block hole and having to come down on it hard as Walker. He's equal to it. Has number 3 on his back. And if he was playing football, that would have been, he's a good defender. Defensive, he was definitely playing well there at that delivery, Osnet.
Yes, that's the type of length we've been speaking about in terms of Thorn. He has been very effective on that particular length, where the majority of his wickets in this tournament, as we mentioned before, has been bowled or LBW, as we saw earlier today.
This one is jogging it back a bit after it passes. That's a Walker. He picked up the line and the length quite quickly and shoulder arms, left it there. He's having some word of advice and encouragement from his senior partner as it relates to time at the wicket, Beckford.
Yes, Beckford has been there for a while now, so he'll know a lot more about the wicket than Walker. So perhaps just telling him to be patient and try and make it as much as possible to tee.
Oh, this is a pleasant drive. This is no one stopping. This is an excellent shot. That goes to the wide mid-off boundary for 4. And we've said it before, when you're in that area, the drivable area, they have drive pleasantly all along the ground. Superb.
Yes, we have seen a couple of these cover drives so far. That delivery again in that area we spoke about in terms of Thorn trying to target. But he has to be mindful of the fact that the batsmen as well have a chance to score whenever he's that full. And we saw that there from Walker. Lovely cover drive, bisecting the man there at cover and mid-off and raced away to the boundary for another boundary.
Thorn is going to answer. Let's see what he does. He passes umpire Trudeau. This one is a full pitch delivery. This time on the leg stump. He's going to go close to the final leg boundary. Into the final leg boundary now. Despairing dive there by the fielder. But another 4 to Walker. He moves to 16 and he propels his Jamaica team onto 124. And a good over for the Jamaicans in terms of runs.
Yes, well played there by Walker. Thorn on that occasion, perhaps looking for a Yorker length delivery, just missing his line. And Walker there just getting inside of the line and working it down to fine leg. As we mentioned before, the fielder on the leg side, he's not really in a fine leg position as such. And he was not able to effect the stop there on the boundary. So good over there for Jamaica.
Yes, they have progressed. The wicket fell at around 93, I make it, possibly. We'll get that note from the scorer in a bit. But it's Ram Prasad who is going to continue. We'll get some figures as it relates to the bowling stats of these. All right, so the partnership is now 31, yes. So they were definitely lost the 4th wicket at 93. And they're progressing well since then. Ram Prasad is continuing to do his work. He's probably into, let's see, his 11th over on a trot. This time to Beckford. Support still strong for the Guyanese from off the wicket, as this one is a good delivery. Flighted a bit and less pace through the air, so to speak. And having to come down and solidly on it was Beckford. It did that. He settles again. So again, a good delivery. Another delivery replicating the one he did before. This one beat the bat and came into the upper portion of the pad. Probably a little too high, Osnat.
Yes, and perhaps struck outside the off stump as well. He's a long way down. More than likely the umpire would say that there's enough doubt there to give it to the batsman.
Shorter this time and punched into the covers. Torn on all fours, doing the clean-up job. And no run on offer. This one is flighted and well played as he danced into it and drove it all along the ground, down to long off. Walker, Beckford that is. Beckford moves to 33. 34. All right, he moves to 34. It's 125, 125. As this one is again back of a length and going deep into his crease and playing it from almost on his stumps is Walker. The over comes to an end. The Jamaicans continue to weather a storm. They were 93 for 4, and another good partnership developing here between Captain Walker and Beckford.
Yes, another steady over there from Rampasad. I'm wondering if perhaps the captain would be thinking about using somebody else from that particular end, especially seeing that lunch is approaching. Perhaps a Dinial or the captain himself, just to try and see if they can eke out just another wicket before lunch. Or even bring back Ramnath to try and buy another wicket, as they would say.
Well, it seems as if you're still in the morning session. We have had lunch, so it's tea.
Tea, sorry.
As Ton is going to get ready to offer up to Walker, is it? These two batters are so similar when they're facing
I think it's
us.
Walker, yeah.
Yeah.
Number 20.
Is it? Oh, Beckford. Yes, Beckford. Unless you see the numbers and unless they go into their stance, it's extremely difficult to discern them, as the difference between them is torn now to Beckford. Beckford gets a short rise in delivery, gets on top of it. He's been solid, he's been compact, he's been competent, more than competent here for the Jamaicans. He forged a good partnership with Johnson, and now he's building yet another one with his captain, Walker. He's leading in this partnership. He mops his brow and settles now into his stance. Torn would love to get another wicket before the Guyanese, before the break. This one is short and played with soft hands into where a gully might have been. And another single to Beckford.
Yeah, that delivery perhaps testament to the slow nature of this wicket, where it was a shortish delivery outside the off stump. Perhaps with the newer ball it would have bounced a bit more, but Beckford there was just able to confidently play it out to the man at a deepish gully, and he gets another single. So the wicket has not really been offering a lot to the fast bowlers, especially considering the sun is now out in all of its glory, and the ball is also a bit old in its 35th over.
So on to Walker again, looking for that Yorker lane delivery, straying down the leg side on this occasion, and conceding a no ball as well. 127 for 4 Jamaica. They would probably be pleased at tea at this stage if they haven't lost another wicket.
The Rocks are given the totals we've seen on this particular wicket. You must say that this is a reasonable position for Jamaica to be in, considering they lost the toss and were inserted.
Short and across the chest of Walker. Walker sways out of it, and he was probably saying to Torn, I've seen a few of these off of those shiny glass-like wickets in Jamaica, in Kingston, as I play for my club. And so you're going to have to come again. On this occasion, I'm not going to offer up my wicket. With just about 10 minutes prior to the tea break, the man from Manchester, South Central Jamaica, is doing battle here. He's the leader of this team and has led at all levels of Jamaica, so he has a lot of experience behind him. This one is a great delivery and excellently played as well by Walker. This is a really nice battle ensuing here, Kato.
Definitely. We just spoke a while ago in terms of the lack of pace in the wicket, but Thorn there being able to extract a bit of bounce as well as some movement away from Walker as well. He played well. He played it well in the end, just dropping his hands and allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So a good battle, as you mentioned before, between these right-handers and the tearaway fast bowler in the form of Thorn.
Hair flapping at the back as he comes in, passes umpire Trudeau. This one is outside the off stump again, a fuller length, but not induced to into a shot. There is Walker. He's happy to just let that go to Caesar. Caesar looks a little bit more competent and comfortable with his glove work to the pace bowlers.
Yes, definitely. We've seen a few mistakes against the spinners. A chance going down against Sandia. Yes, off the bowling of Sandia earlier. So he has not had the best day behind the stumps, but he'll be hoping that perhaps the next chance that comes his way, he'll be able to just take it with both hands.
This one is just played at the man backward of point as he was pushed back onto his stumps there, Walker, and equal to the task once more as we come to another end of an over 127, 127 for 4, Jamaica, Walker 16, and Beckford 36, 35.
Yes, a challenging over there by Thorn, giving it his all in this second spell. This captain will be looking to him to give him another breakthrough just before the tea interval. A good over there, testing Walker on and about the off stump. A bit of pace, a bit of bounce as well. I'm sure he'll be giving it his all. Perhaps one more over for him before the tea interval, given the time. Yes. Hopefully, is this Ram Sami, I think? Trying to identify the bowler here.
Ram Sami?
Yes, it's Ram Sami, so hopefully he'll be able to get through this over very quickly and perhaps give Thorn the opportunity to have another one from that end. Jamaican batsman perhaps would be looking to make this the last over.
Well, Ram Sami took 1 wicket in the tournament so far, and he's the one who's always giving you an extra effort in the Guyanese fielding outfit. Comes up now to Beckford with a full toss outside the off stump. Misses everything. Misses the bat. Misses the keeper. Misses the man at slip as he retrieves now. And we're going to see a signal of 2 byes, I believe. Ball is finally in, and umpire Joseph concurs. So full delivery there. And Jamaica moves on to 129 for 4. Ram Sami been there and thereabout in his efforts before as he comes in now to Beckford. This one is a good delivery, bounce and turn as well, and offering something different here now, a little bit more bounce than we've seen from the other spinners. This one is striking him on the pad. There's an appeal as he tried to sweep. Beckford was looking for a single. This one would have been sliding down leg side, you think, Osnet?
Yes, perhaps just going down the leg side a bit there. Beckford there sweeping on the line that the delivery would have started on. Apart from that juicy Christmas gift force delivery, he has come back very well.
This is this was a very, very, very chancy single. Again, I don't think the fielder would have approached it as eagerly as he should have, but the single was completed in the end quite easily.
Yes, Sandia there a bit sloppy. It was hit straight to him on his left hand, his favoured hand. Should have really had a better return there to Caesar, and Walker perhaps would have been in trouble.
Well, he's no longer in that sort of trouble. He now has to face up to Ram Sami. This is again a cross leg spinner going across the right-handers and with a good bit of bounce as well. So he's a tall man, a lanky player. And this is a good delivery. This one is on the stump this time, and just managed to drop it ahead of the short leg fielder. Not a bad over after the first delivery.
Yes, as we mentioned before, apart from that early gift that was not really capitalized on by Beckford, he came back well in that over. seemed to be getting the ball to turn a bit from the right-hander, and a bit of bounce as well. As you mentioned, his height would facilitate that. So a good start there by Ramsamy, his captain. Perhaps we'll be looking to him to bowl a few more overs after the tea interval. I believe this would definitely be the last over before the tea break, especially the fast bowler bowling. Or actually, it seemed to be a change of bowling. It's going to be Dinial, another spinner. Yeah, Dindial, Mavendra Dindial. He'll be taking over proceedings here from the road end.
Dindial has been quite successful in the tournament so far, and in some cases we've been asking why he's been introduced so late, but here he comes. Well, he doesn't deliver. He has picked up 7 scalps so far in the tournament, and so has been up there with the wicket-taking bunch for the Guyanese. The only other person taking 7 wickets, well, we had Rampersad and Thorne. Thorne has moved up to 9, but this is Dindial. This is a shortish delivery, turning into the right-hander, turned down to a backward square is Beckford. He moves on to 38. And the Jamaicans 132 for 4, progressing quite nicely, almost 40 runs partnership here. I make it 39 from my vantage point. So pushing on.
Yes, this is a very good follow-up partnership to the one previously. We mentioned that partnership between Johnson, as this one is just falling short of the man there at short leg. Yes, the partnership between Johnson and Beckford being 47, so to follow it up with another 40 partnership is very good from a Jamaican perspective.
Well, inducing Beckford into a shot there that just past the man at short leg. Let's see what he gets. Dindial again into the pads of the man at short leg, wandering out of crease as well as Beckford. This would be a very, very, very careless opportunity, occasion and time for him to be sloppy in terms of what he's doing. He's been batting well, and 2 deliveries on a trot into the area of the short leg. Dindial inducing 2 strokes that he has not played. Another good delivery. Had to really come down hard on this one, and showing why he has picked up some wickets already for Guyana in this tournament. Beckford has been challenged. Let's see what he does. This one he goes back and plays it to the man at short mid-wicket. He's getting something different and looks around. He knows he's close to tea. He knows he's close to his half century as well. And this one he turns down to the leg side. A man at a short third man comes around and feels a good over from Dindial as the players now walk off for the tea break. Osnet.
Yes, a good over there by Dindial. As we mentioned before, he has had wickets throughout the tournament. I think the game against Trinidad he would have had a 4-wicket haul, subject to correction. A good over there, just challenging Beckford a little bit in that particular over. A couple of those deliveries just falling short of the man there at short leg. It's never easy when you're fielding there in the short leg position. Difficult for you to really find the perfect position to be in. So we will not really count those as half chances as such, because they never really got to him on a full. But a very good session of cricket. It's a long session, as we mentioned before, due to the late start that we had. Guyana winning the toss and inserting Jamaica to bat. Jamaica 132 for the loss of 4.
So quickly, let's run through the details. We started at 12:30, and Adrian Weir was bowled Isaiah Thorne for 15. Roy was LBW Thorne for 6. Johnson, Jordan Johnson, he was caught Thorne, bowled Rampersad for 48. Wedderburn did not trouble the scorers. He was caught of Rabnot without scoring. Beckford, he's there not out on 38. He has looked the part. Sandra Walker, the captain of this Jamaican unit, he has come and has forged a good partnership. So Jamaica, 2 good partnerships, one for the 3rd wicket for 46, and this unbroken 5th wicket stand, so to speak, of of 39, and they have pushed up from a precarious position at 46 for 3, and they are now 132 for 4. Bowling figures: Tom 9 overs, 2 for 33. Bruce Vincent 6 overs, none for 22. Ramnot 2 overs, 1 for 10. Let's go. Rampasad 11 overs, 1 for 39. Sandia 7 overs for 20 runs. Ramsamy 1 over, just bowled without conceding a run. And Dindial 1 over for 2 runs.
Yes, as we mentioned before, good recovery by Jamaica. They'll be hoping to rebuild on that partnership currently ongoing after the tea break. And Guyana will be looking for some wickets as well. Just to give you an update on the other games, so far at Cumberland, we have not had any play for the day so far. But in the game between Barbados and Lee was at the top of the table. Barbados, after being inserted to bat, they're 32 for the loss of 1.
Right, so we're going to take a break, and then after the tea interval, we'll come right back to you from the Park Hill playing field.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back to cricket here at the Parkway playing field between Guyana and Jamaica. We're into our last session. It's actually the second session of the day, but remember we had some overnight rain and playing started late. So Jamaica, they're resuming on 135 for the loss of 4 wickets. As we see Ramsamy coming into his second over. He bowled 1 over before the tea break. It's now into his second over. He's bowling to Walker. Both deliveries so far, just defended out to the man at point. Bit of encouragement there from the Guyanese fielders. They'll need to start well after the break. Try and get as much wickets as possible and get deep into this Jamaica batting lineup. As his delivery is bouncing a bit of turn as well. Appeal there, but umpire Joseph not interested. Score remains on 132 for the loss of 4 wickets. As Ramsamy against a short delivery down the leg side. Walker there trying to pull that one over deep mid-wicket. Misses it completely. Taken by the wicket keeper. As Ramsamy comes in from the northern end. Another short delivery and he's just punching this one out to Thorne there in the cover. So it's the end of a maiden over. First over after the break. It's 132 for the loss of 4. Good cricket conditions here at the Parkway playing field. Earlier we had some overnight rain. This was pretty overcast, but now we are seeing the sun coming out in all of its glory. Pitch has been in good condition as well. Offered a bit for the opening bowlers, a bit of pace, a bit of bounce. Offering a little bit of tone as well. Obviously Dindial, he'll be continuing from this road end. Bowled a very good over just before the tea break, where he troubled Beckford. So Beckford will be mindful of that, and hopefully he'll be able to negotiate him. As Dindial again comes in, another flighty delivery this time. Beckford coming a long way forward, pushing it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. So there's a man at silly mid-on. There's a slip. Man at square leg. Cover. A man there at mid-wicket trying to cut this one off. Not being able to do so as Beckford punches that one down to long on. He adds 1 to his total. He moves on to 39. Jamaica up to 133 for the loss of 4. As we welcome back Roxelle John.
Yes, Osnet, I believe this is going to be a crucial hour after the tea interval to decide, probably say the trajectory of the game going into tomorrow, the last 2 days. Both teams will want to really push in this hour to try to get the ascendancy as the spinners seem to be operating quite well here for the Guyanese.
Yes, I think that's what we will see for the majority of this session in terms of the spinners in operation. They have posed a little bit of threat so far to the Jamaican batsman as Walker punches this one out to the man there at long off. He gets another single. His first run after tea. He's on to 17. 134 for 4. As Dindial finishes that over as well. The spinners are rushing through their overs. So I'm sure we'll be able to get close to that 78 overs minimum that we are scheduled for today.
Right, we'll find out how many have been bowled so far, but quite a keen battle here. It's been up and down. So 39 overs have been completed, so we still do have another 39. Another 39 to complete this afternoon in about 2.5 hours. But it's a keen battle. Guyana have been on top. The Jamaicans pulled back themselves into the game. Then the Guyanese broke a very important partnership and but since then these two have come together and again trying to shepherd the Jamaicans to a good total.
What would you consider a good total here, Roxelle, considering the conditions?
Well, I would like to see a 200, 215 on this at least. So probably if you have the capability, get to 250, because you've already lost a portion of this morning, of today that is, and 215 between 250 and 250 would be a pretty good total for you to defend here at the Cumberland at the Parkhill playing field.
Yes, I think the highest total that has been scored at this ground so far in the tournament is 183, I think. We get that confirmed from the scorers in a while, so there has not been a lot of high scores at this particular ground. So scoring 200 will definitely be a first. Jamaica, though, they're in a very good position to perhaps get close to that, as this delivery is turning away from Walker there, taking the outside edge, should be able to come back for a second. Bit of slack running there from both of these. We've praised their running between the wickets earlier, but perhaps just starting back after tea, the the watermelons and the fruits that they may have had, still trying to digest a bit there.
Well, Walker to a lesser extent have been quite negative in his running. He's been turning down a couple of the opportunities that have been possibly there for two. So
this delivery is short, and he cuts this one out to deep point. Should be able to get two this time quite easily, as Thorn cleans up and gets it back to his wicketkeeper Caesar. So two more added to the total. And Beckford, he moves on to 41. It's 137 for the loss of 4.
Excellent shot there again, continuing to play within his capabilities, and he doesn't seem to be limited in shots, and has been playing most of the shots that we've seen from him today all along the ground. So a good batsman shipping up here. Oh my word, as I talk about
short delivery, and it's 6 runs. Just in the region of where we are sitting here, it was a long hop really asking to be hit, and there was Beckford. His eyes lit up and hit that one deep over deep square leg. He gets 6. Total moves on to 143 for the loss of 4.
Well, at the minute, commentators curse. We said he's been playing everything on the ground. He decided to prove us wrong, and almost hit us as well in telling us, listen, I can play in the air good strokes as well.
This delivery, he's back and just punching this one out to Monday at point. I think that's Dindial. Makes a good pickup. Throws it at the non-striker's end, but Beckford, he makes it comfortably. So a good over there for Jamaica. At the end of it, it's 144 for the loss of 4.
Yes, definitely. And again, the man from Portmore, from East Kingstown, Lucas Cricket Club, a youngster and a student at the Wilmers Boys High. He is progressing really well, has taken the mantle on his shoulders, so to speak. This is Beckford, Justin Beckford, and he is nearing a well-deserved half-century, now not out on 48.
Yes, as we see Dindial, he'll be starting again from the road end, as you would refer to it, Roxell, as he comes in. Another flighty delivery, and Beckford again using his feet nicely. Punches it down to the man there, long on. Turn. Strong return. A good arm there by the fast bowler. Most fast bowlers actually have a very good arm.
Well, sure, they are being asked to do some hard work.
Definitely. So one more goes to his total there. Beckford, he moves on to 49. 145 for the loss of 4, Jamaica, after being inserted by Guyana earlier today. But a delayed start at 12:30 due to a wet outfield, as this one is short of a length, and Walker again just working that one into the onside. Out to the man there at deep mid-wicket, Vincent. Another single to the total. 146 for the loss of 4. So after tea, Jamaica getting a bit comfortable in terms of being able to just walk the ball into the gaps. We have seen a 6 as well, a huge 6 over deep square leg. As Daniel again, another foolish delivery, and Beckford there punching that one out to the man at cover to his left. Walker there just sending him back. Really would have been suicidal, as Daniel gets through his overs very quickly. Nice bowling action, and this one is a bit quicker. Beckford there on his back foot and punching it out to the man at cover. So there's a slip, there's a man at silly mid on, there's a short square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, as Beckford is sweeping. Delivery there, just hitting his patch, should have perhaps been a single. Walker there just turning down the opportunity to do so. As we hear a bit of encouragement coming from the Guyanese fielders. It's a very important session in the match, as we mentioned before. Both teams looking to just edge a bit ahead. As this delivery just striking him on his pad, coming forward. A good tight over there by Dindial. At the end of it, it's 146 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and we had encouragement coming from the Jamaican camp as well, with that we spoke about earlier, in terms of the reluctance of Walker to actually wanting to take some of these opportunities. He has run, but from the examples that we've seen from the batters before, he has been less inclined to take these opportunities. That one just behind short fine leg, and there were a few on the onside that could have been pushed into twos, but he comes into strike.
Yes, as Ramsamy again takes it up from the northern end. Delivery is a shortish of length and well played there. Should be able to get close to the boundary, is it? Just touching it eventually there. So it was a shortish delivery there, and still awaiting a signal from the umpire. Should be signal for any time now, yes. Bonner Joseph agrees. So 4 more to the total there. Walker just walking that one behind square. Bit touch and go there in the end. It was good for Jamaica. 4 more runs to their total, 150 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, well played off his pass, and again he's answering us. He said, why do I need to run singles and push for a 2 when I could play strokes like those and get them to the boundary?
A bit short there by Ramsamy. He has been guilty of that on a few occasions now. Leg spin is always a difficult art. This one is a full toss again. And Walker there would feel that he would have missed out on that delivery. Another juicy full toss.
And it kept it, well, Torn, the big hands of Torn were needed to keep that from going into the cover area.
Yes, Ramsamy again. Another shortish delivery, and he's going back. Perhaps rushed onto him a bit. Still gets it out to the man at deep square leg. Gets another single. 151 for the loss of 4. Ramsamy here just solving up a few gifts, Roxel.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have been settled since he's back. The over or 2 that he had prior to the interval, he was much more on the money. So trying to probably do a little bit too much too quickly.
As this one again, Beckford is trying to sweep. It's a shot he has attempted on about 4 occasions from memory. Hasn't been able to make the type of contact that he's looking for on all occasions. Ramsamy there is a bit all over the place, but still just need to get his line and his length. That's a good delivery there. A foolish delivery, just turning away. So he's been able to get a bit of tone and bounce, but his consistency has been the problem. He has served up a few goodies, as we would say, and have been dealt with accordingly. As his delivery again is a good delivery, perhaps a little bit wide outside the off stump. Beckford being watchful. He allows that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. The end of another over. It's 151 for the loss of 4.
Right, so continuing to push this partnership into a pleasing zone here for the Jamaicans. Beckford and Captain Walker. They're going to talk. Walker there on 24. Beckford is nearing a half century, just 1 away. And he would definitely want to get there and start over again, and probably push up to be one of those batters who would have scored a century in the tournament. The situation is ideal for him to do that. A nice little platform here he's been in, and he could push on this afternoon and try to have the Jamaicans in a position where they only need to bat once.
Yes, Guyana, they don't want the game to slip away from them, especially following the break. I think perhaps a change of bowling will be had from the northern end. Ramsamy Day not being as consistent as his captain is perhaps was looking forward to. Daniel has done a good job from this end. He's now into his 4th over for 6 runs. No wicket as yet, but it's been tight. Guyana needs to be careful here. 150 coming up. As we mentioned before, the scores at this particular venue have not been that great. Majority of scores being below 200.
And that's why I said they should be able to push on to about 215, anything above that, because from what we've seen in batters here, if they do bat sensibly, that is a much more than an achievable total.
Definitely. I also think that this shot is played straight down to the man at a very good catch. It was perhaps misjudged it at first there, Thorn. It was another flighty delivery there by Daniel. There was Walker. Yes, it was Walker trying to perhaps go over extra cover again. We've seen him play that shot over extra cover very well previously before the tea interval. But this one just perhaps turning a bit in his turning back into him and end up tugging it straight down to the man at long on. But it was a very good catch, a well-judged catch there by Thorn. Walker, he goes for 24. Jamaica lose their 5th wicket. It's now 151 for the loss of 5.
Well, guess what? For a fast bowler, the fielding and catching of Thorn has been exceptional, and that was another one of those well-taken catches in this tournament. He's a mouthpiece in the field. He supports his players. You can hear him saying well bowled when a good delivery is served up, etc. And he keeps encouraging, and he always seemed to want to be in the action, and that is what he did there, I believe. Again, pulling the choke, so to speak, when Guyana needed it. We just spoke about this partnership going deeper, and Captain Walker may have been ruining the opportunity to put that ball on the ground. In this case, he went in there and lost his wicket.
Yes, so the new batsman is Alex Hines. He'll be facing up to Daniel, and I think we spoke about Daniel earlier, Roxel. We're saying that perhaps he's an underappreciated bowler by the captain, and if you look at his figures, his output, this is his 8th scalp in the tournament, if my memory serves me correct. So it tells you that he's able to get wickets. However, he seemed to be coming on third and fourth change all the time. As we'll come back to that, as this one is a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Hines there trying to punch this one through the cover, and a bit streaky there in terms of getting off the mark there, Hines. So one more to the total is 152 for the loss of 5.
So we have Beckford joined by Hines, Alex Hines, and we'll give you some information on him in a bit. Quite interesting information.
Yes, Daniel again. It's bowled well so far. Another good delivery there, making the batsman play. Not giving a lot away. That is a good thing about Daniel so far. He has been economical, but he has also been threatening to the Jamaican batsman as well.
The variety as he's offering is superb. He's attacking the stumps as well, so the batsman has to play. And so when they get the delivery that they think they can score off of, they're also taking a chance. So this is good bowling, and probably always brought on a little later on because of this style and consistency that he has. But he has really come to the party for the Guyanese.
Yes, so it's the end of that over. It's 152 for the loss of 5 as we see Ramsamy. Once again, we were speaking about perhaps a change at that end, but the captain has decided to persist with him. Hopefully he'll be able to repay that fate that the captain has shown in him so far and be a little bit more consistent as Beckford faces up to him once again. This delivery is a good delivery. A better delivery there from Ramsamy, just getting it in the right spot. As we mentioned before, he seemed to have the ability to actually turn the ball and get a bit of bounce as well based on his height. But so far he has not landed enough deliveries in that particular corridor.
Well, the interesting fact of Alex Hines, he's one of a pair of twin. As he plays this back on the onside, one of a pair of twin and their father is former West Indies cricketer Wavell Hines. Yes, he is a young man who is at the Wolmer's Boys High at this stage, and he plays for the Kingston Cricket Club. So some pedigree in the genes.
Definitely. As so far he has been troubled a bit by Ramsamy here. Ramsamy finding a good length. Believe sitting in the pavilion, he might have been looking forward to go up there and being served up with some of those juicy full tosses referred to earlier. But in this particular over, Ramsamy has found his length and his line and has actually troubled him a couple of occasions outside the off stump. As this delivery is short and he's pulling this one over deep square leg. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? Yes, it does. So just as we were praising, perhaps the commentators course again, Roxelle, just as we were praising Ramsamy in terms of his improvement, in terms of consistency in this particular over, there it was, he served up another long hop, and Hines, he said thank you very much and was able to deposit over deep mid-wicket for his first boundary. Jamaica now 156 for the loss of 5.
Yes, well, you know, the leg spinners, as you already said, that craft is very difficult, and consistency is something that they have to work very hard at, and you always get the short delivery. Hines cashed in. I'm sure his dad and his brother, well, a few minutes or probably seconds apart, or hours apart, will also be happy as he got his account going. So again, an opportunity now for the Guyanese to probably push a little further and see if they can make further inroads, Osnet.
Yes, definitely. As we mentioned before, they will have to continue to chip away at the wickets here. As we mentioned, also the Jamaican scoring rate is very good. Comparatively speaking, in terms of the way things have gone up here at the Parkhill playing field, it's currently at 3.56. So given the rate at which they're going, if they're able to bat all the overs remaining for today, they'll be able to get another 100 or so runs. As we see a wonderful use of the feet here, and strokes it out to the man there at deep mid-off, and Beckford, he brings up his 50 as well, a well-played 50.
Yes, I totally agree. He came in a very difficult period. He has forged two good partnerships, and he has been really, really pleasant. His movement towards the ball as he uses feet, especially the spinners, have been superb, and it's a well-deserved 50. 91 deliveries, 2 4s, 2 6s, and the responsibility of taking his team's total to 200 or closer is really on his shoulders.
I wonder if there's an appeal there. Originally, I thought perhaps it was an outside edge, but perhaps they're appealing for an LBW decision there, Roxelle.
Well, again, I believe that may have taken a portion of the bat, and a season not collecting cleanly. I know they came back with another appeal. They didn't seem to be convincing, though, Osner.
Yes, because from my first view, my vantage point here, remember we are not directly behind the bowlers. I was thinking perhaps it was a drop chance, but as this one again looking to walk down the leg side, Hines, it has not been the most settled start from Hines. Apart from that delivery that was served up where he pulled it for 4, he has not really looked the most confident so far. As this one again hitting him on the pad again, perhaps turning down the leg side. So just need to get settled here, Hines, and try and build another partnership here. I think Jamaica has benefited from these last 2 partnerships, really taking them to, I will say, a respectable total in the context of the competition so far, as Hines is punching this one down to turn this time, gets a single, moves on to 6, 158 for the loss of 5. Dindial again getting through his overs very quickly.
Excellent over again from Dindial, where we saw the 50 coming up for Beckford. But Hines seems to be a busy person, doesn't seem to be quite settled, as you say. Looks as if he wants to get on with the business and go. He seems to be going at the ball very, very hard. Not hard as in trying to hit serious boundaries, but pushing at the ball quite hard. And so he's been beaten a few times with the balls. He's now getting some advice from the man who's been there for a while, Beckford. Let's see how it transpires from here.
I think there's a new ball in the form of Sandia. A little bit surprising there. Perhaps would have given Ramsamy another over against Hines. He would have bowled, apart from the short delivery that he bowled in the last over, he would have troubled him a bit. So I was a little bit surprised to see that. But Sandia, perhaps one of his frontline spinners, be coming into the attack. He was able to get some tone from the road end. He's now coming from the northern end in this particular spell. Still trying to break the duck, as they would say, in terms of adding something to that 4th wicket column. As this delivery is just turning away outside the off stump, and Hines is prepared to let that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. So
do you think he had to play cricket? Do you think?
Wavell Hines.
Alex, you think
Oh.
he had a choice or not to play?
I think that is something that is always interesting. The siblings of sports persons, they're always under pressure to actually follow in the footsteps of their fathers or mothers, as the case would be. You know, Arjun Tendulkar, for example. And with that comes increased scrutiny as well. People are always looking up to you to perhaps follow in the footsteps and be just as good or even better. A little bit of flight there from Sandia. I'm sure his parents will be somewhere looking at this particular game. Another delivery outside the house stump. And he's left alone there by Hines. Just thinking about the field again, I like to look at the field to have an indication of perhaps what the captain is thinking. Maybe those two fielders on the long off and long on boundary could perhaps come in a bit for Hines, seeing that he's new at the crease and hasn't really played a shot in anger as yet.
I do agree. There need to be a little bit more positive and attacking against Hines. You could obviously relax that for the man Beckford, who's been there for a while. But Hines have not really told you that he's here and he's confident as yet. And we don't want to be playing names here, right? We want to make sure we play it on its merit. And this is an opportunity for them to push and attack Hines as the new batter at the crease. Definitely.
As we see Dindial again, he'll be bowling this time to Beckford. Beckford has played a very good innings so far. Type of innings that Jamaica was perhaps looking for. His delivery is flighted nicely. Dindial there feeling off his own bowling. And Dindial with a very unique type of action. A little bit of ritual before he actually runs in. He uses his arms, his left arm. Nevertheless, it's been good for Jamaica in this for Guyana in this tournament, sorry. As Beckford again trying to walk this one through the offside. Finding the man there at point. There's no run. This one is hitting cold corner, yes. A very good shot there as well. As we mentioned before, he has been prepared to use his feet, Beckford, something refreshing to see, especially at this level. And this time, hitting it away from Thorn there on the long on boundary. And a very good shot there, Roxell.
Well, I believe that he understands that he has to make sure he takes the opportunities, the scoring opportunities when they come. He has to be the one who's going to be pushing the score for the Jamaicans here, and he is definitely doing that. Exquisite use of the feet. I have not seen anyone who have done that in the tournament as successful as he has at this stage.
This one is a bit short and he's punching it out to cover. There's no run. Yes, Roxell has a very interesting point in terms of the use of the feet, and that's something that we have not even seen a lot of at the senior level, especially for West Indies playing against spinners. In the recently concluded Bangladesh series, we saw how the spinners were able to really impose a chokehold on the West Indian batsmen. If you go back to the days of yesteryear, we know we had players like Ramnaris Sawan, Marlon Summers, and even the great BCL, as Beckford drives this one long to long on, long off this time, gets another single. They were players who were able to use their feet and dominate the spin bowling. That's something we're not seeing in the current setup.
And I agree, because our spin bowling has been rampant at regional cricket, and one of the reasons for that, the older people would say, is that our young men can't dance anymore. What we do is, they say what they do is gyrate, because their waistline has been affected by where they wear their pants. That's another discussion for another place.
Definitely. As that over actually comes to an end, another good one for Jamaica. Beckford there, the key man now for Jamaica. He'll be looking to actually bat here with the lower order, as they would say. I don't think we are into the tail as yet, Roxell. I can't imagine number 7 batsman being part of the tail. So he'll be looking to bat with the lower order at this point in time. As we see Sandy again, his delivery is a bit short, going down the leg side. Beckford looking to walk it on the leg side, misses it completely. A rather stifled appeal in the end. So yes, he has Beckford has really played the spin as well. He knew what he was up against. as once again we see him down the track again. This time not finding the gap as he would have liked. Yes, he knew what he was up against in terms of Guyana. Looking at Guyana throughout the tournament, you know that they are packed with spinners. So whenever you're coming up against this particular team, you know that you must be prepared to bat against the spinners and not only survive against them. He has never been in survival mode. He has also been positive enough to actually score freely against the spinners. So another bit flatter, a bit faster there. Cramping him for room there, Beckford. Trying to cut that one away, taking the inside edge. Luckily for him, didn't ricochet onto the stump. Sandy again still searching for his first wicket in this tournament. He has bowled a lot of overs. This one again is short of a length, and Beckford just going back and pushing that one out to Thorn. The ball seemed to have followed around all day.
And to the delight of the Guyanese, for sure.
Sandy again, this time a little bit slower and well bowled in the end. Another good over there from Sandy. And at the end of it, Jamaica-Day 163 for the loss of 5.
What's impressive from Beckford is even in defense, he looks positive. He looks as if he can score even when he's defending. He doesn't seem to be bothered in terms of actually wondering where his stumps are and how he's defending and what he's doing. He looks very, very much in control, both in defense and attack.
Yes, that has been the case from ball one. I think perhaps when he joined Johnson, right? Yes, when he joined Johnson, sometimes positivity can be transferred in terms of the partnership itself. Johnson, he was very positive, and that would have boiled over to his partner in that particular case, as Hines is driving here upishly, not getting to the pitch of it, and he just went out to the man there at a deepish point. Perhaps if he was in a bit more, we might have had an opportunity. So Dinial again, this time Hines is standing tall. So as we mentioned in the last over, perhaps a bit more pressure can be placed on Hines here. He has not really settled as yet. So maybe another man in close, leg slip perhaps. As Dinial again, a bit short this time.
Well, I'm not sure where the Guyanese would have gotten their information from. I'm not sure either how many games Hines would have played, but he has only scored 16 runs in the tournament prior to this game. And that tells me, if I'm doing my research and preparing for the batters here, that I can definitely attack this youngster.
Yes, so 16 runs in the tournament, as you mentioned, is nothing to really write home about. So definitely he's not one of the big guns, as we would say. We could have understood their reluctance to bring in the field earlier when Johnson was going, but at this point in time, I'm certain that they can afford to bring in a few more fielders in the circle. As this one is walked on the leg side, the man there at short leg, he has had a lot of close misses all day. As we mentioned before, it's very difficult for you in that particular position to really know where to stand. As we see another over comes to an end. Hines, he moves up to 7. Beckford, he's on 55. It's 164 for the loss of 5.
Well, Osnet, catches like those or chances like those or opportunities like those have to stick in those positions because of the speed at which they go. And that one probably just flew past his hands as he reacted. Didn't really have a chance for him to catch it off of his own reflexes. It had to really hit him and stay there. But another steady over from Dindial. He's been really been the pick of the bowlers since Thorn and Rampasad came off, because he has now taken the attack to the Jamaicans and has brought a different dimension. But he has to get through Beckford. And I think if he does, then that might be the opportunity that Guyana would have to complete the innings as relates to bowling out Jamaica. Definitely.
Dindial, he has bowled 7 overs so far, 1 for 15. So, as we mentioned before, he has been very economical, as well as being able to pick up a wicket and look likely to pick up wickets as well. He has troubled even Beckford at some points in time, has been troubled by Dindial. So, a good spell so far from him. As Sandy starts a new over, the ball into Hines. Another long stride forward there. Hines, perhaps a bit of inside edge. Allowed appeal there by the Guyanese. Umpire Joseph once again not really interested. As we see the silly mid off, he's switching over to a silly mid on. As Sandy again. A quicker delivery this time, and Hines is equal to the task there. We've seen that from Sandy throughout his spells.
You know, although Hines has not really looked as if he's gonna be scoring big runs or attacking the bowler, he doesn't look troubled in terms of the way he plays his stroke.
Another appeal and he's caught. I believe that would be caught at slip. So just a while ago, the commentator's course again, the Roxell, you were just about to say that he has not been threatened in any way, even though he has not looked totally comfortable. And there it was, a delivery just turning away from him and taking the outside edge, well taken there at slip. And it's another wicket down for Jamaica. Guyana continue to chip away at these wickets. It's now 164 for the loss of 6.
Yes, well, again, we've been seeing it all afternoon since we started back. This hour of play is going to be important. Guyana would want to really peg away. They've already gotten 2 wickets, and it looks as if they're into the portion of the batting that can be challenged and really ask some serious questions, especially the spinners who've been doing well here for the Guyanese. And so this is an opportunity to restrict the Jamaicans getting 200 or even past that. Now, as we've been saying before, Beckford is there. What does he do now? Does he close up shop and try to shepherd the team through to the afternoon? Does he be positive or overly positive and put himself in a position where he's going to lose his wicket? He has played confidently. He has played well. He has not played out of character, and I guess that is what he has to continue to do once he gets the opportunity, and see if he can find a partner or two with the lower half.
Definitely, he would know the competence of the batsmen that are remaining, so then he can channel his game towards that. As we see Sandy again, another flighty delivery this time. The North over is the new batsman. He's off the mark right away. A full toss, just pushing it down to long on. Once again, questioning the field there. A new batsman in. Perhaps he could have brought in the long off or the long on. That would have actually kept him on strike in that particular situation. So something there, these are young captains, as we would say. Something there that perhaps Mohabir will learn as time goes by. Another good delivery there again, and Beckford just getting it just to the left of the man there at short leg, a diving attempt.
I would definitely say that's an opportunity, because that one was slow. It came off the bat. You could have seen it. You could have probably seen the maker's name as Torn is going to the short leg field and saying this one was the one you should have really picked up. And if they did pick up that one, it would have been the big fish of Beckford. And then there might have been some really serious questions being asked of the other batsmen. But that was an excellent over from Sandy.
Yes, a successful over for Sandy, actually getting his first wicket in the tournament. We were mentioning that earlier, and I'm sure his captain will want him to add to that tally as soon as possible. In terms of that short leg field, he has been at it all day in terms of trying to really find the right position to really be in. It's a difficult area of the field to actually be in. I guess there's a reason why they call it the silly mid on and silly mid off.
I love feeling there, you know.
As this one is outside the off stump again from Daniel. Not over there trying to drive that one through the offside. Not looking the most elegant in terms of that drive. As Dindial again, he has bowled well. He'll be bowling again to North over. Another flighty delivery, and he's forward this time. Plays it up to the bowler. There's no run. As we see a long on, a long off. I'm on a deep mid wicket. As this delivery again is driven nicely. A little bit of a square drive there. And don't think they will come back for a second this time. So North over, he moves on to 2. It's 166 for 6, Jamaica. After being inserted by Guyana.
Yeah, North over is the wicket keeper of the unit. Goes to the very prestigious Calabar High. Again, one of those.
So he's using his feet again. A lovely shot. Magnificent.
Oh, that's a tremendous stroke. That's an extremely positive stroke and a very difficult stroke to play off a delivery such as that was offered, and that showed him class. And as I said, I believe he's going to take the bull by the horn here and try to get as many more for Jamaica.
I think that is one of the shots of the game, shot of the tournament. If I have to go that far, it was a flighted delivery there by Dindial. He used his feet again, got to the pitch of it, and he just caressed it really. He didn't really try hitting it too hard, but because of his good timing, he was able to time it well over deep cover and gets himself another 6. He moves on to 61. It's now 172 for the loss of 6.
That's a tremendous stroke there by Beckford, continuing to impress us all here at the Park Hill playing field, and all of Portmore be really cheering for him. He has with him the wicket keeper from St Andrews. He plays at the Melbourne Cricket Club, that is not over. That cricket club that produced the likes of Courtney Walsh, Nikita Miller, and all these stars that we used to look at in the yesteryear, when cricket was really top of the line in the West Indies.
I see you're trying to find the right words there, Roxelle. I guess all of the West Indian fans around the world understand totally where you're coming from in terms of that. As there's been a change of ball, I believe that ball was actually hit out of the ground. So we were trying to speculate as to how Beckford would actually approach this, and we have seen him play basically in the same vein he has gone about throughout the innings in terms of using his feet whenever applicable and keeping out the good deliveries as well. As Dindial, a good response from him, a bit flatter this time, and Beckford was up to the challenge there and strokes it out to the man at cover. There's no run. Dindial once again. His delivery is flatter again, so he has gone flatter in the last couple of deliveries after giving the opportunity for Beckford to use his feet previously. And it's the end of another over. A good over there by Jamaica. They're getting 7 from it. They move to 172 for the loss of 6. Beckford, he's going along nicely. He's on 61. Not over. He just came to the crease. He's on 2.
The region where now the batters are going to be asked questions as it relates to where they want to go. This is the region where we're into zones of top scores, so to speak, inning scores here at Park Hill for this tournament. And now the Jamaicans would want to continue to push on because the Guyanese will come back, and they haven't played so many games here. They'll be saying, boy, this is a big total. We haven't seen this total. That's why I'm saying 200, 215, anything above there could be extremely challenging.
Definitely, as it's a shortish delivery and not over, just coming back and walking it nicely off his legs. A huge shout of 1 coming from the Jamaican dressing room there. As not over, he gets another 1. He goes on to 3. It's 173 for 6. Yes, in terms of the targets here, Jamaica definitely will be looking at 200 as a threshold to use from a psychological perspective as well. 200 will sung as a lazy attempt there by Thorne in the covers. This one driven there by Beckford on the up. Thorne there perhaps would have done a little bit better there. Batsman coming back for 2.
First a look of a horizontal shot, so it's a horizontal batted shot from Beckford. And you can hear his coaching staff actually now telling him he needs to go right to the end because that is not characteristic of him. So he just need to pull back now and just continue progressing. He has an opportunity to score a big one here today. Definitely.
I don't think he needs to do anything different than what he has been doing all along. As I mentioned before, perhaps he has more indication in terms of the competency of the batsmen that are remaining. But he definitely just needs to continue in the same vein, and I'm sure he'll be able to score as freely as he has been so far. As Sandy again comes up. This one is a bit quicker, a bit fuller as well. Dug out there to the man at cover. Thorne was mentioned before has been in the thick of things all day. Took a wonderful catch on the boundary there to dismiss the captain. This one is hit. Did he get enough of it? Yes. Just evading the man there, Vincent on the boundary. It was another use of the feet. Didn't really quite get to the pitch of it, but was able to extend his hands and still made good enough connection to actually get another 6. Another 6 for Beckford. He moves on to 69. It's 181 for 6 there, Roxelle.
Well, Ozan, I'll tell you that Beckford definitely know who he has left to come, because he has been positive through his innings, but not as positive as we've been seeing him here now. And you can hear the excruciating cries from the manager team, because they know he needs to bat to the end. He needs to continue going in order for them to get a very, very big score here. And he has the capability too. But obviously, in a young man's mind at this stage, who are to come probably are the bowlers who have not been very successful with the bat, and so I need to get as many as I can for both my team and myself at this stage.
Well said, Roxelle. Vincent there perhaps just getting his fingertip to it, as we saw in the previous delivery. Perhaps noticing a little injury there as well, looking at him at the square leg position now, just as Dindial starts another over. And this is well played there by North Over. Good cricket here. Just getting the single and putting the man in form and strike. From a Jamaican perspective, that would be great, as long as North Over is able to just give the strike, as much of the strike as possible to Beckford. Was been there for a long time, 112 deliveries, and have shown glimpses of his class. There's no need to really give it away at this point in time. Just need to be selective with whatever he's doing. As Diniel again, a full toss. And this one is up in the air. Can actually fall safe with it. Oh my goodness, a very good attempt there by the bowler. It just fell in no man's land, as they would say. It was a juicy full toss once again. We have seen that before. Full toss being a very effective ball today. And Diniel there just running as quickly as possible and making a diving attempt there, just couldn't reach it there, Roxelle.
Well, I believe he made the right choice. I don't think anyone else would have gotten that close to it. I was already saying safe by the time it went in the air. Full toss. There wasn't timed properly by that is Beckford, as he continues to try to push the score forward. Again, I don't think, and I agree with you, I don't think he needs to do anything different that he's been doing. When the bad ball comes, he plays them on his merit, because that's a bad ball. And if without even the effort, the extra effort, he would have been putting that close to the boundary, if not over the boundary. So now he just needs to pull back and continue to play and have some trust in the other batsmen. North Over has not looked bad at all. He has not been troubled. He has been turning over the strike, picking up the singles, and I think he has a worthy partner in him.
Yes, I think there's still a long way to go in terms of the tail. Roxelle just 6 wickets down, so I think he still can put some trust in these lower order batsmen and just don't give it away at this point in time. As Daniel again, another flighty delivery, and he's driving this one nicely there, North Over, trying to come back for second, what is not non-existent basically.
So exactly, he looks the part. It looks as if he has some capabilities. Obviously, he has played within his capacity so far, and he's been a worthy partner. So Beckford will be happy with the innings so far, but you have to continue to play. The Guyanese would want to have him back in the hut, and they're gonna try as hard as Dindial did just now to get that, to effect that catch.
Yes, that was a good moment there, and perhaps not for Beckford. His heart must have been in his hands there, but in the end, just evading Dindial there. Another single there to Beckford as well, just walking this one down to long on easily. So those are the type of singles opportunities for scoring that are available freely for him if he wishes to exploit that option. This delivery again, he's a bit squared up there, North Over, but managed to get it down to a short third man position and another single. So he's doing what his captain and his coach perhaps would be quite pleased with.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing. He's actually playing the ball in his merit and putting them in the gaps. That now gives Beckford the opportunity to also continue to play his game through the innings.
Another delivery there is walked nicely out to the man there at deep mid wicket. Another single for Beckford. So he's doing it easy so far. And at the end of that over, it's 187 for the loss of 6.
So Beckford continues to pile on. He moves on to 72, a well-played 72, a chanceless 72 so far, and he has been the backbone of this innings, has forged partnerships since they were 40 odd for 3, and continue to build here. Obviously he knows that they're close to the lower portion of the batting, but he must be happy with what he's seeing so far from Northover. He has not looked as troubled as a couple of the other batsmen who came before him. And I think, I'll say again, I believe on a platter here is a century for this young man, Beckford.
Definitely. As we see another change in bowling, Sandia being removed from the attack. And it's now going to be Rampersad, who bowled a very long spell in the previous session, so he's just coming back now to bowl to Beckford again. Would have also used his feet very nicely against Rampersad. I remember him hitting him for a 6 over long off. As this time he's just punching this one through the gap again. Very good batting. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Well timed there. Delivery short of a length, and Beckford just leaning back and punching it out to a deepish cover. Not over there responsive to that second. They get it comfortably in the end. 2 more to the total. 189 for 6, Jamaica. So it's a rather deep spreaded field. I'm at long off, a long way out there, I must say. As Rampersad again comes in. This delivery is beating him outside the off. Some well bowled there by Rampersad. Seems to have that delivery in his armory that just goes straight on or just moves away from the right hand a little bit. Yes, so there's a long off, a long on, a man at deep mid wicket. Rampersad again. This delivery is outside the off stump. So Beckford a bit watchful there, which is good to see.
Yeah, it seems to have gone back to that area where he's now playing most of the deliveries on his merit, and he has the opportunity to continue to bat because he has a worthy partner in Northover.
This one is hitting out too long off. Will it be caught? It's dropped. Oh my goodness. Just pushed it over the boundary there for 6. We were just speaking about that length of boundary in terms of being in the longest boundary on this particular ground. The fielder there perhaps would have done some damage to his finger as well. There was Beckford just hitting that one in the long off region. The fielder getting a hand to it and just, as they say, push it over the crossbar. 6 more to Beckford.
I don't know, boy. I think today the commentators' course has been really active, because every time we say something, the complete opposite happens. We just said it looks as if Beckford had settled back into what he started playing and how he started playing. Then he offered his first opportunity. I would say first opportunity because this one went to hand. This one actually went to hand, and I think it should have been caught in that position. It was at a comfortable height, and but Beckford, I think, trying to push forward to get his century, which will be well deserved for the work he has done. But he doesn't have to take as many chances as he's taking right now. We're gonna have a water break, so here at the Parkhill playing field, where the Guyanese inserted the Jamaicans. Jamaica 195 for 6. 195 for 6. Beckford is not out on 80. Bedford is not out on 80, and with him is not over on 6. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll come right back. Right, welcome back. Listen, we've been treated to some good batting, some good cricket. Guyanese on top early. The Jamaicans came back. The Guyanese picked up 2 more wickets. The Jamaicans pegged back, and now the Jamaicans are pushing forward here with a total of 195. I make it 195. Before how much are they? 195? 195 for 6. The man who's been there and has been really impressive in the middle as Jamaicans bat is Beckford, Justin Beckford, the man from Portmore. He is not out on 80. And he has with him not over the wicket keeper from we'll give you that in a bit. Not over the wicket keeper from St Andrews in Jamaica. He is there on let's get that right, 6. What's that?
Yes.
100 on the platter here for Bedford, you think?
Definitely. During the break, we were speaking about that in terms of there's nothing really troubling him out there. It's just a matter of him just taking what is on offer, working the ball into gaps, and he has the power and the timing and the class to actually capitalize on any loose deliveries that the Guyanese may serve up.
With just what? I make it an hour and 40 minutes remaining of play. The Jamaicans would be pleased if Beckford could bat as much as he can, and that will definitely take them over that 215 total as Mahabir picks up a good bit of fielding here in the short extra cover position. He's been doing some good work in the short areas there. As this is Dindial comes up now to not over, who has looked solid and has been turning the strike over quite well as well. He has been a worthy partner to Beckford, whether he want to believe that or not. Dindial to this is not over, who pushes it outside the off stump. Dindial has been on the spot. He has been attacking. He has induced a false shot from Beckford, but couldn't effect the catch. As he comes in now, and this is a good delivery all the way down, almost 3/4 way down the wicket. Is not over as he tried to negate the spin there. This is interesting. This is really interesting as not over continues to get another delivery, and Beckford was hoping for a run, but Vincent, it looks like, came around quickly. Still looking the fingers from the catch he may have taken down there. Beckford has peppered the 2 biggest boundaries today with 2 awesome shots. But it's about a flighted delivery from this is Dindial. Not a good bit of fielding there in the mid-wicket position, short mid-wicket position. That allows not over to get 2 more. He gets to 8. And the Jamaicans, let's get it right, moves on to 197 for 6.
Yes, an interesting over there. We saw not over trying to use his feet, which is perhaps something that his coach on the sideline here would not really recommend at this point in time. He's a wicket keeper, Roxell, and modern day wicket keepers, should have some sort of batting talent. The role of the wicket keeper has really evolved over the years. So I'm thinking to myself that Beckford really need to perhaps instill a bit more confidence in his batting partner. As we mentioned before, he has been comfortable so far, working the ball into gaps, and it's just a matter of building partnerships with the remaining batsmen here. It's Rampasad.
Rampasad again to this is I make it Beckford. He had an opportunity to rethink what he's doing, and he had some words of advice at that water break as well. But Rampasad will be looking to pick up another wicket. This one is driven really nicely down to a wide-ish mid-off position. Coming off of the boundary is Vincent. So Beckford moves to 81. And we'll get some stats on his innings so far. As Rampasad is into his, we'll get all of that stats in a few minutes. Continues to bowl here for the Guyana team. Taking a new guard is not over. He's on 8. So Rampasad comes up now to not over. He goes back deep into his crease and punches it back onto the offside. The bowlings follows through, picks up. Rampasad to not over. He drives into the cover position. Cannot beat the fielder coming around. Number 18 on his back. A diminutive figure, small in stature as well. As Rampasad is fighting one up and he drives it to the man at cover again. It looks like Yearwood coming around there and picking up. And he's getting another bit of encouragement from his team. Comes up again. This is a war into the air. Asking, almost trying to buy a wicket, we will say here in local terms, is Rampasad. But not having any of it is not over. He moves to 9 and the total to 198. I make it 198 for 6, Osnet.
Yes, the full toss has been a very good delivery all day. We've seen a couple of opportunities being created based on the full toss. We also see the star player there in terms of Jordan Johnson. He fell to a full toss as well. So it's a delivery that has been utilized. I don't know if it's intentionally or unintentionally all day, but it has shown some effect on some of the Jamaican batsmen.
All right, so
yes, Dindial will continue.
All right, Dindial, he's going to offer up to a not over. He has a man in the slip as comes behind it and just blocks it on the offside, just like one who plays for the team Smashers would do. They call him Bookie. Not sure if you're familiar with him. Not a prolific scorer, just occupies the crease. But this one, he comes forward and using his feet and defending quite nicely back to the bowler. There is not over.
Just want to apologize to our viewers online. The lack of score and other information on the screen. Our technical team is working hard to restore that information for you as soon as possible. So just bear with us for a while.
Well, that one was played through the hands of the short leg again. This one was again at a catchable height and not coming up with a catch. Dindial would be wondering what do I need to do to get another wicket today. He's been really pegging away and often some good deliveries up here. This one is outside the off stump, going back deep on his crease is not over. Not seem to be a strong man, Osnet. No, probably deals with a little bit more finesse and timing because his punching doesn't seem to be getting the ball very far. Let's see, he's again offered the one up, fully flighted. Seems as if the Guyanese believe that they could probably plug him out by getting a wicket. Not over, moves to 10. I make it and the total to 199. 200, right? So there we go, 200 as we get the scores back up. 200, but not over, continuing to prove that he's a worthy partner for Beckford out there. 200 comes up, the first 200 to be scored here at Park Hill.
Definitely, and a while ago, I think it was half an hour ago, we were trying to speculate as to what type of score we'll see overall for Jamaica. They've also scored at a very good rate. That is something we have to mention as well. Most of the games that have been played here at Park Hill, the scoring rate has been below 2 in some situations. But the Jamaican have been able to score a bit freer than most of those other teams in terms of scoring at about 3.5 or so throughout the day.
Rampasad looking for another wicket for Guyana. This one is short, coming into the right-hander, and he plays it just in front of the number 75 there. The man who's been peppered at short leg, Joda. He has his parents here looking on. They have journeyed all the way from Georgetown, Guyana. This is a full toss that he punches down to the man at long off. I don't think he would want to toss those up to Mr. Beckford.
Yes, I think also the management team perhaps would be a bit on the edge, seeing not overusing his feet a bit too often for their liking.
Rampasad this is Bedford, Justin Bedford. He plays it down to the on side, down to a long on, gets one more. He pushes up to 82. So the 200 came up just 2 runs ago for the Jamaicans, 202. And we did say that they're looking likely of getting anything above 215. I don't know if they should be concerned, because when he has used his feet, he's looked competent. And when he is not to the pitch, he has not gone through with any rash strokes. As he uses his feet this time into the covers, not feeling it cleanly, and so one more to not over. He moves to 12, and the runs are flowing here now for Jamaica, a little quicker than before. 203 for 6, and another partnership building here, Osnet.
Yes, and that is what we spoke about earlier in terms of the importance of Beckford building partnerships with the lower order and trying to just maximize the total that Jamaica is able to get in this first innings.
I have a question for you, Kato. Beckford gets into the 90s. Would he close up shop and just take singles, or would he be as positive as he's been doing?
I think the majority of batsmen will rather to close up shop and perhaps just take it off in terms of singles. There are a few batsmen we know who would really try and reach to their landmark in terms of boundaries. A few comes to mind in terms of Virendra Sehwag in the past, even the great BCL. I remember innings against Pakistan a couple of years ago. He would have gotten to his century by hitting 2 consecutive sixes of Danish Canaria. So it depends on the confidence level of the batsman and also how confident he is in terms of manipulating the bowling.
India confidently forward and solidly forward again as a that's not over as Dindial offers up. Well, I believe I gotta give you my view as what I think Beckford would do in a bit, but it's Dindial again to not over outside the off stump. He punches into the point area. An excellent piece of fielding at the end by Torn. He's been asked to do a really large amount of work today, and he has been far definitely the leader in the field. This one is a quicker delivery, played well, played very, very well by not over as he came to the pitch, advanced, using his feet, what Osnat seemed to be worried about, but the man is confident in his ability. He moves to 13, and the Jamaicans to 204 for 6.
It's interesting though that in the last couple of overs, Beckford hasn't really had much of the strike, so it will be interesting to see how he goes here. You don't want to get too anxious, as they would say.
Well, he has Dindial who gets one down the leg side. He decides to sweep, doesn't get any of that, and one of the strokes he has not been able to effect today. So he goes again, Dindial to Beckford. This one is outside the off stump, coming into him, plays it neatly into the man coming off of the cow corner boundary. He moves slowly up to 83, and consolidating the innings here now is Beckford. 205 for 6. Going in confidence is not over. He's moved on to 13. He faces up and drives gorgeously through the covers. That's going to go into the boundary now for 4. Osnat Kato coming to the party and definitely looking the part. Is not over. He came from the south, but guess what? He is definitely doing the do here for Jamaica.
Yes, as you rightly said, he's getting more comfortable at the crease, and we have seen an increase ability from him in terms of manipulating the field, using his feet against the spinners as well. And on that occasion, a foolish delivery outside the off stump, just coming forward and drove it sweetly through the extra cover region.
Well, it seems as if that shot was even enjoyed by umpire Trudeau, the Bajan who is walking across. He said he's a Vincentian. He has a lot of ties here, and he has even have pictures taken with the big man of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You know what I'm talking about. But that was a pleasant stroke by North over as he continues to grow in confidence. Coming back into strike now is the batsman of the day, Beckford. He is on 83. And Rampasad continues his long toil here for Guyana. This one is a well pitched up outside the off stump. There's an appeal, and he's gone! Oh my word! Rampasad have been rewarded for a very, very, very long spell, probing spell, and the man who has not been defeated by many deliveries today has to walk back to the pavilion. Beckford has been out. LBW Rampasad. A really, really good innings from this young man.
Yes, a very good innings there. Disappointing to have perhaps left in the manner in which he was given out. It was a foolish delivery there, and Beckford coming on to the front foot, missing it completely, and umpire Jordan Day, who was been reluctant to give some of these decisions, although he adjudged him to be LBW. So very good innings there, as we mentioned before, from Beckford, and Guyana will be happy with that breakthrough, especially at this point in the afternoon. They'll be looking to clean up the tail, as they would say now, and try and limit Jamaica to as low a total as they possibly can.
Well, another pleasing innings coming to an end before the triple figure mark, and he really batted well today, and would be disappointed with that dismissal, but we can't take away any of the kudos from him, because he stuck it out for Jamaica, took them from 40 odd for 3, and forged 3 excellent partnerships, and have put them into a place where they've scored the highest total for the competition so far at this venue, and they could still get up to anything over 220, 230 from this stage.
Rampasad, as we mentioned before, he has toiled away very hard. He's now into his 15th over, 2 for 52. It's Thomas, the new batsman for Jamaica. So, as Rampasad comes in, first delivery. This delivery is foolish length. Thomas there coming forward and pushing it out to the man at short cover. Yes, as we mentioned before, Rampasad has bowled a very long spell in the previous session, and his captain has shown a lot of faith in him. He's actually the leading wicket taker as well for Guyana in the tournament, so he has been able to toil away all day, and I believe just reward for his long, hard-working spell.
Well, I guess this is exactly what Bedford was waiting for, because he realizes who is left at the crease now is Sherwin Thomas, a man from Clarendon. He goes to the Gave Masio High School, and he's a brother of O'Shane Thomas. So you expect him to bat for a long period?
Not necessarily, considering he's coming in at number 9, sorry.
I thought you were going to say considering his sibling.
I'm not. I believe we all know that O'Shane's batting ability is not the best.
At that level. Okay, but Sherwin would definitely be looking to prove us wrong here. He has not over with him as they continue to push the Jamaican total as far as they possibly can. Rampasad looking for another scalp. This one is short and whipped behind square. He's looking for one, gets one. Yearwood picks up. Yearwood looks like the man who's been served with working the boundary lines today for Guyana. And the over comes to an end, being successful over there for Rampasad. He has really toiled away here for Guyana, taking up the very, very important wicket of Beckford in that over. An opportunity now for the Guyanese to reduce the total that the Jamaicans can get Osnet.
Definitely, and as we mentioned before, Beckford was a key player for Jamaica, especially batting with the lower order at this point in time. With him being gone, removed by Guyana, I think the expected total would also have been lowered as well. So Guyana now will be looking to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible, as I think we're going to see the reintroduction of Thorn, just to polish off the tail.
Yeah, well, I would love to see if he gets 2 or 3 overs. I would like to see 14, 15 of those deliveries on the stumps with the low order of Jamaica in the business here now, asking questions. I don't want to see any of these deliveries sliding outside the off stump or way outside the off stump with pace. I need to see him attacking the stumps, and this gives him an opportunity to pick up a few more wickets.
Definitely, and with his pace, I'm sure he will prove to be a threat to both of these batsmen, these Jamaican lower order batsmen. The top order would have struggled to some extent with his pace at times. But as we mentioned, he has not been as consistent as perhaps he's looking forward to being a West Indies under-19 bowler.
Well, he is getting everything together. He has 2 slips awaiting at the back, along with the opening batting Caesar, who has the gloves on, but it's Torn. Isaac Torn. He's going to offer up to this is Thomas. This one is on the stumps, on the money early. He goes back deep into his crease and plays it onto the offside. And Torn has been in the thick of things today. Picked up the first 2 wickets to fall. Snapped up 2 catches, one of which was excellent. His effort in the field, the ground fielding was also superb, with the exception of one in the cover area that he went too lazily. But he's been asked to shoulder a lot of responsibility here for Guyana. A young man, still about 16, 17, comes in now to showing Thomas a full toss down the leg side. And can't get that one away. There is Thomas. Beats away at his pad. Number 42 on his back. And we definitely have all of Clarendon looking on this evening. Possibly if he gets the opportunity to bowl some in the last half an hour or so. Thorn 71 on his back, coming from the road end. And this time he passes umpire Trudeau to Thomas. It's a short rising, getting on top of it is Thomas. And this is what I want to see. Should be attacking, should be digging as deep as possible. And asking the batsmen whether they can smell or play the leather, 1 or 2.
I think perhaps a short leg at this point in time.
Correct.
The premier fast bowler is back against the number 9 batsman. So I think perhaps a man at short leg. Just would ask additional questions of the batsman here, Thomas.
Let's see what question is going to be asked now of Thomas. This one is down the leg side again. No ball called by umpire Trudeau as he's searching for the Yorker. Who have you seen offering up the best Yorkers in this tournament?
Well, as you mentioned before, Thorn, I think whenever he has gone full, he has looked at a completely different bowler. Lane as well. I think I've been very impressed with Lane. I'm trying to remember his first name, but from Barbados, yes. Those two really stand out in my head at this point currently.
I want to add Nathan Edward to that as well.
From the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and this is a good one. This is on the money, but equal to the task on this occasion is Thomas as he dropped the bottom hand and just laid a bat there. He's now looking at the bottom of the bat. Is it still good enough for me to play some strokes? He looks as it is. He holds the bat as if he is going to hammer a few away. He now settles. Thorn comes again. Big, strong young man. This one is on the money once more. He goes up with a sigh as he thought that one went through. Good over from Thorn outside those two that have gone down the leg side asking questions. This is where he needs to be. He can't have the low order batters leaving outside the off stump or that kind of stuff. They must be playing. He must be running at them, Osnet.
Definitely, and as you mentioned before, he has been on the ball in the last couple of deliveries. Hopefully he finishes well.
This one is whipped away neatly behind square. It's going to run close to the boundary. They get one. Doesn't look. They get 2. And one on the pads. And as is normal with the youngsters, they're really adept off the pads. 2 more to the total. That moves on to 213 for 7. 230 for 7. Jamaica after being inserted by Guyana this morning.
Yes, Guyana looking to wrap up the innings there. The captain deciding to bring back his premier fast bowler. Didn't work out as planned. Thomas there in the end played him pretty well. A couple of those deliveries were misaligned as well, misdirected to some extent. So it will be Rampersad again to continue from that northern end and try and wrap up this innings as quickly as possible. As north over, he'll be facing up to Rampersad. He has a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, a man at deep square leg, a man at short leg, slip, a point, cover, a mid wicket. So it's a deep set field for Rampersad. A bit surprising at that, I must say, considering the fact that we have not really seen a shot in anger from north over, apart from that lovely drive to the offside, and he plays another lovely square drive. Should be able to come up for second, will they? Yes. They're going to make it comfortably in the end. So it was a foolish delivery outside the off stump from Rampersad. There was not over, just coming forward and stroking it backward of point. Gets 2. now moves on to 19. Score is now 215 for the loss of 7. As Rampasad again, he's using his feet this time, not over, and it's a big 6. Oh my goodness, one of the biggest we have seen in the tournament so far.
Well, Osnat, this is a young man that we seem to may have had miscalculated, especially when he started to use his feet. But this is a tremendous stroke. That's probably the biggest 6 for the game.
Definitely, and we were just mentioning a while ago, I was questioning the feel in terms of how deep set it was. And there, as usual, throughout the day, the commentators' course have really been prevalent. And there was not over, using his feet nicely, getting close to it and depositing it over long off, getting himself his first 6. He moves on to 25. It's 221 for the loss of 7.
Well, the man from St. Andrew, he's doing the do. Rampasad, again, this one is flighted. He drives to the cover air, into the covers, and settles himself again. We have seen some tremendous hitting today from Jamaica. Some big 6s, as this one is beating the bat and hitting not over in the chest area, just above the pad as he stretched forward. Again, Rampasad piles up another over. He's into his 16th, I make it. 16th over. This one is a good delivery on about the off stump and asking a question there of not over. So, really good contest here. And as we indicated, this could be a first innings battle. Unless something really serious. Oh, he punches it point to the point, the field at point. Can't beat him. And that's the end of the over. 221 for 7. Not over, surprising us here, Osnet.
Yes, showing a bit of power in that last over. All we were mentioning, he doesn't seem the type of player that has the type of power that maybe a Beckford has, but he showed us there in the form of that wonderful shot over long off for 6. Just the type of power that he has. In terms of the fact that we mentioned earlier about the game being a 4 innings game, Roxelle, I think that the pace at which Jamaica has scored, it means that, and the number of overs we've been able to get in as well, it means that the game has actually gone forward.
Yes, definitely, as it should have. And that's, again, hallmark to the ground staff in terms of making sure that we didn't lose much more time, and the umpires, because I think they made some excellent decisions in terms of when to start, etc., etc. And the players here, the batsmen for Jamaica, have been very positive. This is another positive stroke. This goes through the mid-wicket area. He's going to get one. Coming back for the second is Thomas, looking and completing his 5th run. The total moves up to 223 for 7. Thomas, after looking a little shaky the first couple of deliveries, he is now coming to the party and continuing to pile up the runs here. So we talked about 225, 215, and so the 250 is definitely on the mark here for Jamaica, and they will be pleased with this effort after being asked to bat.
Definitely. Fawn in this situation, perhaps he doesn't want to be predictable. So far he has looked to bowl a lot of Yorkers. Just need to keep the batsman guessing. That's a good delivery there.
This is where you need to attack these batters and continue to ask them to play short rising deliveries, and then set them up and trying to get the Yorkers in.
Yes, that is what I was mentioning in terms of not being too predictable. As we mentioned, so far he has been trying to get full. Thomas has actually played him very well, but at that particular length, the previous delivery, I think that is the type of length he needs to persist with over a short period of time.
Tone again, this time to Thomas, and this is short rising. He pushes it off in the air, traveled a long way to the mid-wicket area. The throwing came, and not over was advancing down. Tone attempted to dislodge the stumps, but he didn't grasp the ball. So 2 opportunities, almost going to begging, and we just asked about the short delivery. Look at how far that traveled, almost a conventional mid-wicket position.
Yes, we were also asking about perhaps a man at short leg, especially if he's going to persist at that particular length. Maybe that would have flown past him on a short leg as well because of the distance he traveled.
Speed too. This one he looked, oh my God, he looked to get the Yorker, but that was driven through mid-on for 4. Misfielded, I believe, but a pleasant stroke again all along the ground is Thomas. He is looking the part now. He moves to 9, and Jamaica continues to push on and push on well to 227.
I've seen a bit of those misfields just creeping into Guyana's play recently. Perhaps getting a little bit tired, a little bit frustrated. So far, a lot of things haven't gone their way. But they should keep their train up. They've been able to get 7 Jamaican wickets. It's just a matter now of just polishing off the tail enders and not giving away too many runs, especially here in the first innings.
Tone again. Let's see what he offers up this time. Thomas is ready, and he gets a short delivery and goes back into his crease and plays it back backward of square. Gets 1, looks for a second, does so too. And it's 11 to Thomas, 229 for 7. And if I've been asked to bat this morning at this stage and after being 40-something for 3, I would say yes, thank you for 227, Osnet.
Definitely, and what we have seen so far, Jamaica has played a very positive brand of cricket. The batsmen have been positive in terms of defense as well as attack. They've run well between the wickets, and that has shown in the score so far.
Solid bat here as he goes back into his stumps and looks at the ball with a vertical bat. He's saying, I'm here to stay. And Ton does not seem to be happy, but the Jamaicans are definitely continuing to plug away here and try to build a total that would probably give them an opportunity not to bat a second time, Osnet.
Yes, definitely. As we mentioned, they perhaps just trying to maximize their first innings total. But what we're seeing from the wicket, it's not a difficult wicket to really bat on. It has offered a little bit, especially with the new ball for the opening bowlers. It has also offered a bit of tone for the spinners, Rampasad as well as Sandia. But overall, it has been a good batting wicket. And I think also the application by the Jamaican batsmen have been very good as well. Very often we have seen especially on this particular ground, batsmen really failing to construct their innings in any particular way. What we have seen from the Jamaican batsmen, they have not only been able to keep out the good balls, but they've been able to be positive in their stroke play in the form of Johnson and previously Beckford as well.
Not over is on strike, and this one rising, bouncing or turning and bouncing, and he took the top hand off as he pushed it back in the air, but there was a way in front of the bowler. He comes up again, Rampasad. This one is flighted outside the off stump, and not over is content with leaving there. He's moved on to 25 in no time really, and without undue risk. To be honest, I can't remember him having a chance or being beaten badly outside the off stump, but this one is on the stumps. He comes forward in the reproved fashion. Vertical bat over and head over it. And plays it onto the offside. As they continue to plug away here, the Guyanese, Rampasad into his 18th over, I believe. I could be subject to correction. 17th, right? So I'm 1 ahead. And he has taken 2 for 61. 2 for 61. Rampasad with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders comes up now. This one is a good delivery, taking the outer portion of the bat and going down to where a short third man would have been. Single is the result. So that is 228. 228 for 7. Not over moves to 26.
Once again, the man at short leg, not really in the right position, as you would say. Still a guess as to where exactly he should be. That delivery again, just inside edge and just going to his right, far right. No chance really for him on that occasion.
So Rampasad comes to the end of another over. Osnat, you would definitely want to bat the entire day. Give your bowlers an opportunity to rest tonight and come out healthy and with a really aggressive mood for the Jamaicans, you think?
Yes, but I think somewhere in the back of their minds also, perhaps they will want to have a go at the Guyanese opening batsmen tonight, a couple of overs. Still have a bit of time. I remember we're going up to 6 o'clock, so we still have like an hour and 5 minutes remaining. But As we mentioned, if a partnership is able to be constructed at this point in time, then they will try and maximize the number of runs they're able to get in this particular innings. The decision to go back to Thorn hasn't really worked out so far, Roxelle. We have seen him leak a bit of runs. He's been frustrated as well. And hopefully in this particular over he'll be able to get the breakthrough for Guyana.
Well, this one is rushing, making not over, and stumps are broken, but Thomas had made his way home, and it is another leg by 229. Yes, they would have been looking for something from Thorn. This is what, his second over since he's back, third over since he's back, and he will definitely want to try to dislodge one of those batters here now, because the hope lies on him. He's a strike bowler in the team, and quite pacey as well, even at this latter stage of the day. Let's see what he offers now. It looks as if Thomas's might be a fast bowler of some sort as well. And this one is outside the off stump. He attempts to drive, and that one skidded through as it was pitched up. Thorn asking questions of himself as he walks back. You can see his body language is different, his face is different. He doesn't have that smile as he would have had all day. He's now wondering, what do I need to do to get another breakthrough here? I need to get another wicket for Guyana. It's been a long day in the field. This one is on the pads again, taking Thomas on the tie pad. He rubs it now, and that would definitely hurt tonight, as it gets a little stale, as you would say.
Definitely.
One of those meaty areas that are always peppered by fast bowlers, especially if you're not prolific off your pads.
Still surprised that there's not a fielder at short leg, especially at this late juncture in the afternoon. It's something we have been calling for throughout the day. But I guess the Guyanese captain, Muhabir, he sees things differently.
Well, it's all his call, but Thorn comes up now to Thomas. This one, Thomas drives, misfielded again at mid-on, gets two. They're going to run up aggressively. That's what not over is doing there. Thomas moves to 13, and the Jamaicans, they break the 230 mark. They're now 231, 233. All right, so I'm two behind, 233, and this is going to be a very, very challenging total for the Guyanese.
Definitely, given what we have seen so far at the Parkview playing field, it's definitely a score.
A short delivery played well at the end there by Thomas. Didn't get up as ferociously as Thorn would have liked, and Thomas moves on to another 14, and the total 2, 3, 4 for 7.
Yes, another short of a length delivery there, rising, but perhaps not with the same venom that we have seen from Thorn in his earlier spell. Also, the ball is now 64 overs old. The pitch itself is not really that quick. So Thomas there was able to comfortably negotiate that particular delivery.
Full pitch delivery, almost a full toss, and driven back on the offside there by not over. A wicket keeper who definitely has to contribute with the bat, and that's what he's doing here for the Jamaican team, Osnet.
Yeah, definitely. We mentioned earlier that the role of the wicketkeeper has changed over the years. They're now required to contribute in some capacity with the bat, and we're seeing that from not over in this particular innings. Started shakily, but in recent overs he has been able to stamp his authority in terms of singles, as well as we saw him using his feet and hitting a wonderful shot over long off for 6.
What we have noticed as well is that when there's a partnership that was broken, the partner that was left seemed to have taken up the responsibility exceptionally well for the Jamaicans. We saw Bedford did it, and Not Over is doing it here now, and this is how it is supposed to go as it relates to developing an innings, Osnet.
Definitely, good observation there, Roxelle. We have seen that throughout the Jamaican innings. As we mentioned before, their batsmen have been very positive throughout the day. Which is why we are seeing the scoring rate being around 3.6, 3.5 all day. So that is always putting pressure on the Guyanese captain.
So this is Rampersad again, continuing
Yes.
as he goes down the leg side, trying to heave that over the square leg area was Thomas. He didn't make any contact. He has 3 fielders around the bat. This one is down the leg side again. He tries to take his hands away, but he was beaten. Trying to get a effective run out there is Caesar. He's having a few words with Thomas. You're playing a 50-over game, or you're playing a T20, or can you bat another 2 hours? I'm wondering. As this one is again pitched on about the middle stump, this time going across Thomas. He goes back and keeps it out. The umpire Bernard Joseph rehearsing a stroke as well. Rampersad with that bright orange heel of his shoes comes in now. This is short. Air went in the air for a little bit up to the man at the short mid-on position. Doesn't effect a breakthrough. Working hard at the Guyanese. Comes up now. Rampersad floated in the air and dipped on Thomas. And he just blocked it out. All the way back to the bowler. As the shadows and the evening sun dies here at Park Hill. Floated, driven down the onside. This time Rampersad cannot get across. Another to the total. That takes Thomas up to 15 and the score to 235.
Yes, another steady over there from Rampersad without being overly threatening in any case. The 2 batsmen prepared to just bat, try and build a partnership, which is exactly what the Jamaican management and staff, coaching staff would really expect from the lower order batsmen. Just try and bat as long as possible. You're really in no rush. You have already accumulated 231 runs, which is above par, and above par score on this particular wicket. Something else that we have observed, we have made reference to the fact that the Guyanese captain perhaps have been a little bit defensive in his field placing throughout the day, but I think what has happened is because of the free scoring nature of the Jamaican batsmen throughout the day, he has really had no choice than to do that. In previous matches, the opposition perhaps were not scoring as quickly as they are today, so he was able to get a bit more feelers in his circle.
Short rising, Thomas takes a hand off of it and plays it with one hand down to where Gully might have been. And Thorn is now asking for a change in the field. I'm not sure if he's going to get that one. But Thomas again, as some of the other Jamaican batsmen have done, when they started they look a little shaky, a little uncomfortable, but he has grown into the pretty steady lower batsman so far. He moves up to 16.
Definitely, and this is frustrating for the Guyanese, and more so for Thorn, who by now would have been looking to perhaps wrap up this innings with his pace so far, but they have negotiated him well.
This one is played in the air, short rising again, possibly where a short leg could have been. Osnet, but the question is whether the short leg will take them or not, because we've seen some going in that area to the short leg when posted, and they haven't taken them. But here we go. Your call has been answered. A
bit of reactive captaincy here from Muhabir. As we mentioned before, if your premier fast bowler is on, you have to give him as much options to take a wicket as possible.
Especially to the lower order.
Yes.
This one is driven down on the onside as try to catch a not over at with the full pitch delivery. The short leg is posted. Still 2 slips in the gully. And so we have a gully after one being played through the gully, a short leg after one being played through the short leg. And that is representative of what you said earlier. Thorn comes up to not over. This is short over the head. He takes evasive action. Still generated some pace here, the young man, after being asked to work hard today. We hear some comments coming from the Jamaican camp downstairs. He's too slow. He's too slow. That means it seems as if the ball has been seen quite well, the short deliveries.
I think this is his 5th over in this spell. I'll get that corrected. So getting to the end of another spell here, Thorn. He will want to get the breakthrough here for his captain.
Hard work. Very, very hard work. On again, turn North over. He comes around the wicket this time and on about the middle stump. But North over is looking for an impossible run. Does not go through with it at the end. At this stage, Osnet, with the lighting as it is right now, do you think we're going to get all the way up to 6? Would it be quality enough?
Yeah, I think we should be able to do so, given what we have had throughout the tournament. Is now 5:05. I think the light normally holds up to that particular time. I think also the spinners, as this one is a bit too short and wide, rightfully signaled there by the umpire. I think with the spinners on as well, we'll be able to get in at least 10 to 15 more overs, which would make the minimum overs that we were expected to complete today.
All right, so we're into 60 something at this stage. We'll get that right.
67.
The 67th. So just another 11 overs we need to complete as it relates to the quota that we were expecting and require to offer up today. Torn to North over. This one is pitched up outside the off stump. He drives again pleasantly into the covers. Over comes to an end. This is a time for a drinks break where the Jamaicans, after being inserted today, they have progressed really well to 237 for 7. The standout batter for them so far, Justin Beckford, who got 83. We're gonna take a short break and then we'll come right back.
Restart here after another drinks break. We have quite a few of those today, being the extended sessions that we have had due to the late start. It will be Rampasad again from the northern end. And he'll be bowling to Thomas, and this is with a shortish delivery. Thomas there just going back and taking the inner portion of the bat to the man there at short leg. As Rampasad again, another flighty delivery this time. He pushes it back to the bowler. There's no run. So Guyana, definitely this is the last push. So it is basically the last push here for the Guyanese team. They'll be trying to just get this innings finished. As another flighty delivery again. And Thomas this time just hitting this one down to Vincent there and the long off boundary. Another single to the total. It's now 238 for the loss of 7. Thomas, he moves on to 17 as we see a little bit of sunshine coming through this time. This delivery, he's using his feet again. Not over. Not really getting to the pitch of it, but end up negotiating it well. We've seen quite a few batsmen do that throughout the day, using their feet against the spinners. I think that's been a very refreshing or welcoming feature of the Jamaican batting so far in this particular innings.
Yes, definitely, and Northover has grown in confidence, and he is definitely now taking the mantle on his own shoulders to take Jamaica past 250.
It's Rampasad again. He's sweeping this time. An appeal here, I think that would have been a bump ball, as they would say. There was an attempt there to sweep, hit the man there at Joda, who was really... He has had a lot of moments there at short leg Roxell throughout the day. Still waiting for his first catch.
Well, I guess his parents are definitely waiting for him to bat because they've been here. They were here very, very early, and they were hoping that they would have been play. But I'm sure they're not happy with the position in which the Jamaicans have progressed, and they've worked together in tandem. There have been partnerships which have taken them there. Torn has worked away early this morning. Rampasad has worked, Sandia has worked, Dindial have worked, but all of that have not really come together at the right moment to restrict Jamaicans as they would have liked. And the Jamaicans have put on a very, very good show here and have a total that they definitely can more than work with.
Definitely. As we see Thorn, he's be bowling from the road end. Once again, I think this is his 6th over of this particular spell. So far, he has 13 overs, 2 for 49. A touch on the expensive side. This delivery is short of a length. Thomas, as we mentioned before, a bit of renewed confidence, getting more and more confident as his innings progresses. Thorn coming around the wicket this time. He's trying something different. There's the man there at short leg. Been calling for that guy all day. Basically, we've seen quite a few deliveries go in that direction. As Thorn again runs in, bowls. A shortish delivery, perhaps not as short as he would like. Still a comfortable length there for Thomas, who's a very tall bloke as well.
Yeah, easy pickings for him because as you've said all day, the surface is not the quickest, and he's tall, so he has enough time to get behind it and get on top of it. I'm also wondering whether the short leg fielder in Jordan has any experience there, or is he just there to instill some doubt in the batsman's mind?
We'll come back to that after this delivery. Another good length delivery, and Thorn they're feeling to his own bowling. Yeah, I was mentioning this to a previous commentator in terms of the short leg position. It's a specialist position, really. You have to be very observant. You have to be able to anticipate where the ball is actually going. You have to keep as low as possible from time to time as well. And we've seen some fielders over the years really perfect that particular position. As Thorn again comes in, another short delivery this time, and Thomas there spotting that one early and allowing it to be taken by the wicket keeper. Umpire Trudeau signaling 1 for the over. Guyana looking a bit dejected, not a lot of chattering out there. Not a lot of encouragement for their bowlers. Understandably so, given the position that Jamaica are in at this point in time.
Yeah, it's been a very long day, extremely long day, and if Torn is looking torn from the amount of work that he has done, that alone could tell you, because he's also one of those who carries the team on the field. Yearwood has been trying his best as well, but it's been a lot of work for the Guyanese during the course of the day.
Torn again comes in. This delivery is played nicely. Should be able to get more than one here. Walked it off his legs nicely. Should be able to, in fact, very good stop out there. I think the fielder perhaps they would have hurt himself as well. There was a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Thomas just came inside of the line, and thankfully the fielder is up. I was a bit worried for a second there that he might perhaps would have crashed into the back wall that we are seeing there in the distance. Thomas there walking that one nicely off his hip down to the fine leg region. Perhaps should have gotten 3. Bit of slack running there by these two.
I think that initially they thought they would have gotten to the rope, and so they were content with just trying to complete 2 while it run into that area. But another good shot, again, looking pleasing off the pads, Thomas, as Torn continues to search for the Yorker.
Yeah, these two continue to progress nicely for Jamaica. As Torn again. Another short delivery, and Thomas there trying to pull that one away. Getting inside of the line there. Leg by signal there by umpire Trudeau out of Barbados. 1 more is added to the total. It's now 241 for the loss of 7. I believe that will be the end of Thorn's spell, Roxelle. I think there's 6 overs in this particular spell.
Yes, and I do think he has done excellent work for the Guyanese today. He has worked very, very hard while he's bowling and on the field as well. You can see as he comes across just in front of us, he looks a bit dejected, definitely tired. A big man, a young man, but feeling the toll of a long day of cricket. And in all honesty, Osnet, a lot of these players who are in this tournament, remember we're coming out of a COVID period where most of these cricketers would have just started back cricket, let's say in January, February, if so early. And most of them would have played only 50 overs T20 or T10 cricket. And so to thrust them into a long 3-day version after such a long break, I must say it's pleasing, the effort that we've seen.
Definitely, a good point there by Roxelle. The conditioning, fast bowling is something that requires a lot of conditioning of your body. And as you mentioned, they perhaps would not have had the type of preparation because of the pandemic. And it also goes back to your original question earlier where you were asking about how many overs, if I was in agreement with the number of overs that the bowlers are allowed to bowl. As this one is driven nicely out to a deepish long off. They'll only get a single. Not a flighty delivery there by Rampersad. So runs flowing relatively freely here for Jamaica. It's now 242 for 7.
That doesn't look like the Thomas who we saw facing the first 2 balls from the same Rampersad.
They've grown in confidence, both batsmen. This one is shortish, and North over there just punching this one off the back foot. Not being able to find the gap at that point. Score remains on 242 for 7. North over is on 26. Thomas is on 20. As Rampersad again. Another flighty delivery, and he's driving nicely here North over. Does it look better as the innings progressed?
And they get closer to the 250. A 250 that we thought earlier today would have been a really good total if they actually got there. And they've got there with relative ease, Osnet.
Yes. A few hours ago, we were really trying to ascertain what type of total would have been a good total on this wicket. We were looking at different contingencies. Remember when Beckford was going well, spoke about that 250. He has been long dismissed, but these two have really put on a very good partnership here. As it's another full toss, driven out to long off. Easy batting here. Smart batting as well from the Jamaican pair.
Yes, they could easily look at these full tosses looped up in the air and try to go through the line and play some rash strokes, but they're continuing to play them in the gaps on the ground on most occasions, and continue to rotate the strike. 275 this afternoon for 8 or 9 or even dismissed would be a tremendous total, having lost a toss and being in some problems at 40 odd for 3, and would be definitely a total that they can bowl at, and bowl at with some real positivity and aggressivity tomorrow. Try to get the Guyanese team out cheaply in their first innings and push even on the last day for an outright victory.
Yes, we actually still seeing Thorn. A while ago we were thinking it was his 6th over in this spell. I believe he'll be continuing from the road end. He's now into his 15th over for the day. Comes in, bowls. His delivery is solid there, Thomas. Full face of the bat, showing the maker's name. Actually, the bat that he has doesn't really have a brand or anything of any sort. Just showing him the full face of the bat, nevertheless. As Guyana continue to be frustrated by this partnership, a partnership of 35 so far. As Thorn again. Another short delivery, wide again signaled by the umpire. So just striving for that extra pace. And that one just a bit too short. As we mentioned before as well, Thomas is a very tall player as well. So it's difficult for him to really measure up to the.
So that's why I have my concern with that call, because he's a tall man and he didn't get off of his feet. Not a bad delivery in my estimation, but the umpire's in control from their end.
As Thorn again, a good Yorker this time. Thomas Day, well played. Shows that he's still seeing, as we saw earlier. A bit shaky at the start, but he's now picking up the lines and lengths of the deliveries very quickly, as we see the shadows coming across the ground. Just about 35 to 40 minutes play remaining in the day's play. Remember, today goes up to 6 p.m. As Thorn again, another short delivery, and this time will it be safe? A very good catch. A very good catch there by the man there at a shortish fine leg, trying to see who it was. It was another short delivery this time, a short lifting delivery. We were just mentioning having to find the right length at which to bowl, especially to Thomas, because of his height. That delivery was well lined up, and Thomas played it awkwardly, presenting an opportunity there for the man at fine leg, short fine leg. Took a very good catch. It was in the air for a while. He went back and took a very good catch there. So Thorn will be very pleased with that. He takes his 3rd wicket. Thomas there, being dismissed for 21. It's now 245 for the loss of 8.
Well, Osnet, I'm going to tell you, if it's a man who deserves a wicket at this stage, I'll be honest with you, it's Thorn. As you can see, he's walking back there. He knew that he had to do something here, and he got the perfect length, and that was an excellent short delivery there. Had Thomas in all sorts of trouble, and he probably was almost fending for his life, so to speak, as we would say it here. Thomas did well. Thomas did well to bat as long as he did, and he looked the part as he grew in confidence. But had to take a special delivery, which he got there from Thorn, and all kudos to Thorn for sticking out and continuing to work as hard as he possibly can and getting under the wicket. Let's see if he could continue.
Yes, as the new batsman is Edwards. His delivery is a foolish one, a bit down the leg side, well taken there by Caesar. Once again, the commentators, of course, Roxelle, we were just praising Thomas in terms of how well he has handled Thorn, the pace of Thorn throughout the innings so far. And there it was, that delivery just rising a bit of pace. Good to see that from the young man as well. He's now into his 15th over and still being able to trouble the batsman. That is something commendable. Something that I mentioned also in the last game in terms of lane. He was able to bowl at a very good pace, even in his second and his third spell. So it's good for the future of our cricket in terms of having these fast bowlers being fit enough to contribute even at this late stage in the innings.
And for me, not only the pace, the ability he has, but his work ethic. He has never shirked the responsibility. He's been there. He's always attacking. He's always contributing, and looks as if he wants to do what he's been asked to do, and definitely material to work with.
Another short delivery there, well played by Edwards. Rian Edwards. He's joined North over at the wicket. A successful over there for Thorn. At the end of it, Jamaica there 245 for the loss of 8. Edwards, he has just come to the wicket. He's on North. North over, he has been there for a while. He's on 27. Isaiah Thorn, 15 overs, 3 for 52.
Well, just to give you a bit of information on Edward, or the new batsman, he is from Manchester in the southern coast of Jamaica, plays with the Manchester Parish Cricket Club, and he goes to the Mayday High School. So another youngster who is in school and applying his trade here with cricket, and coming from all the way in the southern coast of Jamaica. And so must have worked his way into this team quite well. Has scored 17 runs in the tournament, but more so has been able to pick up 7 wickets in the competition. So you will see him a little later on in the game tomorrow, possibly, as he plies trade with the ball, for which he's probably selected first as.
Clearly he's in the team for his bowling abilities based on the statistics you just read out there, Roxel. As it is going to be, is it Sandia for another spell? Yes, Sandia, the left arm spinner. And that's a good delivery, should be, yes, Plum. I was just about to say that it's Plum as a plumber fixing a pipe. Calling to my good friend there, Jeffrey Dujan, sorry. It was a quicker delivery, something that we have seen from Sandia throughout the day. His ability to get this quicker delivery online, and in that situation, North over there really had no answer to that delivery. A good change there by the captain. Another wicket goes, so Guyana trying to wrap up this innings here. 245 for the loss of 9.
Right, so it's just Gavasta Edmond, he will now join Rian Edwards. Gavasta Edmond from Westmoreland. Let's shout out the people on the west of Jamaica, down there in Westmoreland, Western Parish. He goes to St. Elizabeth High and plays with the Westmoreland Parish team. And I think he was a member of one of the Rural Schoolboys Championship. The St. Elizabeth High School, they won the Rural Schoolboys Cricket Championship down there in Jamaica. What I'm pleased with when I look at this information is that the youngsters are playing with their parish teams in the national competition. I there for us here in St. Vincent.
Definitely, and we were speaking earlier about getting sports on track. You mentioned you want to play a pivotal role in that if given the opportunity. Just a matter of looking at best practices and trying to see how best we can actually apply what we have to that particular country.
Yeah, develop it from your community and carry the teams from your community. You have the following, you have the schools to supply and that kind of stuff, and then you go on a national basis, club basis thereafter.
I think the same thing is done in terms of the schoolboys soccer as well. It's a big thing in Jamaica, as we see a misfield out there from Vincent, and well taken 2 there from the batsman. The new batsman is Edmond, Govasta Edmond. So he's off the mark with 2. Jamaica goes up to 247 for the loss of 9.
Well, all sport in Jamaica is big. I don't think you could call anything in Jamaica small at all, as when it comes to sport at all. And so we must, as you say, create the best practices and accept and learn from those best practices.
This delivery, another quicker delivery, perhaps missing the off stump. The batsman there not playing a shot, so he gives the umpire all right, as they would say, to make a decision. Fortunately for him, perhaps that one just outside the off stump, missing the off stump.
Closing in on 250. They will be happy with this, Jamaica. The Guyanese would be pleased as well that they could pick up 10 wickets.
A Sandy again, another quickish delivery. From an opener's perspective, Roxelle, what would you be thinking at this point in time?
I would hope that the umpires call play at the end of the innings.
Yes, it's just definitely a nervous moment for as this one is cut away off the outside edge. Should be able to come back for a second. They'll do so comfortably. Oh, that was rather close in the end. Our director perhaps would have been interested in that situation.
Yeah, 20 torrid minutes this evening could spell danger, could be really detrimental to the Guyanese if they lose 2 or 3 wickets, and that can happen because they've been out there for a very, very long time, concentration wane, and the bowlers with their tails up behind 250 scored by my team.
Definitely, everything weighs in favour of the bowling team in that particular situation. Because as the opening batsman, you're not really looking to score quickly. You can't really influence the game in any great extent within that 20 minutes. It's just a matter of the bowling team having their tails up and trying to get a couple of early breakthroughs. As we see Vincent, the other opening bowler, coming back from the opposite end this time, the road end, as we refer to it too. He'll be looking to wrap up the innings, 249 for the loss of 9. Definitely a very good total so far from Jamaica. As we mentioned, this wicket has not been really a home for a lot of scores above 200. In fact, it is the first total over 200 at this particular venue in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament. As we see Vincent bowls, and this one is down the leg side. A good take there from Caesar. Was at a very difficult day behind the stumps. Putting down a couple of chances from the spinners, but as you mentioned, he perhaps looked a bit more competent against the pacers. So we have a man at short leg. I've been calling for him all day. He's there now. A man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, cover. We have 2 slips, a man at point and a man at third man as Vincent runs in, bowls. His delivery is straight, and there was Edwards showing him the full face. Back to the opening batsman, as we mentioned before. It's a very tricky period for them. On one hand, they would like to end the innings now, but I'm sure somewhere behind, somewhere in the back of their minds, they might be thinking to themselves, just come out tomorrow fresh and start your innings in good light. The light is not bad, it's just that the sun has left us. A nice looking drive there, and Torn, a wary drive there, a tired looking dive over that one, understandably so. As you mentioned, he has really put in a lot of work throughout the day.
You can't really blame him for that. He had some cover in here, what is it, as well?
Yes. I'm thinking perhaps he could have called on a substitute fielder based on the number of work that he has really gone through. More than 15 overs, which is something that we have not seen a lot of in this tournament from the fast bowlers. Most of the work has been done by spinners. Right, so it's been one of those days, considering this is his 4th game in a matter of weeks, really testing his strength and fitness. As Edmond comes into strike. Short delivery is pulling this one nicely. Not timing it as well as he would like. Perhaps coming back for second. No. Good call in the end. Fielder there. Chasing that one successfully and limiting the batsman to a single. It's now 251 for the loss of 9. We're into the 7th, 3rd over. So because of the spinners, the number of spinners in operation so far, we've been able to get through quite a bit of overs as well. They've bowled their overs very quickly. As this one is a bit full on the line of the leg stump. Edwards there just walking that one out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, so far we've only seen 2 fast bowlers in the form of Vincent and Thorn. We saw a couple of overs of gentle medium, we call it, from Ramnat. We have not seen him. We have not seen him again for the rest of the day. He was able to do his job in terms of breaking the partnership. As Vincent again trying to wrap up this innings. This delivery is skidding on to the batsman there, Edward. And plays it out to mid-wicket again. Another tight over there from Vincent. Jamaica survives 251 for the loss of 9.
Yes, definitely a good effort again by Vincent. This time he was on the stumps as he is required to do for these low order batsmen, making sure that they're playing and asking questions of them. And so Guyana on the verge of dismissing the Jamaicans who they inserted this morning, but the Jamaicans have definitely had the better of the day because 250 runs in 2 sessions, albeit the sessions were extended by half an hour or so more than the normal session time. I think it's still a pleasing effort.
Definitely, the Jamaican camp will be the happier of the two camps at this point in time as Sandia starts again, causing a little bit of discomfort there for Edmond. Just tickle that one into the leg side, gets another single. Total moves on to 252 for 9. Brings Edwards into strike. Sandia here will be looking to wrap up this innings. Will not be surprised to see him use that quicker ball, especially against these lower order batsmen. Sandy again. Another flighty delivery is driving this one out to a deepish cover. Can't score. So there's a long on, a long off. So quite a spreaded field as well. A bit surprising, but as we mentioned before, the captain has been rather reluctant to keep a tight inner field. Sandy there again, flighting this one nicely, perhaps trying to set him up for that quicker delivery. Sun has left us a while ago. We're into the final hours. This one is driven nicely, well timed, should get close to the boundary. Vincent there is coming around to his right, cuts it off. Good shot there by Edwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think Vincent was unsighted because he wasn't sure where it went. He reacted slowly. But Edwards doesn't look bad with the bat. I think of the two, he looks like he can take the score as far as he possibly can because he's played all along the ground on most occasions and has not looked really troubled.
This last wicket partnership perhaps looking to frustrate the Guyanese even more. This delivery is a slow delivery there from Sandia. And Edwards there not really falling for that short delivery, just pushing it back up to the bowler as we're into the final hour of the day's play. Sandia again fighting this one, well driven there by Edwards, looking good. Good looking shot for number 11. Number 10 actually. Sorry for any fans out there of Edwards, perhaps the demotion there. My apologies.
10-11, any difference? But he's looking the part. He's actually looking to take the single off of the last delivery on most occasions, and palming the strike, so to speak. So more than a pleasing day for Jamaica. 255, much more than a pleasing day for them after being inserted to bat, that is. And they must be definitely, they're gonna have a good night rest tonight. That's without a doubt. And whatever they have to do, whether they have to bowl 2 overs or 3 overs this afternoon, or come tomorrow fresh and get at the batters for Guyana, they have done what they needed to do for today.
It's just an update from the other game. I'm currently playing between Barbados and Leeward Islands. Latest score 104 for 5. So good start there from Leeward Islands. I know my fellow commentator here is a big fan of the Leeward Islands team.
Yes. Go Nathan. Go Shamiko Landerfort and the guys. I think that they've played some really good cricket. They've been consistent in their cricket. And it's pleasing to see the Leewards in the top flight of things in regional under-19 cricket.
Definitely. Beds well for the future. as Vincent again bowling a foolish length here to Edwards. Perhaps trying to get him chopped LBW or bowled. Edwards is up to the task so far. Just defending out to the man there at extra cover. From a Guyanese perspective, what's your take on the decision to bowl force, Roxelle?
I don't think it was a bad decision. I think they had the artillery to do what they needed to do. They were very au fait with the conditions. And they also, obviously, there was some rain about. The surface may have had some overnight moisture, etc., etc. And I think if they had taken one or two of those early opportunities, it could have been a little bit more ticklish. They were not bad because they had the Jamaicans at 40 odd for 3, and so that at that point you would have been pleased with the opportunity to bowl first. But the Jamaicans have stuck it out.
Definitely. I think it's a matter of Jamaican batting well as opposed to the Guyanese bowling. This one is hit up in the air. Actually, would he get close to it? No, he doesn't. Yeah, would. It was a foolish delivery there, Edwards. Trying to go over the top. Not timing it as well as he would like. Yearwood tracking back, just not being able to get close to it. We saw something similar with Dindial against Beckford earlier. Just evading him on that occasion. And it's been that type of day for the Guyanese in terms of these catches just evading the field, especially at short leg. It's been just that type of day, but overall, it must be said that Jamaica has played very well. The batsmen really turned up on this wicket. We have not seen a lot of good batting on this wicket, and I think that was something that Guyana perhaps were banking on, in terms of there's not been any great difference in terms of if you bowl force or bat force on this particular wicket. The scores have been relatively small, but it just goes to show the magnitude of the batting effort today by the Jamaican team.
Exactly, they've been totally positive, and the use of the feet made it even more attractive and more effective, let's put it that way as well.
Another close shave there. Edmond definitely shaping up like a number 11 there. Vincent completing that over. Another tight over. And Jamaica, they're 256 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, so at this stage they must be saying, well, let's bat through the overs and probably we could declare overnight because they have done the work that they need to do. I don't see Jamaica batting through this evening and then coming back tomorrow to bat. For me, that would be a negative move. They will be pleased with what has happened here now. And as I indicated, there may be a question of as it relates to light, and the umpires are now having a word with Mahabir, probably as it relates to that.
Yes, I think perhaps they would dictate that the spinners continue from both ends, and we are just about 17 minutes away from 6 o'clock. The expected close-up play time is 6 p.m. We were expecting to have a minimum of 78 overs bowled today. I think we'll just about get that, or maybe a couple more. Is there a case for perhaps the Jamaican declaring a little bit earlier, perhaps about 2 or 3 overs ago this afternoon?
Well, with 15 minutes to go, how many overs do we have left from your estimation?
Well, 75 overs have been bowled. I think they're saying a minimum of 78, so it doesn't have to be.
Right. There should be a 10-minute period in between innings. Yeah. So I believe at this stage, if they do declare, it may be touching. There may not be enough time for the other innings to start.
Fair point. As Sandia, he has bowled well so far. Yeah. Coming into this game, he didn't have any wickets in the tournament. As this one is just walked out to square leg and they get a single. One more to the total. Edwards, he moves on to 6. Total is now 257 for 9. Yes, coming into this game, Sandia, he didn't have anything in the fourth column, as they would say. But he has toiled hard as well. I think all of the spinners have toiled hard. He's had 2 for 38 in this innings. He's into his 14th over. I think that was a critical part of the Jamaican batting effort in terms of how well they dealt with the spin threat of Guyana. As we know, that is something as this one is driven out to long on by Edmond. Not a single to him. Total moves on to 258. Yes, as we know from history, Guyana is always renowned for their spinners. So coming into this game, it was a matter of how well the Jamaican batsmen would be able to cope with the spin of Guyana. And I thought they played them brilliantly. Beckford, Johnson as well. They were willing to use their feet, manipulate the field, walk the ball into gaps. So that really negated the threat that the spinners normally would cause for Guyana. Sandy again fighting this one. And there was Edwards just pushing it out to a man at point. And there's one more added to the total. 258 for the loss of 9. As Sandia looking to wrap up the innings. Another flighty delivery and hands on head there, and perhaps just brushing the tie pad as it went through to be taken. And once again, Caesar not taking it cleanly. He's had one of those days, as we mentioned before. It's the end of another over from Sandia. Jamaica, after being insulted by Guyana to bat, they are 259 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, we are petering off to the end of the day's play, and at this stage, second innings would not be able to commence. So the Jamaicans, from my estimation, are looking forward to just batting out whatever is remaining in there, and would consider their position and probably declare overnight, because they have put a very good total on the board, and if these two continues to play as they're playing with the next 12 minutes or so, they can add another 10, close to 270. That would be an ideal total for them to bowl at, and bowl fresh tomorrow at the Guyanese first thing on the second day.
Definitely, as we see a change of bowling, just as we suspected, the umpires perhaps were concerned about the light as this one is cut away past the man there at slip. Should be coming back for a second. Yes, they will get it in the end. So Edwards again, adding 2 more to his total. He moves up to 9. It's now 261 for the loss of 9. Yes, as we were mentioning in the last over, the umpires perhaps were a bit concerned about the light and with the fast bowlers bowling. Fast bowler in the form of Vincent, although not as quick as Thorne, but still, he just perhaps mentioned to the captain Mohabiri there that the spinners perhaps need to be on for the remainder of the afternoon session. This is a full toss, and he's hitting it and not picked up there at all by the man there at long off. Once again, perhaps the light contributing to that.
I wouldn't blame him for that. We saw a few hits down that area on the opposite end, and Vincent did not pick it up until late. And so the same thing here. Coming through the air is difficult with the background, the green dark background as well.
Yes, the fielder there, Yearwood, at a long off pass had a very difficult day in the field. Couple of missed chances, misfields as well. As Dindial looking to wrap up the innings. It's a full toss again. So looking to flight these deliveries to these batsmen, perhaps a bit out of their nature in terms of flighting. Dindial normally bowls a bit flatter. As comes in again, Dindial. It's a flighty delivery. Going for the sweep shot there was Edmond. Taking the inner portion of the bat, goes out to the man there at a short square leg region. So it's going to 77. This is 7/7 over. We have 12 minutes also remaining in the display. As Dindy are looking to wrap it up here for Guyana. Another delivery there outside the off stump. Edmond watching that one go by. As I mentioned, the light is not the best, but I believe it will hold for the remaining 12 minutes or so that we have in today's play. Another over goes. Jamaica, they are 262 for the loss of 9.
Looking a little jaded now, the Guyanese, and that is understandable. That is expected as well. They've been out there for almost 5 hours in the field, and that has not been the case for a lot of these teams during the tournament. And they have also been been meted with some excellent batting, some positive batting, and the total, not only the total, but the effort that they have been asked to churn out in order to get these wickets have been really tremendous. And so they're now going to be looking forward to just wrapping up this tale of the Jamaican team, or coming to the close of play, where they can go and get some revitalized food. Some food to revitalize them, some drink, obviously fruit drink in this case, some energy drinks and stuff, and a proper dinner, and then they go off and get some rest tonight.
Yeah, we saw another meeting there with the umpires, perhaps discussing the light again. This one is pushed too quickly and missing everything. Caesar once again not gathering cleanly. Yes, so I think they would have discussed the light in that previous meeting at the end of that over. Wouldn't be surprised if they go off anytime soon. This delivery is short and pulled away for 4. It was a short delivery, and there was Edwards going on his back foot, and nobody here on the square leg boundary, and it was an easy shot in the end. 4 more to the total, 266 for the loss of 9.
Well, if you're questioning the light, he did see that one, and he did put it away as he should. And so he is seeing quite clearly out there.
Yes, it was a long hop really, asking to be hit, and it was dealt with accordingly. Sandy again. His delivery is a foolish length, a bit quicker as well. And Edward is just digging this one out to a short third man region, gets another single. He moves on to 15. It's 267 for the loss of 9. Edmond is now on strike as Sandy moves. And this one is wrapping him on the pads, perhaps going down the leg side there. Guyana desperate to just break this last minute partnership, as Sandy again goes back to his mark. Comes in, bows to Edmond. A full toss, and he's hitting this one, pouring it down to the man there, long on. Another single to Edmond. And he moves on to 8. It's now 268 for 9. Both batsmen seem to be seeing it, Roxelle.
More than seeing it and enjoying themselves out there, it seems, as well, because I believe they do realize that this is going to be it. So one way or the other, at the end of today's play, which we have come to, this is going to be where they may stay, the Jamaicans looking at coming back tomorrow and probably opening the day with a bowling attack.
Yes, just as we predicted, the umpires are now calling it a day's play at the end of that over from Sandia. So what we have had so far is 78 overs in the day's play, just as we would have had originally in terms of the minimum number of overs for today. Remember, after starting at 12:30, it was agreed that 78 overs minimum for the day, and we've been able to complete that before 6 o'clock, just about 7 minutes or so before 6 o'clock. So it's been a very good day's play, an intriguing day's play really. We've seen some very good cricket, some very good batting from the likes of Johnson and Beckford. And we've also seen some very good bowling from Thorn, as well as Rampersad and a couple of the other spinners for Guyana as well. So Jamaica, at the end of the first day's play here in this third place playoff between Jamaica and Guyana. Guyana won the toss, elected to field first. Jamaica 268 for the loss of 9. We'll now turn over to Roxelle to just give you a summary of the day's play so far.
Yeah, so let's go through the scorecard very quickly. Where he was bowled Torn for 15. Roy was LBW Torn for 6. Johnson, he was caught of Rampersad for 48. Wedderburn, he was caught of Rabnot without scoring. Bedford was the pick of the batsman, the best of on show today for the Jamaicans. He was LBW Rampersad for excellent 83. Walker, he was caught of Dindial for 24. Hines, he went caught of Sandia for 7. Not over LBW Sandia 27. And Sherwin Thomas, he was caught of Thorn for 21. Still at the wicket, Rion Edwards not out 15, and Gavasta Edmond not out 8. 268 for 9. 268 for 9, and we said earlier that they recovered from 46 for 3. 46 for 3 with 3 excellent partnerships along the way. The bowlers for Guyana, Isaiah Thorn 3 for 55 from 17 overs. Rampersad 2 for 67 from 20 overs. Jeremy Sandia 2 for 47 from 15 overs. those were the wicket takers. So, winning the toss and deciding to field, the Guyana team inserted the Jamaicans. They are 268 for 9. Will the Jamaicans bat again tomorrow? It sounds like that is what's going to happen, because the coaches said that they're here to declare war. War has been declared. We may have an early start tomorrow. So until then, on behalf of Osnat Cato, my co-commentator today, we're signing off from the Park Hill playing field.